Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosanchez.com/beats-by-Sanchez. Click on package discounts if you are looking to purchase 2 or more leases. Please like and share. Attention all music artists, let's collab. To lease beats by Sanchez, log on to brosanchez.com/beats-by-Sanchez.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See what they do is use this shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker when the cosmos talking. That's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit I was selling the fiends was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from. Ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God. When you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Peace and love. Welcome back, everybody. Mic check. Drop a one if you can hear me loud and clear. Peace and love. Welcome back, guys. Hey, go ahead and drop a one if y'all can hear me. We're going to start here in like 3 minutes. Salutes, everybody. So y'all know how we do, man. It's Friday. I doubt if we get any fire, any smoke, because most of these guys, they just chat trolls. But how y'all doing? You see what the topics are for today. We can talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. I posted been dropped the link, and once again, I knew I was forgetting to do something. So let me go on out there. Hey y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button on your way in. Get on here. Yeah, you see a lot of people who there's a lot of people out there making videos, like my message to divestors, rules for divestors, things for divestors. And it's like, do y'all really think someone who's divesting give a fuck about your rules your criteria and all that. And what's crazy, they try to act like, you know what? I'm gonna just see where the bill go. I don't want to influence this thing nowhere. I'm gonna see where y'all at, and we gonna do it from there. That's what I'm gonna do, man. But this shit really gets motherfucking funny. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Really gets funny. These wee wardens, I tell you, they come out with regulations. And here go my rules for dudes who divesting. You such a wee warden. You are such a penis patrolman that you done sat down and wrote out rules for another man's wee. Y'all, I can't make this up. It's niggas live. My rules for divestment. Here's what I want to tell divestors. Here's what the bro, that's the sound of the police. Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. Hear it one time. Gotta hear it one time. Hold on. I am so tired of the wee warden. And you know, they try to make it like it's us bringing up the conversation all the time, but it's them. People who swirl don't be talking about people who don't swirl, but people who don't swirl say we a threat, we traitors, we need to listen to their regulations, their rules. If you're gonna swirl, this is how you need to do it. All these highway regulations and motherfucking like instructions and god damn. Penis popo. You know how we do it, guys. When y'all get your mics ready, holla at me, man. Salutes to y'all.
Yo.
Oh yeah,
yo, bro,
Coleman Cool, we hear you, my brother. Salutes.
What's going on, my man? Hey, man, blessings to the chat, man. Everybody in the panel who's gonna be coming up here, whatever, man. I just happy to be up here once again, yo. I was just thinking to myself, like, getting on your channel is like walking into like a private club, you know, of knowledge. It feels good to be accepted, man. I greatly appreciate it. Every time I get on, man, I go to beating. Goddamn, I'm excited as hell because I get a chance to top it up and build with my bro Sanchez. Hey, the boy, me, myself, and Renegade and them boys, man. Them boys powerful, man. I love listening to y'all, man. I love it, man. I'm just spectating right now, though.
Hey, man, flat motherfucking power to that, my brother. Much respect.
Flat power, bro.
Hell yeah. You know, on these Fridays, I loosen up a bit, but we still gonna go deep teach. It's however y'all want to go. I like to politic with y'all on some of these Fridays, man. And it's funny. I'm trying, like, I just thought of a new one. Shaft sheriffs.
You said not Shaft the pimp, but the Shaft sheriffs.
Yeah, the Shaft sheriffs.
You can buy stock in it.
Salutes drop. Salutes to all of y'all. Hey, what's good, citizen, man? We about to get it in today, man. Matter of fact, yeah, salutes. I'm about to throw my headphones on. Y'all go ahead. Hold up a second. Throw the headphones on.
Hey, citizen
Drop,
man.
what's good, bro?
What's good with the people? Hey, citizen man.
What's good?
I want to get you in your bag. Do you think votes or political parties that we indulge in with can change the powers that be?
Yeah, I think so.
Expound on it, because it's interesting.
I'm actually about to do a live stream tonight talking about just that, right? and is focusing on George Soros's funding of all these district attorneys all across the country in the very same cities where all these criminals are getting let out of jail and crime is spiking. Now, if George Soros, as a globalist, sees the importance of funding political campaigns for people that he wants to push his agenda from these command and control positions in public office at the local level, then if we take a page out of his playbook and we start pooling our money together and start running candidates that really represent the people, and I'm talking at the local, at the federal level, it's a whole different game. I think you guys are more accurate when it comes to the rigged system at the federal level. But at the local level, the vote counts are so small that it's extremely difficult to rig it without getting major backlash. So I think at the local level, we can really affect some change. You know what I'm saying? Because even when the federal government passes a mandate or some stupid shit like that, it's the local authorities that enforce that shit. Like in Florida, for example, right? Biden talking about OSHA mandates for the prick and everything. But in the state of Florida, we're not playing that game because we have a governor that's not with that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So there is some evidence there to suggest that the votes of the people, at least at the local level, can make a difference. Like with the school districts too. There's some school districts that are pushing pedophilic literature in the like homoerotica and shit in the school libraries, and there's other school districts that don't. And when you look at the two districts and you compare the involvement of the people in the districts that don't push that shit, you got hundreds of parents that show up to the school board meetings and they show up to the elections to vote for the school board members. And then in the districts where they're pushing the pedophilia and having tranny story time, you hardly ever see any parents at the school board meeting. There's like 7 or 8 school board members and like 3 or 4 parents at the meeting. You know what I'm saying? So lack of involvement at the local level is what really feeds the beast. So to speak.
All right, cool. Now the punchline to it was the votes. So do you think is the votes a division scheme, or do you think they actually count these votes, or do they just say, okay, now we can divide the United States by government? So now this state is operating different from this state. Now we take that division and we break it into the race. Now that's divided from that. Then we take rich and poor. We divide it from that. So they controlling the world by the yin yang is how I'm thinking. Keep some people on the bottom, keep some people on the top, as we rule both of them motherfuckers. But y'all go ahead.
Hey, Citizen, man, you got a countdown going for your show?
No, I don't go live till 10:30 tonight.
10:30, okay. Yep.
10:30 Eastern, yeah.
10:30 Eastern, all right.
Yeah, but Drop, you make a good point, but I look at it this way. It's like political power is like a gun. It can be used either way. It can be used to unify the people or it can be used to divide the people. You know what I'm saying? So in a sense, you're correct because certain individuals who see the value in dividing the people, they'll use the political climate and the political atmosphere to divide the people. Other individuals who see that we all as one people are under attack by the same enemy, they're looking at it as we're all under attack by the same enemy. Like the prick debate, for example, right? I use that as an example, the division versus the unity. We're all being attacked by this same entity to, take this prick and do, harm ourselves essentially. And the people who are forcing it on us are using psychological bullying tactics, like labeling us with certain labels and blaming us for the fake outbreaks and all that bullshit, right? And the people who don't want to take it, like us, we're saying, if you want to take that shit, go take it. That's your choice, but just don't force your beliefs on me. You feel what I'm saying? So in every political scenario, you can go both ways. You can either go down the road of division and use the divisive tactics to achieve your goal, or you can use the unifying tactics to achieve your goal by pointing out what we all have in common and the common enemy that we're all trying to fight. I don't know if that made sense to you. If I explain it well enough.
You basically saying organize the shit they're trying to do and then take advantage of it. I hear what you're saying. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's all I have for you for the question.
Did y'all want to, speaking on the prick debate, that y'all wanted to go over Howard Stern, man.
What did he say? He's pushing that shit too?
Man, he's going in on anti-vaxxers, bro. Saying fuck they freedom and like, oh yo, y'all ought to hear some of this bullshit. He's saying he's like the front man right now for he like the front man right now for the whole anti-vax shit. Yeah. He been going in though, y'all.
Yeah, but you notice, Sanchez, you notice how the people who are pro are really using a lot of derogatory terms when they're describing people who simply disagree with them, who believe in medical freedom. You notice how they're attacking people, and you know what I'm saying? And every time the idiots go out and take the fake tests and the tests come back with the false positives, and then the fake news reports, oh, there's a spike in cases. They're like, it's these anti-vaxxers, blah, blah, blah. You notice that, but then you notice from our side of things, we don't engage in that type of rhetoric.
That's right.
That tells you all you need to know right there, because if they have to rely on censorship and psychological bullying to push their agenda, then you know it ain't nothing good for us in that shit, because they gotta force us into it. It's just like the sheep in the slaughterhouse. You know what I mean? They need a Judas goat to lead the sheep into the slaughterhouse, because the sheep don't know that they're going into the slaughterhouse.
That's big facts.
Yeah. But if there was no Judas goat and they saw sheep going in and not coming out the other side, they'll get skeptical and say, I'm not going in there, but they need something to coax them to lead them into that shit. And that's what the psychological bullying is doing to the population. There's a new thing called mass formation psychosis. Since you on the internet, you might want to pull up that definition, because it really speaks volumes to what we're witnessing right now. Because it is mass formation psychosis, where people are being psychologically bullied into doing something stupid that they shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
Yo, citizens, man.
Yeah, you know. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just one thing, bro. I just dropped a link in the chat to what Citizens Man was just saying, and it's like an article on CBS. It says a team builder in Germany used 700 sheep and goats to form the shape of the prick on Monday, and they use sheep, like they literally use sheep, and they put it up there like it's a whole symbol on there. And I just thought it was some sort of sick joke, bro.
Yeah,
I just put a link in the chat.
I think what that is them signaling to the people that people who are going along with it are sheep, because they're not thinking for themselves. I tell a joke on my channel all the time, right? And y'all gonna find it funny, but it's really not funny when you really think about it. I say, are you a smart fella or a fart smeller? Essentially, a fart smeller is somebody who consumes hot air exuded from the body of another human being, right? A smart fella is somebody who does their own research and educates themselves. So we got the smart fellas, which would be us, people who do our own research. And then you got the fart smellers, who simply consume the hot air exuded from the mouth of Fauci and the rest of Jeffrey Epstein's friends. So the people who are just falling for the propaganda, I can classify them as fart smellers, because that's essentially what they're doing on a psychological level.
And you know, one thing I wanted to point out was that if anyone wanted proof that they live in a theocracy, this would be it. Like, if you look at ancient Babylon and all that, the fucking gladiators influence the governors and politics and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like the day your gladiators would be your influencers, entertainers, all that. But all I'm saying is, like, how you can see this shit is a religious order being enforced on the world is I always go and show you the biblical parallels, and I do that so people can see this egotistical religious mindset with something that we all can identify with, and that's the Bible. Not because the Bible true to the Christians out there. And when you look at the Bible, it say, for whoso all believed in the Lord were healed or were saved. Meaning, if you ain't believe in Christ, it ain't gonna heal you. He ain't gonna heal you. So what Howard Stern's saying is anti-vaxxers should be denied hospital care if they catch COVID. That's an argument that all of these guys making, like, okay, if you're anti-vax and you catch it, we ought to let you die. So the thing is, if some child out there is saying, I don't think it's real or something like that, let's let that baby die because they didn't believe on it. This is a religion. All who believe can be saved, but if you don't believe in it, you're going to be denied hospital care, you see?
And you know what, bro? It is. Oh, go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Because I was gonna add to the point of the religion thing, because everything that they're doing in response to this so-called scamdemic is not scientifically based. There is no facts to support it. Even the numbers are fake. So people are just being made to believe it. So if there's no facts behind it, then it's not science, it's religion. So you're right, bro, Sanchez, 100%. It's a religion. It's the new one world religion.
One thing I wanted to say was, you mentioned, bro, Sanchez, you mentioned about if you didn't believe it, then they willing to say, okay, you can die because of this, but you ain't gonna believe it. But then it's like introverted, man, because on some real shit, I didn't believe it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't believe it to be something real because I know being a spiritual warfare. So I refused to give attention to it. But in spite of, I caught it. You know what I'm saying? But because I knew I was in tune with who I am, I didn't need a test. I didn't go get no test done. None of that shit, you know. But, you know, I healed myself. But nevertheless, it was like, because I didn't believe, you know, I believe I was able to outlive that shit that people die from because they believe to a certain extent what it can do. It's like they putting power into it. You know, they putting energy into something. They focusing their energy on something that they feel like is real because it's affecting them. You know what I'm saying? But really, it's just like scientifically proven. Like if you focus your attention on something, you know what I'm saying? Then you can really heal yourself. Like you can become immune to this shit based off what you think, solely based off what you think. And a lot of people don't.
Hold on, brother. This everything you saying is true, but this the point that people not making. Coronavirus within itself is a generic term. You see what I'm saying? Saying coronavirus is like saying Hyundai or General Motors. Pneumonia is a coronavirus. The flu is a coronavirus. The common cold is a coronavirus. Coronaviruses have been around for a long time. So notice now that, like how you said, you had it, right? People catch the flu every year. People catch pneumonia and die from this shit every year. Why all of a sudden now these COVID numbers are spiking? Go look up the flu numbers. Go look up pneumonia numbers. Go look up common cold numbers. These things are practically at zero, and it's practically nobody dying from it. So on one hand, they saying, well, the masks are working because look at the flu numbers, look at the pneumonia numbers, look at the common cold numbers. But then on the other hand, they saying, well, the COVID numbers are out of control. But do you see how they keep transitioning the name? This shit is just like African American.
The same old illnesses.
At first it was coronavirus, then it became COVID-19. Now it's Omicron. This shit then came all the way from coronavirus to Omicron. Some shit that don't got nothing to do. Man, this is the same thing as HIV and AIDS. Two diseases. Go ahead, brother.
What's deep what you said is them other names they gave it when you get to talking about C-19 and all that. It's fake as hell. Now the coronavirus go all the way back to 1950. That is nothing but the flu and common cold.
The common cold.
It is. Right. So that you can see it written in all type of.
So go ahead.
No, I was done. You got it.
No, what's good, family? Much love, Big Dog Philly. Real quick. Much love and respect to everyone, bro. Sanchez, you already know you my brother. I respect the shit out of you. You know,
much respect.
You know, and that's why I've been doing the things I've been doing for all these years, because I seen all this shit coming. I basically took my health in my own hands. I researched and got into Dr. Sebi, and that's why I can say I'm 56 years old, still making babies, still physically fit, and my mind is working sharper than ever, because basically I seen them poison us through all the angles that they was, and I started eating right and detoxing my body and my mind. You know what I mean? I just want to say much respect to the fam. It's about healing thyself. What you put in you is what your body is. You put bullshit in you, you're gonna have a bunch of bullshit. You put electric food in you, you're gonna have your body. I'm living disease free. I don't have no diseases. I don't have none of their medicine in me. I use natural herbs and fruits and vegetables, and that's what I live off of. Much respect to everybody, man.
Much respect. Let me grab the mic real quick too. Salutes to OG. So I wanted to deal with this whole topic right from a whole different angle for a minute, right? And the angle I want to deal with it from is, are people who choosing to exercise their medical freedom or whatever, you know, you decide not to get the jab, all right, that should be a decision you should make. But if you read right here, I want you to read where my mouse cursor at. The question they're asking is the country being held hostage by those who choose to not get vaccinated? And that's the feeling that's rising up. So you exercising your freedom to, you know, that is a big mouthful. That's a big step. Once you go to talking like that, it's a matter of time before they start linking your ass to you fucking damn near practicing terrorism. Yeah.
Yep. But you know what, bro? That's that whole statement that they're trying to put out. It's a logical fallacy in itself, because if people who are taking the slaps are protected from the disease, then people who don't take the slaps shouldn't pose a risk to the people who are protected from the disease. So them trying to sell that whole notion, it's debunking their own narrative that the slaps protect you.
Yep.
Because if people who haven't taken the slaps are posing a threat to the protected people, it's like this. If it's raining outside, right? You put on a raincoat to go outside to avoid getting wet in the rain. The rain would be the disease, right? Yep. The raincoat would be the slaps. If you're wearing a raincoat and I'm not wearing a raincoat, how the fuck am I going to get you wet if you're wearing your raincoat?
Oh, man, that's it. Yo, that's it.
Fallacy. Most people don't think that deep, bro.
Yeah, but citizen man, you use the right term, bro. You said that they're trying to sell the idea, right? And some people will be sold, bro. So that's the whole idea. That's the sad thing. Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to point that out.
Let me ask y'all a question, bro. And this go on the line of disease, right? When the last time y'all heard like the AIDS pandemic or AIDS? You know what I'm saying? I grew up in the 90s.
And it is a pandemic.
Right or wrong, Sanchez? Hold on. Wait a minute, though.
Hold on. Let him finish.
I'm saying, I remember being a freshman in high school in 96. And the fear of unprotected sex was so high that it was like, yo, look, dog, this AIDS shit out here, niggas is dying left and right, 10, 20 million niggas. We don't even know what the numbers was, because they were just throwing numbers out every year like, man, AIDS, you gonna get AIDS. If this happened, AIDS, you gonna get. Then all of a sudden, somewhere around the mid-2000s, niggas went back to raw dogging again. And I'm talking about, right, I'm saying culturally, I know young niggas now that's like, nigga, fuck a condom, nigga. Shit, I'd rather have a baby. And I'm like, hold on, the baby? What about AIDS? That ain't a thing no more. And the young, I'm saying this generation now, I'm 40. The generation now, 20 years old, nigga, AIDS ain't a thing to them. That ain't even a real thing to them. They out here doing what they doing. So I'm saying, where did it go? Where did it actually go?
That's crazy though.
You know,
that's what happened. And you know what's fucked up? I had an uncle that one of my mom's younger brothers that actually died from AIDS in '94. And what really made me so passionate about this, you know, exposing Fauci and this whole scam is that motherfucker murdered my uncle, because when my uncle got sick, he didn't have HIV or AIDS, but he was a homosexual, so he thought he had AIDS, and he went and he got on the medication. And it's now that we've done the research, it turns out it was the medication that was killing the people.
Medicine.
Just like with cancer, you get a cancer diagnosis, there's natural remedies for that shit, but then they put you on chemo, which is a guaranteed death sentence in most cases. So
and that's what I was going to say real quick, that the people trust the medical system.
Yeah.
And that's why we dying at the rate we dying.
And that goes into what I was about to bring up here, Leo. Check this out. Dig this, y'all. Howard Stern went off on Joe Rogan, and guess what the reason was for? Because Joe Rogan said his recovery from the CV was because of ivermectin. And Howard Stern mad at the man, saying basically he could have just got the doggone prick. And it's like, bro, if he used an alternative way to heal himself, then you good. If like, why you mad? If your thing
Yeah, the goal
is
is to be healed at the end of the day. But
You want to know
Sanchez,
why he mad?
it's a
'Cause
deeper.
they
Howard
want us
Stern
to
is a
get
Jew.
this
There's a
shit
deeper
in us.
factor
Yeah.
at play here. There's a deeper factor at play here with the push against HCQ and IVM, ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, because they're desperately trying to get a government mandate that they can actually enforce for the slaps, but they can't do it as long as there's alternative treatments that are effective. So they have to cover up the fact that IVM and HCQ actually exist in order to make people believe that the only remedy is the slaps. Now we have to mandate it. Now you have to take it. So hospitals have been banned by the administration. The hospital administration have been banned from giving people these specific drugs. The FDA was actually caught sending a letter to the U.S. Postal Service to hold packages containing ivermectin. Ivermectin actually is it's an animal, it's a horse medicine, and there's a human form for humans, and all it is an anti-parasite medication that not only cures viral infections, including cancer, but it also gets rid of worms, stomach bugs, and all types of other shit that's been plaguing us. And at the beginning of this whole scamdemic in 2020, there's this medical journal called The Lancet Report. And The Lancet published a fake article saying that hydroxychloroquine doesn't work and it's dangerous and it kills people. And they fabricated all the data. And the way these articles get published is they go through peer review, where doctors all over the country would read them and say, okay, this is legit, you can publish it. This is not legit. And if enough doctors say it's not legit, then it doesn't get published. Doctors said it wasn't legit per peer review, and they still went ahead and published it anyway. And then they got caught somehow fabricating the information in the article, and they were forced to retract it. So they put out a retraction, but the mainstream media didn't widely broadcast the retraction of the fake story. But they did go out of their way to broadcast the fake story to give people the impression that HCQ doesn't work. So all these treatments that people are talking about don't work. So the only thing we got left is the slaps. Now, this goes into why they killed Nipsey Hussle, why they killed Dr. Sebi, why they killed Kobe Bryant, because all three of these men were talking about alkalinity and natural healing, and they needed to prep the minds of the people for this scamdemic and them having the only solution by removing other individuals who had other real solutions. You know what I'm saying? And I also did a report about how the Rockefellers took over the medical system and started calling holistic healers quacks and, demonizing them in order to push their chemical medicine. So it's the exact same playbook that they're using now.
When it comes to the holistic healing, I got a question. Do you feel that, like with the Howard Stern, Joe Rogan thing, because how I'm looking at it, you know what I'm saying? Joe Rogan has millions of people who side with his views. I feel like it's controlled opposition, because like you just said with the whole, you know what I'm saying, natural homeopathic healing, it's been plenty in indigenous Chinese people, Africa, all around the world, Italian people. This ain't just black people. We just talking about natural people who say, look, my folks had coronavirus. I just put them in the house, kept everything clean and disinfected, and kept them hydrated. And it passed through them. They ain't talking about no ivermectin or none of this vaccine slaps or none of this. It's a thing that's gonna pass. Like when you was young and you get the 24-hour flu or you get a pneumonia or something, granny say, hey baby, this just gotta pass through you. It ain't really, it's no, you know what I'm saying, thing for it. So all these things that these people are saying they taking, notice that they're taking them, like he said with the horse deworming. That ain't nothing but a detox. You see what I'm saying? That ain't nothing but a detox. So, but my point being is that they still getting us to introduce things to our body without even giving the body the natural chance to defend itself, and it's still taking the same amount of time. You see what I'm saying? 1 to 2 weeks with these fucking shots and all these fucking drugs that they put in themselves, that people without any of these things, just a nice diet and keeping things clean and disinfecting, is getting over it within the same amount of time.
Yep.
And I just wanted to say, like, they murked Dr. Sebi for a reason, because he won all his cases in the Supreme Court about curing all the diseases that he did. And they don't want that knowledge out there.
Dr. Sebi was able to prove that all diseases, just like that white man who wrote that book back in the day, the mucusless diet, that all diseases was a cause of, you know what I'm saying, mucous membranes being overfilled. You know what I'm saying? And once you find a way to remove mucus, which is basically what coronavirus is, fluid building up on the lungs, you can't breathe, you know what I'm saying? Mucus starting to harden on your lungs. It's shit like that. So once you remove these things from your diet, then the virus won't have nothing to latch on to, which is the mucus. You know what I'm saying? And it can be easily expelled from your body. The more mucus you have in your body, i.e., the more sickly you are, the more chances you're gonna have to die from this shit, which is why the people who dying from it are the most sick. Everybody else is getting over it. No matter how bad it puts you down, you get over it.
So let's shift gears a little bit and talk about, if Howard Stern run for office, do y'all think he even got a shot? They said Stern wanna control all Americans now after you know, because of his little rants and shit. Said he's running in when would it be?
2024 for president.
If you don't believe Howard Stern had a shot, you was just as foolish as them people who didn't believe Donald Trump had a shot.
You think he got a shot?
The boy, he got.
I don't think he has a shot because
yes, he do. Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
He chose the unpopular side.
It don't matter. Donald Trump was an unpopular person to begin with.
Negative. No, that's not true, bro. Donald Trump was America's sweetheart.
No.
He ran for president.
Okay, Ben, don't know. What you saying is right, and what I'm saying is right, because so was Howard Stern. This man had the most popular talk show host. He's basically the king of that dirty daytime talk show, like millions of people. This man got a 30-year run.
I wouldn't compare him to Trump for real.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't compare him to Trump money-wise, but I'm saying as far as his ingrainment in American society, he's probably just as popular as a Trump.
They both got that little woman, how they, you know, that chauvinist kind of energy though. Yeah, pimps. There you go. They both pimps now. So, and they both got a connection with cultured men. So, you know,
Howard Stern is a Jew.
Now, I'm not saying. I'm not saying he wouldn't have a chance at all. But what I'm saying is, a lot more people have woken up now. You know, between 2016 and now. So people see through the bullshit, and people have chosen sides, bro. And if Howard Stern is choosing the side of medical tyranny,
you know what?
Listen to what I'm saying, though. Howard Stern got a over 30, damn near 40 plus career in radio. The type of connections and the people who, we all know that this shit is a play. It wasn't about Donald Trump and Howard Stern. It's about the connections that they connected with. So I totally believe that with him having the career that he had in radio and the type of connections that bring, hell yeah, he could become the president. That's like saying Oprah can't become the president.
Let me ask you something, big dog. What if it was Howard Stern versus Joe Rogan for president? Who you think would take it? I think Rogan would take it.
I think Rogan would take it because
let me ask both of y'all.
Howard Stern chose the wrong side.
Let me ask both of y'all something real quick, because I think this next election ain't gonna be a personality sort of thing among Americans. You know how we sort of pick the guy we like. I think the way they going with this unvaxxed versus vax argument, you're gonna instead of Democrat versus Republican, this next election gonna really be a vax president versus a non-vax president, and it's gonna boil down to how many Americans really with the prick and how many against it. And we about to decide the fate of the Inquisition, so to speak. In these, you know, y'all see where it's going,
yeah. And let me give you my synopsis. I think if it came down to that, I think the unvax side would win, because even people who have taken the vax that were pro-vax are changing their minds now because it's fucking them up and they're having a wake-up call, a rude awakening.
Yes, well, yeah, you're right. That is happening now. The fact that it took that they had to force the medical people to get it, and they the ones giving it. Yeah, shit. Hey,
Yo, I think
salutes to the panel.
I think when it comes to the vaccine, like my man said, I saw with him. I feel like that the people who the non-vax, I think they will win, bro, because that like if you think about it, like they're having things to where now they can't even really tell like why people getting it. Like some people got shot, they got it. Some people didn't get them, they got it. You know, some people who aren't around nobody who has it, they catch it. Some people who are around people who have it, they don't catch it. See, they can't even put a cap on, you know, what to say was is what. So like years down the line, yeah, I feel like the ones that's non-vax is gonna beat that all day long. Go ahead though.
Yeah, but who's to say that they would win when everything is like constructed and everything is on a stage, bro? I mean, if they put two candidates up there, I mean, who's to say that it's not two of their own, and they're just the unvaxxed one is supposed to
see, here's the thing. We know it's both controlled, but it's what they getting the people to vote for. So what's happening is they're embodying arguments inside of people. So they're they going out there saying it's basically the top people at the top would come out and sort of play mind games with the people, make them think they got a choice, but they don't. But I'm telling you that the whole game they playing with that is just to get the narrative swaying. And instead of them saying, look, if your ass ain't motherfucking jabbed up now, we finna pass these laws on you. Instead of coming out being that direct, they would say, look, y'all, vote for the one who's saying you gotta get the jab, or vote for the one who's saying you don't. Now the people will think, okay, we get a fair shot. We don't want the jab, but it's rigged. So they're gonna automatically pick the man that's saying, hey, you gotta get the jab, right? And then the people will be like, man, we lost. And guess what? They felt like, well, it was a fair game. We lost, so hey, man, that's it. But really, it wasn't fair. Versus them just coming out and saying, look, if you ain't getting the jab, goddammit, we finna force this on you. That'll be too dictatorship. Like they gotta make you think you had a choosing game and you just lost the game.
Exactly. So it's the illusion of choice, just like they've been doing for years. And no, that kind of makes me feel like, bro, like this is like it's on a whole other level than anything that we've ever seen, you know?
Hey, fellas, just so y'all aware though, we got to take it easy on the use of the V word because they do censor that word even in the comments in the chat. So people in the chat, beware of that. The C word, the C19 word, we got to be careful on using.
I already know. I'm gonna have to probably take this one down. But yeah,
I use the word slaps as code for the V word because you know that's what fiends do when they when they shoot up the dope. You know, they slap their arm. So it's slaps. But yeah, I just want to make that knowledge born, fellas on the panel especially, and people in the chat, because you know we tend to think that we could just say these things and they'll fly, and you know, and we'll slide and get away with it. But not YouTube is combing through everything, and they have individuals assigned to each channel specifically to flag and listen for shit like this. So you know, I just want to put that out there.
I want to give my perspective on why I think all this stuff is going on right now with the sickness and everything. And y'all just mentioned the presidential elections and whatnot. And the presidential election is going to be in 2024 around November. So that's like a month from 2025. And I had figured out some symbology. I think they got something planned for 2025. But if you look at the cross with Jesus on it, his body looked like a Y. And the cross look like a T. T is the 20th letter, and Y is the 25th letter. And I feel like they finna do something in 2025. Like we in Revelation time right now.
Well, here's the plan. Here was the plan, brother. The plan was to keep us under the lockdowns and the whole scamdemic situation until 2025. In 2025, they were going to pass the first federal law mandating the slaps for everybody, for children and all. And this knowledge became known when the World Economic Forum published a chart with all the variant names that they planned on releasing in the future. And the variant names went all the way up to 2025 because they had the variant name and then a media release date with the month and the year. And all the variants that we've been seeing so far are all listed on that chart, but they all came out 6 months earlier to the predicted or to the planned release date. So that 2025 thing does have some significance, but I think they already lost that round. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but that was based on the variants, the lockdowns, and the first federal slaps law to be put on the books. That could actually be enforceable, where police can arrest you for not having it.
Yo, would I be able to still find that information?
You talking about the chart?
Yeah.
You might be able to, but they scrub it off. You know how they put the censors over everything on Instagram and Facebook
Right.
and all that shit. But if you want it, I have a copy of it in my email. So if you want it, you can email me, or email Brother Sanchez, and I'll just send it to him, and he can forward it out to you guys, or he can publish it on his channel or whatever, on his community post or whatever. If you feel up to it, bro.
No
All right,
doubt.
bet. I'll do that. Thanks.
All right. And just so you guys know, if you I hate to do this, bro. I didn't want to put out, plug my channel on your shit like that. But
No, hell no. Do your thing.
my email, all my videos in the description box, I have my email address listed in there. So it's public information. You guys can find it and reach me, hit me up whenever.
Most definitely, man. Most definitely. I want you to plug it. And again, gonna be live at 10:30 tonight, right?
Yes, sir. 10:30 Eastern. 10:30 Eastern.
10:30 Eastern. Yeah, man. Salutes to everybody on the panel, man. Y'all brothers, go ahead. We can pass it around. I'm trying to fix the OBS shit. Y'all go ahead. Oh yeah, we had some more topics on the title, but those, Friday Fire, man, whatever the fuck y'all want to talk about, we ain't set on nothing, man.
I got a quick question real quick, bro. I never liked it taking shots as a little kid, but we been getting jabbed up. What makes this one so worse than the other ones? Oh, okay.
No, but salutes to my brother Aunt Mitch, though. I'm glad you are back, my brother. Salutes to you.
It's all good. Because where I'm at right now, man, they trying to force it on me, man. I'm like, man, I'm trying to wiggle away from it.
Yeah, you, man. It's told you it's finna come a time right now where either you're going off grid, because the price to be on grid is you got to be modified.
Yep.
Or you gotta be financially stable enough to where you don't need to depend on much of their system for your survival. Like you're not on a corporate plantation, you're not on government assistance. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to send your kids to public school because somebody's always home to homeschool them. Shit like that. I want to ask you about that, Brother Sanchez, since we're going to shift gears and all. I want to ask you about, because I hear you talk about, the capitalist system and and money and stuff. And it doesn't seem like you're too favorable when it comes to money. But my serious question for you was, if we live in a world that's governed essentially by by money, or money would be the key to gain access to the resources, what do you suggest people do to, or do you suggest people actually take a serious interest in improving their personal finances in order to improve their comfort in life so they can actually fight these battles effectively rather than spending their lives trying to survive? Or do you suggest that they, look at other options like living off grid, going back into nature, like really just being in the woods and shit? I don't.
Yeah. So
I'm not sure where you stand on that.
Yeah, so my thing is this. I'm glad you asked that, man. Let me also put my camera back on here. Yeah, so my thing is this. What's my beef with money, with capitalism, is this right here. I would encourage people, if you're in a capitalist system, to compete. Make money, make lots of it. But being in a capitalist system and being born a capitalist is like me being born in the middle of a crowd fight. It ain't that I want to fight. Now, if I want to make it up out of there, I might have to do some punching just to get out of there. That's how I look at, if ultimately your goal in life is to live heaven on earth, paradise, right? If you think about it, when you take a vacation, it's very simple shit that's giving you bliss. You drinking fucking like alcoholic beverages with coconut or strawberry, but that's easy to make. You can make that in there. If you think about this, everything we enjoy when we get away from the city and stuff, that's very, so hold up, just check this out what I'm saying. If your goal is the pursuit of happiness, the trick is to become a capitalist, because a capitalist will never be happy. They'll keep stacking shit up on this monopoly board, and they'll ultimately lose it all, and they'll never really find happiness, in my opinion. What I'm finding out the more I live in this American system is that the happiness we see in our mind, it's a very slim chance you'll achieve it if you live your entire life as a capitalist. I'm finding out that playing the game is what it's what take away our quality of life. We saying being in the rat race, right? So what I say is like, is another way. I think we gotta, what we gotta do is like stack our money up, be strategic. We born in a capitalist system. We gotta play the game. Like I said, if you born on a war ground, you gotta fight whether you like it or not. But are you fighting for the same reason of everybody else on the war ground, or is you being selfish like I'm telling you you should be, and you just fighting your way up off the battleground and you'll let them niggas go at it? That's how you should be thinking, because that's literally the definition of pursuit of happiness. You'll never pursue happiness if you born in that fight. You really don't want to fight, but you fight all your life. And that's the everyday person. I think at some point you got to stack up. What happened is we try to pursue happiness with items. We're consumers. And really you should be saving up all your money, and that right there would allow you to have some kind of independence and I think the answer is going off grid, because the average person, when they take a vacation, what's some of the places they want to really go if they can afford it? Tropical islands and shit, right? Who wouldn't want to go to Fiji? These are sort of off-grid type of lifestyles, believe it or not. The shit you would do on a normal vacation, cooking outside, on the beach, eating fruits, whatever the fuck it is, it's the shit that you pursue for happiness, right? You can have that every day, is what I'm saying. And I think we sell ourselves. Think about this. What if your parents was thinking like I'm thinking? And what if when you was born into this world, it was in some far away, like your pops and moms got their own acres for miles, like some heaven, nigga. They gotta teach you about the city. Like, yeah, son, me and your mama come from cities. What's that, daddy? Your son is like born in this natural abode that you've been. Your son would literally be the Agarthians that we speak of. The people who knew no innocent-minded to death. Like a child growing up like that, when you see how we had to be street-minded, we had to kind of be barbaric. A child wouldn't have to do that in that setting. They will really return back to these innocent, all the way to they old teenagers. This innocence will be there because they weren't born. They don't know that kind of world of the capitalism. So you can go and recreate heaven on your own, is what I'm saying. You can raise a whole different mindset of humans out there who don't even know shit about, and you can, when you teach it to them, it'll be like teaching them about another world or some shit, you know. But yeah, I'm blabbering on, but that's kind of like, it boils down to your idea of what happiness is, if it's all about the pursuit of happiness. But yeah.
So Sanchez, where do you consider off the grid? Off the grid.
Off the grid literally means off the titty of Babylon. Meaning my granddaddy got land in Alabama, right? As I get old and I stack my money up, I'm gonna go ahead and build on that land, and everything I do on that land will be independent of the city, the county, and all that shit. I got natural water that I can filter and even drink for myself, and I'm thinking about having my own bottled water company here soon. So that right there, and then powering it myself. Powering is the independent. That right there is a nation within a nation right there. So my thing is this, like off grid to me, meaning if everybody in the city power go out, that don't got nothing to do with me. If everybody in the city having a food famine, I got a lake on my land. I got pecan tree, all kind of shit growing there. That ain't got nothing to do with me. See, the people experience these apocalyptic scenarios because they are citizens who are relying on a system to give them their resources. And the people that don't independently harvest their own resources are in a bad position, buddy. I'm talking about so much so that they can use that as a form of population control to exterminate entire regions with drought, famine, and people will just sit up there and die because they don't know how to toil the land. They haven't developed independency. That's what I'm saying. Going off of all that, I don't need a supermarket. I don't need none of that. If you can live independent without all of that stuff, you're off grid. Go ahead, but my brother, you got it.
So can you live off grid within the grid? Is that what you're saying?
Hell yeah, you can live off grid within a grid, and you can live off grid outside of the grid. Now my thing is this right here though. Living off grid, if you got land inside of a city limits. Now that private property ain't even part of the city. In Alabama, they had something called a freaknik. A lot of you heard of this shit. It was on private property. Niggas selling weed, niggas getting shot, all you name it, the prostitution. It was fucking crazy. Right? Now check this out. The police couldn't go in there and do nothing at all because they couldn't step foot on that private property, even they know crimes being committed. To me, I always said as a little boy, that's some fucking power. I want me some land when I grow up.
That's why the feds attacked Waco. That's what David Koresh was doing down in Waco. Same thing.
Now, I ain't saying I want to do that on my land. I'm just saying,
No, I'm saying that's the power that comes with it. There's so much power that it threatens the powers that be. And that's why they lashed out on Waco, Texas.
I wanted to say real quick, bro, Sanchez, you touched on it. Like, I'm in a small town in Georgia. Its population probably less than 10,000. A lot of the things that's being enforced in the bigger cities ain't being enforced down here. And then I wanted to touch on, like, our people was taught religion and all the other bullshit instead of business. You need to learn how to incorporate yourself in your family and become a business. And if you're good at massaging, start massaging. If you're good at cooking, start cooking and incorporate your family and yourself in a business manner instead of a worker capacity. Y'all got it. But we need to learn more business. That's what you were, the answer to the question was earlier.
I have a question about off-grid. If the United States Army wants to go anywhere on this land, what is stopping them? And especially people who is off the grid, what weapons do they have to stop the Army from, intruding?
So here's my thing right here. And my whole plan is this. I want me a hell of a lot of acres. Meaning, nigga, you gotta walk for 5 miles before you even start seeing the fucking houses or anything. Like I own all these acres of land, but I'm in the middle of it, surrounded by nothing but woods. Now listen, it's so many trails in those woods. If you don't know them, you can really fuck yourself up. See, this is what I'm talking about. I want enough land to where I can set up a 360 perimeter around my central living area. And then I have forts surrounding that I can live in. Niggas got ATVs, motherfucking choppers, all that shit, artillery. Guess what? I ain't just out there doing nothing. I'm building an army out there too. We got gun ranges out there. We ready. Check this out, right? Now, you may say, it ain't enough for y'all to go against the National Guard, to do this, do that, do this. Well, my thing is, do you just turn your ass over and hand it over? See, if I got land and I feel like you coming upon it unjustifiably or whatever, you kind of trying to just bully me or some shit, man, that's a matter of, are you willing to die for your land? The reason we lost our land the first time is we weren't willing to die for it. It ain't a matter of am I gonna win or not. I remember in the South coming up, we would walk through the woods as little boys, and you'll stumble across private property. It'll say no trespassing, violators will be shot. And guess what my brother, uncle, and all them always said? Never, ever play with that. Never think that's a game. My uncle would tell you, these white folks see y'all black asses walking on their property, they not gonna ask no questions. And he told us, I don't blame them. You gotta respect these signs. You see what I'm saying? See, that sign right there meant a lot to a young teenager. Private property violators will be shot. Because we know you couldn't do nothing about it. They ain't going to jail. You shouldn't have went on the land. Now, that may seem fucked up, but guess what? Coming up, that law right there will protect you if you're a fucking landowner, though. And you just so happen to have to, you know what I'm saying? So my thing is, man, it's a lot of benefits to it. And I think we talk ourselves out of it sometimes, thinking about, well, what if the Army or the National Guard, like, I don't know if that's going that.
I was gonna answer the brother by saying this is where some level of political involvement comes in, because if they know that you understand their system and how the system works, according to the Constitution, they don't have the authority to encroach on your private property because of your private property rights. But if they know that you're not involved in the system and there's no way that you would possibly know that, a show of force would be all it would take to get you to surrender. But if you know that they're in violation of the law when they do show that force to try to take your land and you're willing to die for it, well, now they got some things to consider. You know what I'm saying? And this is why a Waco style attack hasn't happened since then. The next time they tried, I think it was 2014 or 15, I'm not sure, but Cliven, this guy in Nevada named Cliven Bundy had a ranch and he used to graze his cattle on the public lands out there. And the Bureau of Land Management, whose acronym happens to be BLM, ironically, they decided that they were going to seize his land, and they even arrested him and his sons, and they tried to basically force everybody off the land, and the militias showed up with weapons and cameras, and they got them to back down, and now they've left them alone, essentially. They try to come after his sons legally, trying to charge him with federal crimes and whatnot, but their cases got dropped. You know what I mean? So there has been times where people have tried to, the government has encroached on people's land to a Waco level style attack, and we're back down because the law that because remember, it's a Freemasonic country and they play by rules, but their advantage over us is we don't know the rules. So if we know the rules, there are rules that also govern them too. And in invoking those rules, they have no choice but to back down. And the more they push is the worse position they'll put themselves in.
And I know a lot of I just peeked at the chat. I saw a sister made a good point. She says God's land, and I agree with that sister. But I'm playing by I got this carve out. Think about it now. The sister right, it's God's land. So why do these people get to tell me what to do on it? That's why I said if they've established a territory of jurisdiction where they can enforce their policies on you, I would like to establish my own little zone to make my own sort of rules in that. And if you can do that, I say take advantage of it, whether it's God's land or the devil's land, because check this out, right? When you say it's God's land, the people in power agree with you and they just say, hey, I'm God. I'm God. I'm God. You're right. It's God's land and I'm God, which is why they go around colonizing the place.
And to think and to look at it
real quick.
I'll just say this and I'll pass it to you, OG. My bad, man. I don't want to lose.
Go ahead, my bro.
When the sister said it's God's land, that's more of an abstract thought because nobody really knows who God is or what God is, which lends to Brother Sanchez that anybody can claim to be God and claim the land. But if we look at it from a realistic standpoint, the government people, they get to claim whatever land they get to claim. And if they get to claim land on this God's earth, then I get to claim land on this God's earth because I'm a living, breathing man just like they are.
Hey, so citizen man, real quick. It's called eminent domain. It ain't God's land. It's called eminent domain. Look up eminent domain. That's what it is. And that's what they rule over us with. Eminent domain. Look it up.
I know all about it. I know all about that.
Yeah, man. Not you, brother. I'm talking about, go ahead.
Salutes to everybody on the panel, though. Any of you other brothers want to build, anybody can interject at any time. This is Casual Friday 5. Becky, hit me. This is how we want to do it.
Yeah, I just wanted to interlude real quick. Basically, it was talking about when you were talking about how they doing, man. Basically, man, like it's man. Basically, man, it's just like social engineering, bro. It's like everything is set up that way, system of failure when it comes to the way people think, what they feeling like.
Your audio a little. The audio a little.
Oh, all right, hold on. Okay, hold on, I got you. Hold on.
What's good? No Large Supernova. Who else? Uno, what's good? Yeah, man. Eric Deep, what's good, brother? Just speaking to some of y'all. I'm gonna drop the link to the chat in case somebody else want to come with anything. You know what I'm saying? It is Friday 5. A lot of people been having smoke for me, but
can y'all hear me?
They ain't gonna come up. Yeah, we can hear you, my brother. Salutes.
Yeah, much love, everybody.
Much love to you guys. What up, everybody? One piece of the puzzle I think we don't talk about a lot is this Project Bluebeam shit. I think we're missing out on the fact that they still have to implement a visual tool, but like how they say in Armageddon, like and all this stuff that's gonna be going on. I think that we need to really go ahead.
No, you continue. I want you to. Yeah, you got it.
I feel like we're missing. We don't talk about that like we used to. Like now that we have all this other information, we forget about what we already knew. But go ahead, bro.
No, you spot on, man. Project Bluebeam turned into, okay, we got the knowledge of the technology, and then everybody just sat back and said, now we're going to wait for them to implement it. And you really didn't hear too much more content on it. But when they implement it, it'll probably be too late to talk about it. I see what you're saying. Just think about this. What I think about Project Bluebeam is if they spray the place up with nano dust, synthetic robotic cells that can be remotely controlled, they can just say they do make every knee bow, make every tongue confess. How would they explain that happening, right? They would probably, Bluebeam would come in with these gods in the sky, and even people who were teaching about the Council of Nicaea, people who were like, ain't no way Christ real. People like us, even people like us who don't know about this nanotech, all of this shit, they just know like, okay, the religion's fake. They will even come back to be believers again. They'll be like, yo, nigga, Christ came, goddammit, every knee bowed. You know, these just say they don't know about it. We deep into the rabbit hole for real with this whole nano talk, and like folks, you go too deep for
AI
folks,
and
right? Yeah.
VR and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because they implementing all this VR now. Like, to be honest, I have an Oculus Quest, and like once you in that thing, man, it's like you really don't want to leave, because it's like you can do so much that you'll get lost. So I can see like why they'll do this and why people would want to, you know, choose to go to that side and live their life out eternally forever inside the system, because you can do whatever you want, but at the end of the day, you're losing a piece of yourself. So yeah, I just wanted to bring it up. And also, bro, I'm gonna fall back after this because I'm at work. I'm doing security. So really supposed to be watching motherfuckers. But anyway, Suave Boss, right? He won't smoke with you on this flat earth. Like, cause he really, his main argument is really like how water droplet curves can prove that the earth is round. And how the water sticks to it. Man, bro, it's crazy. But
so when was his most recent? When was his? When did he?
When did he? Yesterday.
Okay, so he went live on the Argument League.
Yeah, no, yeah, yup. And he for like a week or two now, he's been popping up here and there with different debates about the flat earth, but ain't too many people really approached him on it. But he said he smoked you, bro. I'm just coming. He said, let you know, like he want the smoke, bro.
when you debate anybody, they gonna never say that they lost. So I respect that. And you know what I would say to Suave Boss, man, he's a very respectful debater. You know what I'm saying? The brother respectful and all that. I definitely go on his show and shit like that. You know, it's fair and all like that. So, but yeah, man, it's just a matter of me reaching out to the brother.
Hey, bro, he lost that debate. He lost that debate.
He
man.
know he did.
He lost that shit.
Suave. When he said, I'm like, how did bro?
Still believing in that bullshit they believing in. Come on.
Yeah.
For real. My bad, y'all.
If you trying to prove the globe with a water droplet, it's gonna be hard, because the water droplet is not a 3D sphere when it's dropping. It's a pear shape, like Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
How about this one? The ocean is more than a drop of water. Come on now.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy. Then they show the one Citizen Man where they show the droplet of water on like a leaf, and they say, "Look, it's curving." Well, look, the bottom, but look, the bottom flat, and it's the flat Earth shape, the dome now with the flat bottom now.
They don't realize after arguments actually prove our point.
That's crazy, man.
That's why I'm just hoping you go I don't know, get another round with this man, bro, so he can convert. I don't like arguing or try to prove my point with this flat earth before debating anyone. I know what I know, and it's like I'm gonna leave it at that. Y'all stay where y'all at. I'm gonna stay with my tribe. You feel my people. That's how I look at it. But I just want to bring that to you, bro. I'm gonna fall back.
No doubt. Let me read some earlier. I'll be peeking at the chat, writing stuff down. Yo, if anybody on the chat want to join, okay, let me admit guys on the panel. All right, so we got Pro Black and OL joining. It took me a minute to look at my back room. I thought I had it up. Let me put the link out there. If you want to join, click the link right now while I'm looking at it, and I'm going to accept you onto the call. Y'all ready to get
interesting. I got something interesting that's another good conversation starter if you want to look it up. There's an article floating around that says NASA enlists 24 theologians to help them understand how people would react to an alien discovery or something like that.
That's
so
gonna,
NASA,
you know what? I'm gonna tell you right now. That what you just that right there is, I'm gonna make that a whole presentation on my big channel, and I'm gonna fucking, bro.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, I'm talking about. I'm gonna be there a minute.
Because I touched on it a little, but yeah, you got the goods on that shit.
Hey, that is heavy right there. My bad. Yeah, go ahead, drop.
If you look up a drone show, you can see how they can fake an alien attack, right? They do these drone light shows, right? They be making worlds and everything in the sky, right? It's sort of like fireworks, but it's drones. So now, cool, they can put missiles and shit on these drones and form them in a way where it's an alien attack and just start shooting at the people. And the dumb people, the sheeple, would be like, it's aliens. Well, really, it's the government doing it. And they trying to
yeah, man, that's what we've been telling them, man. They can fucking annihilate everybody with the blue beam shit. Folks will be like aliens attacking us. Hey, to the people that's joining, y'all hold up 1 second. We about to get y'all in. We got almost a full panel now.
Yeah, I had a quick question, Brother Sanchez, about the
Bryce.
flat Earth.
All right, what's good, man? Well, welcome back.
Oh yeah, I heard you mentioning
all of y'all.
Yeah. I heard y'all mentioning flat Earth. You subscribe to the you ever heard like a Christian theory that is, some people say flat Earth is based on some Christianity thing where they kind of some white people shit.
See, that's now y'all see why Flat Power community was created, so I can separate my motherfucking self from the Christian flat Earth thing.
Because it's like a white Christianity flat Earth theory.
Yeah, but
heard of that?
We heard of it, but that's not us though. That's over there.
Okay, I mean, you mentioned the topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro goes over all the ancient cosmologies from all the different peoples all around the world and shows how they're similar. But the Christian flat earthers focus on the Hebrew ancient cosmology, which is what do you call it, bro? Yahweh's terrarium with the dome.
See,
on our side of things, at least for me, I look at it as it could either be a flat infinite plane with another flat infinite plane above it, which appears to be the sky from down here, or it could be a flat plane with some sort of energy field or something around us, which we see as a sky. But as far as the glass dome thing, I don't necessarily subscribe to that either.
And see, and that's the major two differences that separate this community from the what I call the controlled mainstream flat Earth community over there, because they teach that because flat Earth is in the Bible, that makes the Bible true. It proves the Bible is the word of God. It proves Jesus real. Now look, they saying the Earth is flat in there, and what we teach is that, hey man, what we teach is that it don't prove none of that. What it proves is that the people who wrote the Bible just knew the Earth was flat. They just saw. They just knew
on my thing, and you listen to it on yours.
What? Say what, Narco? Oh, is he talking to us? Oh, let me mute him up. My bad.
Well, Sanchez, I got a question.
Yeah, and then one more thing. Another thing that separates us from them is that they took away the vault of heaven. Citizen Man said that they focus more on the Hebrew cosmos, but they modified the Hebrew cosmos. And what all of them using is Rob Skiba's interpretation of the Hebrew cosmos, where they actually removed the fucking vault of heaven and got a glass dome. And when I saw that, I said, no, man, I got to expose this shit, you know, like, because now what happened is people say, well, what's recycling all the elements? What's doing this? Now you took off a vital part that would explain how infinity is perpetuated, how things are constantly renewed. They don't want to point to the source of the renewer because they want to make that Christ. That's why I said these guys are agents, man. Because if you put the vault of heaven in there, that's the renewer. That's the source. That's the one that said all things become new again through me. So they intentionally removed that and got these people still saying, yeah, the earth is flat and Jesus is like this. You just replace that with Jesus, and like I said, like you stick, it's deception because they said flat earth is about proven beliefs. That's what they said. They said flat earth is about facts, field research, and we're leaving beliefs out of it, but yet they foundating it all on back to Christ. So that's why I said, man, these folks was doing big church services, sort of creating like a flat earth religious movement with the Bible and flat earth, and they were really, Christianizing this thing with Rob Skiba. He didn't like me,
Well, Sanchez, I want to know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you got it.
I want to know what was the difference between when in ancient times when Saturn was the sun, correct? Wasn't Saturn the sun that they worship? That's where they get Saturnalia from. Because they used to see in the sky long time ago, excuse me, different stuff than what we see today in the sky.
Saturn, the reason they had Saturn is because they were flat earthers. And if you ever look at a flat earth ring map, it got a bunch of rings. So they personified that as a god called Saturn. Each of these rings is a world. Like, I'm gonna show y'all something. You mind if I answer you with a screen share real quick? We can bounce past the mic back and forth. All right, let me pull this up while you build, and then I'm gonna screen share real quick. So I'll show you what happened right here. The concept of Saturn, the Lord of the Rings. Like I said, the gods replaced the goddesses. So we put rings on women's finger today. Think about that. I want y'all to just think about that. The only other people in the world we put rings on their finger is Super Bowl champions, Olympians, not Olympians, but only a few people recognize people get rings. And what I'm saying is like the woman was the one. We finna get into it. Here's Saturn right here. Why? Back in the day, Saturn was their god. We finna show it now. It's because back in the day, let me show this to the people on the end. Back in the day, people knew the truth. We just said those old Christians knew the earth was flat. And they personified the flat earth as a god called Saturn. And you can see why if you look at this image. So that's gonna answer you for me to be short so I don't hog the mic. Go ahead.
So my question is now, because if it was Saturn that was there and our current sun wasn't there apparently, then what was the difference between the two? And wouldn't then, okay, yeah. Like, what was the difference between then and what we're seeing now, and what frequencies is it giving off that you believe?
The differences are a simple matter of sacred geometry and trickery, imagery, trickery, symbolism, and trickery. And I'm about to show you that now, because when I show you, I'm gonna maintain my same answer. All right, even though you asked the question, but I'm gonna answer you in a different way with the Saturn question. And this will help you get closer here. Now, I want you to take a look at this. Hold on, why is it cutting my piece of it out? There we go, let's blow that up. Can you see this, my brother?
Yeah.
Saturn is nothing but some call the ripple effect. And the question you asking me is, what? Saturn used to be at the middle of it all, but then our sun replaced Saturn, and you're trying to ask me, how did that play out in the heavens, though?
Yes, sir.
It didn't play out in the heavens. It played out in theology and the Bible. And I'm about to show you right now. You see what I'm saying? So look, On the left is what everybody knew of as the flat earth truth. On the right is what they turned the truth into. So the truth that you see on the left became a little planet floating around one of these. Now do you see what happened? So they took away this flat earth concept that I'm showing you right here, and they replaced it with the solar system right here. And they said that each of the, if you look at what I'm showing you, my brother, each of these rings would be another plane. And they saying each of them would be another planet, balled up that you living on. And it ain't a ball, it's a ring. It's rings. You see what I'm saying? This is how they balled everything up, because the flat earth is right here on the left. And you can see how they flipped that inside out with the shit on the right. The truth is that on the left is explained with holography. It's a simulation and a universe made of light, which is why the Big Bang start with light and let there be light. But them dummies said that the light turned into physical matter. That turned into something called quantum science. Atoms had to explain how light can turn into wood and bricks. And to this day, it's not a fact, it's just a theory, because we don't see light turning into wood and bricks. The only way you can explain that is if we're living in a holographic reality that's made of light, and the wood and bricks are just light, and we don't see it as light because we're inside of the simulation. And I talk about that all the time when I pull up the pictures of the holographic city. Have you seen those before?
I have.
All right, cool. So the questions about Saturn is right here. Saturn used to be at the center of it all, because back in the day, the ancient Hebrew had the truth, which is this right here. And at the middle of this, it wasn't the sun. It was a god that they had called Saturn, which became Santa, the god of the North Pole. So in the middle of this ripple effect would have been their god Saturn, and the sun wouldn't have been at the middle. The suns would have been all around this shit like you see here. It would have been several suns. You see, but they changed that and they replaced the god Saturn or Santa, the god of the North Pole right here. They replaced that god with this. Hold on. With this. So they back in the day, the Hebrews had the flat earth, and in the middle of it was the god Saturn. Like you said, Saturn used to be at the center, but they removed the god Saturn and they came with this and replaced them with the new God, Christ, Jesus, which is the Son. And this is why December 25th, it ain't got nothing to do with Jesus. It's got everything to do with Saturn, right? Because it's Santa and not Christ that we are giving respects to on the 25th. It's all about Santa or Saturn. So that's because Christmas, they never changed the deity of it to Christ. They only changed that in the fucking cosmology. They changed Santa or Saturn to the sun, but they still kept the holiday with Santa. That's the confusion. But yeah, go ahead. I'll stop. Yeah, you got it.
So when our sun came into play, was like they have other suns. Is our sun a planet, or is it an artificial source then that replaced Saturn?
It's a light. It's a light. And a light ain't physical. It's simply a luminary, just like the moon. Even if see, there you go. You want to go with the Bible thing, greater light, lesser light.
Hey, but look, when you look at Saturn, right, and you call it the ripple effect, right? That's nothing but the 666 symbol you hold up with your hands, right? The all-seeing eye, right? So now when you deal with Saturn, you understand the fallen angel. You're dealing with you are Satan. Once you break the word down, Saturn, you take the U and the R and you put it in the front. So you are Satan, right? That's the fallen angel. That's the one that fell to this earth, claim, pro, unclaim, or whatever, right? So cool. Once you understand that, then you understand why they gave you this fake planet called Saturn. Most people will be like, well, I can see it in my telescope. You can see anything in the telescope and make anything out of it. The truth is, the reason why they called it Saturn is because you are Satan. That was the first son that fallen. That's why Saturn got the first son. All right, cool. Now, once it failed, they had to bring the coming of Christ, which is the other son, the son we seeing right now that's been smack dead in the middle of us. This is the global warming effect. They know that sun getting closer. But cool, y'all go ahead. I ain't gonna go there.
Hey, yeah, let me tap in real quick.
Drop went too deep for me on that one, but salute to my brother. Y'all go
Salute,
ahead.
Drop. Hey, yo, so okay, let me just touch in back where y'all was at with the ripple effect. So when you look at what Saturn, what a ripple effect is, if you in a pool, that ripple effect is gonna continue across that flat surface for as long as it extends. And that's why what you're looking at when you see that Saturn image, it's not that Saturn used to be our sun. Saturn represents, it's a symbolic form of representing an extended plane, or that ripple effect also represents an extended plane. For the same reason, like if you, like with the Vishnu symbolism, you see the one dude in the middle, that's the drop. And all of those Vishnus around him extending out of him are just showing you the extension, but it's all, it's a different form of just showing you that ripple effect. But
right.
You can't do, you wouldn't have a ripple effect unless it was a flat.
Yeah,
exactly.
So my thing.
Before you say that, bro, go back to the last picture and you got the mic. I swear to God, I want to make sense out of this. Go back to the last picture you had up, right? All right, now throw up the 666, you know, the OK sign, right? You see how the 3 rings is your 3 fingers and the circle is right in the middle? That's why the 666 is the ripple effect. But go ahead, you got it.
The rip, but listen, man, the whole Saturn thing, though, is simple, y'all. They said Saturn used to be at the center. And only thing I'm telling y'all is why that's so. The planet Saturn was never at the center of the solar system. The god Saturn was. So let me show you what I mean by that. The people who had the cosmology that was saying Saturn was at the middle of the shit, they were the Hebrews. And I show y'all their fucking cosmology all the time. Let's go to it. Saturn used to be at the center of it all. I'm going to show it to you. Right here, the throne of God. This was the ancient people who had that cosmology that said Saturn was at the middle, used to be at the middle of it. Now y'all see why they said this God who sit in his throne was called Santa or Saturn. That's why Santa ride through the sky in a chariot, because of this throne in the heavens, in the middle at the North Pole. Y'all feeling me with this?
Mm-hmm. And notice the ripple effect for all watching.
And this why this was the Lord of the Rings, because look below him is all the worlds. See here?
So Sanchez, you can still get that ripple effect today, because I just saw it the other day, and I had a little leak in the apartment, and I had seen where the water was dripping, and it was forming this ripple. So does Saturn control the planes or the ripple effect? Or
Listen. Every ripple effect is just what the words say. It's an effect. But in the universe, there's 2 sides of that, and we call it cause and effect. So if there's an effect, we need to find the cause. Now take a look at this image. The ripple effect is the worlds that's created down here. But where's the cause? See, the cause is a singularity. That's represented by the throne of God. God is the cause of everything below. If for any ripple effect, the rock that was dropped in the water is the cause of it, which is why God was said to be a rock. You know, and Jesus was on the cross because that rock, Mercator's map, right? Let's look at it, is on the cross right here. And then when you personify that rock as a god, that god now wears a crown of thorns. You know why? There's a spiky mountain range around this thing. See it? And his head is on the cross. Boom, and he's the rock. This is all what caused the ripple. All of our compasses is pointing to that rock right now. So
and that mountain, real simple. I'm sorry, but I gotta ask you this. I've been wanting to ask you this for a while now. The rock, right? Is it Mount Meru that you're speaking of?
There you go.
And where is Mount Meru located?
And that's exactly what we're calling the North Pole.
I mean, but it's like if you look up the actual images and the location of Mount Meru, I believe it's in Tanzania.
Well, exactly. They want to throw you off. Let me show you what they doing, brother. If you pull up Tesla today, it's gonna take you to Elon Musk and not Nikola Tesla. If you pull up Mount Meru today, they want to misdirect you. So now people looking for Mount Meru ain't gonna find the real Mount Meru. So my thing is this right here, right? The people who gave you your modern maps, this shit here predates them. And we know they lied to us. We call it the Great Map Deception. Mercator wasn't lying to us. Mercator even saying what I'm saying, that the pygmy land right here. I'm going back to maps of the North Pole, back in the day where these map makers wouldn't lie to people. Right? Because back in the day during the exploration age, lying on a map could cost you your career if you did it one time, because you playing with people's lives. You can get them lost at sea if you don't know what you talking about and you making maps. Mercator was one of the most trusted map makers of his time. People put their life on the line with his maps. They said you can take it to the bank, buddy, that he ain't lying about what's on his map. And look, this is Mercator's image of the North Pole. Now, if you look at the modern day map, let's go to Google like you go to Google and you would put in Mount Meru and it'll mislead your ass. Just like if I go to Google today and I type in North Pole, look what I'm gonna get. Look what I'm gonna get. Bullshit. Look at this deception. They just deleted everything Mercator said was there. So our compasses just point at nothing right there. Like either Mercator line or they line, y'all. And I think they line with, quite frankly, which is why they won't. Yeah, so there we go.
So that means that we don't have no God in this world. This world doesn't have a God.
Hey, salutes my brother Citizen, man. Much respect.
Yeah, man. Shout out to you, bro. And I appreciate you sharing these maps, man, because this Mercator's map has been real handy for me, man. Thank you.
No doubt.
Peace to everybody on the panel.
Hey, one time, bro, Sanchez, I just want to say I appreciate you once again, man. Everybody, peace to the channel, peace to the panel, the chat, man. I appreciate everybody. Love. I gotta go work, driving trucks and shit. So yeah, man, I just wanted to pop in for a while and listen up and suck up some of that knowledge, some of that fruit. So I appreciate everybody for their input and the knowledge, man. And God bless everybody. Be safe, man. Thank you. Thank you, bro.
So Sanchez, who's the God of this world? If in that time it was Saturn, the God that they personified.
And hold on.
Okay.
Hey, salutes to you, pro-black. I'm coming to you next, my brother. Go ahead. You got
who is the God of this world, brother? Of this sun?
I don't understand.
Jesus. Is it Jesus? Okay, Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah, there you go. If you want to, Yeah, I teach about that a lot too, how Christ and Satan are one and the same. Everybody in the world are basically worshiping this one God. But
I
yeah.
think he's saying. I think he's asking, bro. Like since you're saying like Mount Meru, like the rock is basically creating this world for us. He's basically asking, so there's no God of this world realm, right?
No. So when you start studying flat earth, and I'll pull this back up real quick for you. What Mercator said is happening right here is a black hole. It's a black hole. Let me show you what's happening. The people who made this map, they believed in a holographic universe. And they ain't have to believe in it because when they went to the North Pole, the fact that we live in a simulation, it was proven because the generator to the simulation is where the compasses is pointing to. Y'all, this is where we get the Santa Claus hat from when we talk about Mount Meru. Our world is in a center. Hold on, let me try to blow it. It's right here. It's splitting this bubble, you know? And so part of this mountain is sticking into our world. It got the dot on it. That's the Santa Claus hat. But that's neither here nor there. Let's talk about what's happening there, though, because that dot you see in the middle is Polaris. This is what Mercator was showing on his map, y'all. Mercator was saying that our universe ain't physical. It's holographic. It's made of light. And I'm about to show you something real quick. This is what the flower of life means. It's our universe. What we're looking at is a electromagnetic energy field. And there's light. There's LED lights on the edge of this rim. And there's a magnetic patented ferrofluid inside of this lens. And when you cut the lights on and you put a magnet in the middle, you can actually now see the electromagnetic energy field. So we're looking at a torus field here from a top-down view. Let me show you what we're looking at, y'all. Because a lot of people, they don't. This is deep, and a lot of us, we're advanced, and this could go over people's heads. So wait a minute.
It look like a butt, Sanchez.
Hold on a second. Let's just let me. Hold on a second. So check this out. Here's what we live inside of, according to the Hebrew, according to Mercator and all that. This is what we live inside of. This means our physical world ain't physical. It's just an illusion. We're in a light holographic simulation. They said we can prove that when we go to the North Pole because we will see physicality break down and turn into light. And this don't happen nowhere else in the universe. So earlier I told y'all, where can we find light manifesting into wood, water, and all that? The only place you can find it is right here. So this would be like you going to look at a projection machine. And right, that projection machine is putting a picture on a wall of trees, water, people, babies. And the people inside of that light projection would say, where's the source that's creating our world? If they can walk outside of the light matrix and go and see the projection machine, they will have to leave their dimension. I don't know if y'all stay muted a minute, I'm finna go deep and show you what I mean. I'm gonna go deep and show you what I mean. If the people inside of this light matrix that we call a projected world, we live in a light matrix, meaning we are the fucking characters of a projected light movie that's playing out, just like we see here. When these beings in this projected universe become conscious that they're projected, they start to look out of this little box. And that's what we've been doing. We've been looking up at the sky, asking questions. What that's going to do is lead us out of the light box matrix. See, when these people go to climbing out of this portal, that's called a stargate. That's what we opening up with the technology today. Now, the people that's being projected in their universe here will climb out of here and they will be in a whole nother dimension. They will be in the room now looking at the machine that was creating their whole fucking universe. So that's what we doing now when what we about to be interdimensional here in the near future. We're opening that portal back up. So that's what I'm telling you about. What we're looking at in Mercator, that's what I'm saying. Here's our projected universe right here, flower of life. This is what I'm showing you on Mercator's map. You see these little black lines that's going all out? That's the magnetic ley lines. That's showing you the skeletal frame of our whole physical world. In other words, that's the cage we in. And that creates the time zones as well. That's the light matrix. You can't ignore these little black lines that's coming from the black rupus nigra right here. Can y'all see them? Y'all, can everybody else see them? We got you, Eric.
Yeah, we see them.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because them little black lines right there, those are called spokes. And the word spoke is what you do when you speak. And guess what? The rock is speaking. And the rock that speak is the one that said, let there be light, and projected the whole physical universe outward from it. The spokes are the different degrees in the 360 that create the light matrix we enclosed in. This became the theory of the Big Bang, y'all. But it's some science behind this, and this is it right here. Because the one speaking is this black hole in the middle. That's the magnet, y'all. That's the magnet right there. So the magnet has a black hole in the middle, and it's creating an electromagnetic energy field of light, recycling the light through the black hole, because the light can't be still. The light must remain in motion. Once you cut a flashlight on, it's going to project a constant motion until the batteries run out. Light ain't still. Light runs once you light is like a interdimensional water. And the way you look at a flashlight is like a hose pipe for real. When you cut the flashlight on, you just unleashing the light. Think of a hose pipe. And when you don't need the light, you cut the hose pipe off and you close it up and tighten it up. And now the light, you didn't turn the light off. The light can't be turned off. The light is the most powerful thing in the universe. Ain't no such thing as turning it off. All the apparatuses that we use that would allow us to project light, even the shit that's lighting up your room right now, when you turn the switch off, you never turned the light off. That electricity is still flowing. Your light switch is more like a fucking spigot that's allowing you to unleash the light that never can be turned off. You can just allow it to pour into your world when you open it up, and close the damn thing when you tired of it pouring into there now. When you cut the light on in your room, the light fills up your room like water would fill up an aquarium. And guess what? Depending on the pressure of the water, depending on the light's luminosity. So if you got a damn light, it won't fill up your room like that. Part of your corners will be dark as hell. You get a bright light now, it'll fill up the room. That's a hose pipe right there that's high pressure. Light is like water to the ancestors. And we see that when you put a magnet around it, because light now becomes a waterfall. And we see the light now, which wants to be, the light want to shine in a straight line. But when you put a magnet in the middle of this thing, it intercepts the light, because light can't escape a black hole. So all of these little LED lights around the edge, they would just shine like the light doing in your room right now. But since a magnet is there, the magnet orders the light. So our ancestors said that the magnet was Ma'at, the one that brings the orders to the waters. It's order and chaos. This magnet in the middle represents the one that's bringing order to the light. So if I move that magnet from the middle of this, you won't even see that beautiful pattern. It'll just be abstract light. It'll just be light. You know how like your light shining in your room right now, it ain't making no pattern. So what's making the pattern is the magnetic energy field, not the light. The light is like when the energy field put clothes on. You can't see that energy field, it's invisible. But with this technology here, we can sort of clothe the invisible man in light, and this allow us to see what the ancients call the flower of life. And this is technology that was just introduced in our time. This stuff ain't even a decade old yet, for real. And for the first time, we can see an electromagnetic energy field in our time. So here, the ancestors said a source of this light projected universe is the dark hole at the middle. And they personified that as a goddess with her vagina open, giving birth to the light simulation. And they turned that goddess into gods, and now they giving birth. But if you look at the electromagnetic human field, right, it's the same as the Earth's. So the Earth is just like us. Boom, you know, this is the crown of thorns that was on top of Jesus' head. So there you go. Mercator said when we go back to the North Pole where our compass is pointing, we're going to see the source of magnetism. Y'all, whatever is at the North Pole, it's the strongest thing in our whole universe. That's why the compass is pointing to it. They want you to think, right, that the sun is at the middle of it all and that the sun is the strongest thing. Let me show you. But guess what? If that was true, if the sun was the most powerful electromagnetic source in our little system, all of our compasses will be pointing up in the sky at the sun, and it will follow the sun on its circuit. The needle will just be moving. People don't navigate using the sun. They navigate finding Polaris. Ask any dude at sea. The ship's steering wheel is made just like the compass. Now check how deep this is. They got us thinking the sun is the source, the most strongest source of electromagnetic energy. And it's motherfucking facts that if that was true, your compass is a point there. That's just a fact. But it's pointing at the middle of a circle.
So you wouldn't need a watch if you had a compass and the sun.
Damn, you just said it.
Yeah, that deserves a bomb.
Yeah, that's a bomb.
That deserves a bomb. For sure.
Yeah. He's so right. Like, the sun is literally the hour hand on a clock. The moon is the minute hand. And time is being created by the one that's speaking. Tick tock, tick tock. The red tongue is the tongue of the serpent, the red needle. Without the seconds being created, the minutes can't be created, the hours can't be created. This is a ripple effect that can be explained with the clock. And if this was true, the sun would be creating the seconds. Every second is being created from the center of the earth. Time itself is being created at the center of the earth. Meaning each second we experience in real time, that's being created from where the compass is pointing. And if the sun was in the center of the system, then guess what? It will represent the second hand on the clock. And we all know that ain't true. And now he got me digging into a whole nother level of debunking this shit. So that's why we had to drop a bomb for him. Because we can poke at that for a minute if we want to and just show you how that's just crazy.
So that map, that picture right there you're showing, that's an incorrect picture. That's not the way it looks. It looks more like the one you showed where our Earth is in the center, and you have like the two poles, but they're not north poles. They're actually north and south poles now.
So you believe in a globe?
I'm not sure what I believe in as far as that anymore. I really don't care.
Sister Betty said, how does the sun stay up in the sky? The sun that we see as a yellow ball is the middle of a magnetic energy field. Basically, the sun is one of these, and all of the light that's around the sun is represented as the aura around the middle of this thing, but it's being projected from the middle. Let me show you what I mean here. Everything is like this electromagnetic energy field. So is the sun. Let me show you what's happening. The sun ain't suspended in the sky. It's sitting on top of a pillar of energy. Let me show you what I mean. Now they want to give you fake pictures of the sun. Can't even find a real picture of the sun. Now there we go. Let's just take this, man. So check it out. This when you look up in the sky and see that yellow ball right, or that white light right there, guess what? That's the source of the light that's giving you daylight. That means that if there was some mysterious force, right, that can cover up this sun in the sky, it would instantly make night, everything turn to darkness below. Look at the sun like a disco ball, but instead of being a physical disco ball, it's an interdimensional opening. It's a tear. It's a tear. It's a hole that's poked. The sun ain't in our dimension. The sun is like a manhole. It's an open portal that's allowing what we call sunlight to bleed out of this ball into us and give us daylight below. The light we experiencing is like someone skeeting water on you with a hose pipe. But the sun is the hole that's allowing the water to skeet out. The hole at the hose pipe ain't physical. It's just an opening. The water is what you use, but the hole is what allow it to bleed out. So what I'm saying is the sun is a hole in our reality. What we call light, man can't originally manufacture light. Man can only create instruments that would allow him to tap into light. Just like man can't manufacture water, he can create instruments that allow him to tap into water, which is why we call it tap water. Tap water. Okay, so what I'm saying is some things man can't create, like the natural elements. Man is made of those things. He can create with them, but he can't create them, is what I'm saying. So like, where is the source of light during the daytime? We call it the sun. But what is the sun? They call it a ball of fire. If that was true, then the light that we receive during the daytime will be flickering. It'll be unstable. You seen a campfire. It's very chaotic. It's red, bright. Everybody around that damn campfire, they faces flickering with light because the flames that's giving you the light ain't stable. Like a flashlight, when you cut it on, it ain't flickering. It's a consistent light when you cut that flashlight on. You feel me? And it ain't like a flashlight is different than a campfire. They want you to think that the sun is a big campfire, literal burning flame, but yet the light that gives us day ain't flickering. It's more like a flashlight. And a flashlight is just an instrument that allows us to harness light. You can't create light. Light is energy. You can't create energy. You can harness it into light, meaning I can take batteries and I can put those in an instrument called a flashlight, and the energy from those batteries, that instrument will turn it into light and allow me to see in the dark. So the North Pole is the battery. The sun and moon are like a dual flashlight. If you stop the energy source at the North Pole, it's like me taking the batteries out your flashlight. The sun ain't the source of its own light. The source of the light, in the case of a flashlight, is the batteries that's in it. That's why if I take the batteries out, then your flashlight won't work. But the batteries can't make light by themselves. They need an instrument to turn their energy into light. And that's what the sun and moon is for the universe. They are the instruments that allow the universe to turn the energy at the North Pole into sunlight and nightlight.
That was fire, bro. But here go the thing I want to say, right?
So
we got the no, bro. I'm gonna give it right to you. I swear it's 20 seconds. All right, you got the night light, which is the moonlight, which is Gothic, which sucks the light in, right? And then you got the sunlight, which projects the light out. So we look at these as portals of going in and out, right? All right, cool. Now I want to understand on your best analogy, because none of us know this shit. Why, when the moon is in the clouds with the sun at the same time, it don't suck the day away? I would like to hear your, because none of us know, but I'd like to hear your explanation, bro.
Yeah, that ain't the way. The moon ain't. But like your explanation is coming from a standpoint where you literally thinking of the moon like a sort of vacuum, if you will. The truth is that the moon is just the other half of one magnetic energy field. The sun is the other half. So how can I show you this real quick? How would I be able to show you what I'm saying to make you understand it? Let's look at it this way. This will help you right here. You know what I'm gonna do? I just thought about it. I'm about to pull up paint. Now I'm gonna answer Sir Drop, y'all, but it may take me maybe 5 minutes to the most, if that. But just he said, hey, now what I want you to do, Drop, though, while I pull this up, ask the question exactly how you just worded it, if you can, right there, so it can be fresh on them. Because I'm gonna answer it in detail.
Cool. All right, cool. The question is, all right, we know the sun it sucks light in, the sun spits light out. So we got the internal and the portal, right? So cool. When they're in the sky at the same time, why don't the moon suck the day away from us like we do at night? You got it.
Let's do a flat earth shit right here. Right here, what I'm doing right now. Do this look familiar to y'all? All right, we're going to walk together on this one and answer Sir Drop. Watch this.
Yeah, that's Pokemon.
Hold on a second. I'm going to freehand this part. I'm going to answer Drop, but I got to get my shit up first.
All right, so can I say a couple things real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
No, hold up, bro.
Yeah, I'm almost with him though, for real. So check this out, Drop. Let me slow down on this. Now, Drop. Yeah, to the brother that's speaking. Yeah, hold up a minute, man. Exercise a little patience while I got the paint up. Because it'll probably throw me off. But I got y'all, man. I got you. I'm finna put Mount Meru in the middle. And I'm just gonna make it gray so we can see it. Hold on though. There we go. My bad if I'm taking too long. Now, Drop, look at this concept right here, right? we saying that both halves of this universe is created at the middle point, and that's what's giving me a bowl at the top and a bowl at the bottom. So this little dot in the middle is like a flashlight. And basically this whole dome out here represent the sky, and that one, let me do this real quick because I don't want to confuse y'all. I'm finna go deep with this shit. But this is the part. So check this out. Here go the flat earth. Here's how the sky was created. The sky was created from the ground. So here go our flat earth, and let me put the North Pole back at the middle. And I'm gonna show you how the sky was created, and then it's gonna answer your question with the sun and moon. So this is how the sky get going with it. Starting from this point of singularity, the universe was basically everything was projected outward. So like this right here. Pulling the whole degree, from that one, think of like a flashlight, if you will. You know what I'm saying? So if you start from there, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna get a straight line. We're gonna do this. Boom. This triangle represents that which is projecting the sky around us. And the only way I can explain that to you is to go over here real quick. And I'm gonna superimpose. Watch this. Everybody, thank you for your patience. Look, let's take this real quick because he asking a good question and I really want to be detailed with it. I don't want to cheat him at all because I like the question, man. So check it out. Here go how the earth was created. Let's get another one. Let's rotate it vertically. As above, so below. There go your flat earth. Everybody under this waterfall is inside of the universe. Everything outside of this waterfall is what they call the Passover, right? The water baptism, passing through the light, the baptism of light. But remember, what's projecting the entire cage of water, though? It's the spigot at the middle of it all. It's the spigot. Let me see what they're looking at over there. They can see it. Hold up. So let me show you how that was created, and I'm going to finish this up. So now that you see how it's how the whole projection from the center, and once it reaches a certain height, it start to fall back down. That's why I showed y'all the Ferrocell picture. When the light was curving, the light was bending in. I said, look, y'all, the light looking like a waterfall. And that's what I'm telling you. When I put this circle here, when the light, that show you when the light go to falling back down. That's the whole flat earth right there, right? Let's put another circle just so we can cover up the walls there, and that'll be like another little plane around us. Second world, that's all I'm saying. Like our sky is being projected from the ground upward. If I put these side by side, I think it'll become kind of self-explanatory to where something that's hard for me to put in words, if I put in pictures, I think this will kind of show y'all what I mean. So I'm going to even grab some more pictures to show you what I mean here too. Bring our torus field back right here. And I'll get ready to wrap it up. Let's zoom this out. Let's paste that down there, right? And then let's go ahead and get the Ferrocell image. So you can see with the Ferrocell image what this waterfall would look like from a top-down view. If you was hovering above that waterfall right there in the top right corner, if you was hovering above that looking down, you would see the image in the bottom. Let's zoom in. I'm gonna show y'all because now I think I'm about done now. Let me zoom back in and we can get it in. Here go my little example I gave you. I compared it to the dual waterfall coming from the one source. That's called a doo-wop being created. But that's happening sideways too, and that's the part that we call in the sun and moon. See what I'm saying? In other words, let me show you something. Let's take a brush and let's show you night and day real quick. Hold up. We want a, see, I don't want to, anyway, I'll just show you something real quick. We want to kind of highlight it. There we go. So just like, you see how you got one side right here and one side right here? That's night and day is what I'm saying. That's literally what we're calling night and day. So from our world, everything in this bubble is lit up. We saying that we having daytime. And over here, they having nighttime. The reason I'm highlighting this is to show you the horizontal split. We ain't looking at that. You know, all we looking at is the fucking bottom, the top dome right here and the bottom dome. He asked me about the sun and moonlight. What's happened is you got a horizontal torus field going and a vertical one, and they intersecting each other, creating a number 8 like what we see here. See what I'm saying? Because look over here. You got this vertical split right here. But because you got this vertical duality, it's creating a horizontal one on the side right here and right here called night and day. So because we got up and down, sky and ground, it translates horizontally to night and day, man and woman, left and right, east and west. Like this whole thing is a matrix. Now think about this. You saying not a ball that we see when we look up in the sky, in my opinion, is literally it would be like you having, if you got a magnifying glass and you can project a little bit of dot of light onto an ant and burn them up for real. I ain't suggest you do that, but what I'm saying is because you got this sideways projecting of light, that's what really creating daylight, not the sun. And I'm gonna prove it to you. During an eclipse, the sun go away and it's still daylight. Daylight and sunlight ain't the same thing. You can feel sunlight when the sun get over you. But daylight is there regardless of the sun. So this would be a deep conversation. I ain't gotta go that deep with it. What I'm showing you is that what you call it in the sun is just because daylight is being created from the center, like I'm showing here, and the nature of the ether has magnifying properties, at some point you will get this little reflective dot projecting back inward to us. For example, our whole world is illuminated. We get daylight from the North Pole, not the sun. But what I'm saying is this, because that's happening, and there's like a magnetic sort of magnifying effect, you get this so-called sunspot, like how you get with a magnifying glass, and that's the sun we see in the sky. That's why it's on a circuit. This hourglass is spinning. Daylight is being projected from the center regardless of the sun. The sun, to me, is a result of just a sort of glare that's existing at the edge of our bubble, where all this light is hitting the fucking side right here. I think within that light, you'll get a little dot at some point, like, because as its journey to this barrier, it's being magnified like through a lens. So at some point, you'll get a little spot that's hot as hell, and that's what I think our sun is, and that will actually, so look, all the daylight is filling up this side of the torus field, but when it merges onto this wall right here, we get a little spot like an ant get under that magnifying glass, and that little spot projects, act like a heat source and like a source back inward. Now, all of this shit I'm saying is theoretical. It's just me hypothesizing. This is not really how I perceive the sun, but I'm rambling for real. Just to answer the brother, I think that all the sunlight that's projected outward to the side of this wall, it now starts to get sucked back inward and start to refuel itself, making a number 8 like I'm doing now. I hope that didn't confuse you. So let's say my dot is a one sun ray. If light is being projected from the center right here, boom, here go the journey of it. Boom, boom, bank up against the wall and get sucked into the vortex. Now it's creating daylight in a whole nother universe down here. But boom, it hit that wall, gets sucked into the vortex. Boom. Now it go back down, creating, boom, now it's over here. But it hit that wall, boom, it's sucked back in the matrix again. Y'all see what I'm doing? Now, if you look at the Egyptian universe, the pharaohs are making the same journey I'm making with this cursor on their boats. They going outside of the goddess Nut, selling these boats the same way I'm showing you, because that's the path of energy, which is this number 8 for infinity that I'm making right now. It's a pretzel. See what I'm saying? That's what the sunlight and moonlight doing. And so they're recycling the light through this matrix on both sides. If it's the moonlight, let's get a blue one. As the light banks right here, it gets sucked back into here. It makes a journey here. Boom, hit that wall. It makes a journey all around. Boom, it's going into there. It's always going to make that number 8. The Dogon created mass to resemble everything I'm showing you now, the Baba Naga mass. I'll try to pull one up. Or is it the Beluga mass? I got it in my slides. But that whole, let me go ahead and pull that up, and I'll let y'all now go ahead and interject with me on that. I'm gonna pull that up for you real quick though.
That's actually,
here we go right
cool.
here.
Let me just say that. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying, hold up a second. I'm about to stop this screen share, man, and pull y'all up. So keep that image in mind that I got there. I just found the pictures I was looking for. Sorry to the brother there. I'm about to switch the screen share and let y'all have it. But let me just plug this real quick. So the same path of energy that I was showing y'all, right? This is how the ancestors portrayed it on their mask. So how I was showing you the number 8 going around there like that. They made masks to revere the energy and the way it travels with the hourglass, right? Just the way I showed you. But I'm gonna mute the flow right there, guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Now, okay, cool. Now, was that cool for your question, Drop? I mean, because I wanted to touch on a couple things, and I'm just kind of really going to back you up on a few things. So I think the image that you're going through, kind of like some of this stuff. But first, let me back up. Peace and love to the chat, man. Anybody that's in the chat, man, blow it up and make sure y'all share this. You know, but so it's the energy that we see. We can recreate it. We can see it in what electricians and everybody do. Shout out to One World, One Hood. So like when you think of like when you look at that magnet in the middle, that energy source in the ferrocell cell where we can see the light and the energy and how it reflects around, you can also see what that's Amma. That magnet is Amma, and you got depictions where you can actually see where they showing you, okay, Amma is hula hooping. What does that mean on the level of spiritual science? Is that she's creating a circuit. That circuit is the whole revolution of the energy. And also she's got her feet touching the ground. So this is all terms that we use in electricity. So like, you know, she's showing you just like in a school book, innocent way to teach an infant baby stuff. She's showing you some real deep spiritual science because she's creating a circuit and she's grounded. The same way you could take Amma in the same way she's like a cowgirl and she's got the lasso, and the sun and the moon are the lasso. But I wanted to just go back because some people, I think the original question started where somebody was asking, why is the sun up there? What's keeping the sun up there?
Yeah, it's sitting on its own energy, pillar of energy. They making levitating devices today based on the same shit.
Right. And now we got the fact that we see levitating devices. We've seen them levitate a coin or a little rotating ball. They can levitate this stuff using electromagnets. As a matter of fact, they had they were in the 60s, 1965, they were creating trains that would run on magnets, and they would pretty much just levitate. All they had to do was have a system that would keep them from falling over one way or the other.
They brought that technology back. Yep, you're right.
Yeah. But people don't know about it, so it's like they be in awe when they see the stuff that scientists was talking about in the 60s and demonstrating in the 60s. They bring it back now. People be like, man, Elon Musk is a genius. That type of shit. But yes. So what was I about to say? Yeah, so as far as like the sun, you know, it's like, you know, when you look at density, they always try to tell us that the sun weighs such and such billion, such and such. Man, come on, man.
Sun don't weigh nothing.
It's floating, bro. You know what I mean? But I ain't want to get to it. I want to keep it going. I just had a couple. I just wanted to touch on those little couple things. I had some more, but
yeah, we can pass it around. We're gonna be here a minute. Sister Betty, what's good? Salutes to the brother. Pro Black, I see you.
Hey, peace to the panel, peace to the chat room. I just had a question, bro, Sanchez, and then I'm gonna jump back in the chat room. I see where you was teaching about the sun and it being this like round object in the sky. Is it possible, because the sun is made up with the hydrogen and helium, meaning the hydrogen is the gas and the helium is the protector around the gas? Could it be possible because it naturally makes itself, and that's why the sun comes out every day, because it's forming? You ever had an abscess and it draws all the infection into one place? You ever had an abscess or an abscess tooth or something like that, and it turns into like a boil? And it seems to me that it's put there and it draws all the infection out of the air or whatever it is, and that helium keeps it in that ball, and because it's a gas, it burns, and then it it sets off to us in a lighting form, like a fire form, and then kills whatever's like on our skin or anything to harm us, because it also helps the trees and the plants and stuff too. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think yeah, I don't explain the sun or the moon using a chemical reaction. So I wouldn't bring up gases in that phenomena. I always explain them from a plasma standpoint. And plasma is a modern word just to say ether. Ether. And ether is just a fancy way of saying light, electromagnetic energy, basically. So when I go to looking at the sun, I think I look at it more like a converter of energy. It's like a converter. I look at the sun like a interdimensional opening that's using the same energy source we're using at the North Pole, but converting it into what we call daylight. So I think the sun is think of a doorway that shapes like a basketball. You can enter it like how sperm all gather around an egg. That egg is like a ball, 360 degrees, but it's a gateway into a whole universe called Earth. But the sperm can enter that shit like a disco ball, that's a black hole. It's shaped like a basketball, but it's a dark sort of just place where you go in it and pop out another dimension. It's the exit point of our universe, but this can work in reverse. A black hole can allow things to enter our universe too, such as light. So I think in the center of the sun, there may be a black hole, just like we saw at the Ferrocell. That's why I put up the Ferrocell image. Let me pull that back up because he mentioned it as well. I should keep that up real quick. So check this out. I believe at the middle of the sun is just what we see here. But we can't see the black hole because the light surrounding it in a 360, clothing it. Just like it's the sun saying, I ain't gonna let you see me naked. The light is my clothes. You will never see the dark hole in the middle of me. So that's what I said earlier. Like if I pull up this picture right here, the sun got a corona. And a corona is basically created by the electromagnetic energy field. Like when you look up at the sun and see them little spikes around it, that's right here. And that's why people say it's a black hole at the middle of the sun. That's who they said Jesus is wearing a crown of thorns. This little black dot, the rock, got the thorns on. See, and that's what the sun is basically doing, the same thing Polaris doing. That's what I was telling you. Everything is a torus field, projecting inward or outward. And so the sun is projecting light into our world, and the moon can be said to be projecting that light out of our world, sort of like a kitchen sink where one at the top, the water spigot is opening up, allowing water to come into your house, into your world. But at the bottom, there's a drain in case you want to let the water out of your world or your house. So sun and moon, the moon is the drain. And what happens at nighttime is we get drained. The moon start to suck the energy. It's time for bed. Nature is like drive and drain. Sun is the driving force. You got energy. Moon is the draining force. So you get time to go to bed. It's balance is what nature doing. But yeah, this is basically how the sun is creating its light, the same way that the magnet is ordering the light into a bubble shape. What do the sunlight shape like? It's shaped like a bubble. And at the middle of that bubble is the source of the light, which is a black hole, just like we see here. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense to y'all, but yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Sister Betty. Y'all asking some good questions. I'm gonna keep the mic in rotation. Anybody else? Oh, pro-black, your turn, man.
Yo.
So like I said, the sun is like a disco ball. But instead of it being a physical disco ball, it's a 360-degree spherical opening or portal, allowing light to bleed in all 360 degrees out of this thing into our world. And can y'all see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think y'all hearing me. Where we at, man? We got
I got some clear smoke for you, brother.
Oh, you come with the smoke. I want to make sure I was understood as far as what I'm saying about the sun and the disco ball.
I'll wait.
And if you don't understand me, continue to question me. I don't want to move to the next point. Let y'all understand what I just said, like about the disco ball, how the sun, how what's happening here, what the sun is.
I understand your concept. I mean, in a way, I get it too. And it's almost like, if you think about it, like it would be like just a wireless bulb.
You know, like so like, just say right. Let's say goddamn it, it's dark outside, but your house got the lights on. If you open up your front door, you will actually illuminate the outside world just a little bit around your porch area, right? But let's say you had a light that was bright as the sun and you trapped it inside of the four walls of your house. Don't you know that light will not go beyond them four walls? But when a person walk in that room, it'll be so white and bright that it'll blind them. It'll probably kill them. You just think if you could trap the sun in a box. The light that it's projecting that's what they trying to do now with blanket in the sun. They're going to be able to control the night and day a little bit, but that's another conversation.
The box that it's trapped in is invisible.
So my thing is this. Hold on a second, because I'm trying to get them to see something real quick. So if the sun is in my house and I open up my front door, I would actually create daytime for an entire portion of the earth. The light will bleed out of your doorway in a triangle. It'll start at the front door and it'll spread out and start making like the Shell gas station logo until it illuminate a whole radius outward till the sunlight bright. You just trapped it in. It ain't gonna bleed through your walls though. So the reason nature have the sun placed where it's placed out of our dimension is so nothing can block it. But the people have created technology for them to go out of our dimension to where the sun is actually at, and that's how they gonna blanket it, because they going up into the thermosphere, all them areas. You can go above the sun like them pilots showed, but the light of the sun projects in a 360 all around it. So it's a matter of interdimensional travel now, because you can never, what they're trying, think about this right here, right? You look at this image, let's zoom in on the sun. They want you to think that's a burning ball of fire. I'm saying, think of my house with a bright light on it. The sun is more like my open door. The whole world that's in the radius of my house where that light is being projected will experience daylight, right? But they'll be like, where's the source of the light? And they will point at my open doorway, which will be a bright ass light. But that ain't really the source of the light. That's just an open door that's allowing the light to bleed out of my house into y'all world. But the source of the light is that I got a light in my house that's just as bright as the sun, and I opened up the door. If I close the door, that y'all daytime over. So my open door is looked at like the sun to these people when it's not the true source of the light. I just got my door open, letting y'all enjoy some of my light from y'all from the other side. I'm in the house, you on the outside of the house, but I'm lighting up your world with the light from my world. This is what God is doing with the sun. The sun is an open door. It's a poke into our reality. That's what's ever in this hole. It's a bright place, man. And that's why people say heaven is up there in this upper dimension. So it ain't just traveling upward won't take you to heaven where this bright light is coming from. What it'll do is just take you over the sun into the blue sky, whatever. This bright light where it is an opening into a whole nother world, and this place is white as snow, as they say about heaven. So my thing is this: when we die, we see this same opening above our head, because that's what our crown chakra is. When we die, we see the sun is basically a little crown chakra, which is why they call it the corona. It wear the corona crown. Watch this. Let me show you the. When we die, the crown chakra opens all the way up like the sun doing to allow the light from heaven to bleed. Let me show you something. All is revealed upon death, no matter how dumb you are. When we die, we find out the true nature of the universe. But check this out. And I'm going to show you why. When we die, the veil is removed. We heard that before. You know why? We live in trying to be open-minded and understand reality. But when you die, your mind is open now, because ain't nobody for it to be closed in. What closed your mind is your brain. But when your brain is dead and ain't no more body, the trick is over. You know, the spirit knows all because of that. This thing right here is fully open upon death, and that's why we see the white light. Because the crown chakra, we start to look upward. We look upward and we see the opening, allowing our consciousness to escape this reality through our own Taurus field, which is why the pharaohs in Egypt rode the boat on top of the Taurus field. Let me show you something. It's the journey of the consciousness. Watch this. You'll see them on the boats. Right here. In the hospital, they tell you they can detect the consciousness leaving the brain. What are they saying? That they agree with this image right here. So a lot of people say don't go in a white light, but just understand that's your own light. When you came into this world, it's like breaking through a glass. And when you leave out of this world, you're gonna have to go through the same hole that you made when you broke the glass to get in here. And that's what you're gonna see when you die. The portal that you made to come here is the same portal you will use to go out. You made that opening. So like right here, this is the crown chakra. And this is why it shapes like a crown of thorns, so to speak. If you look at the crown chakra, it look like broken glass. Let me show you what I mean. If you look at broken glass, nothing in nature is random. Even when you break a glass, you making a ripple effect or a spider web or the flat earth, Mercator map. And where you punch the glass at is what will be God, the Big Bang, boom. But check this out. Look at this flat earth ring map. And look at the middle of it. And like I said, pay attention to the little lines though, like a spider web. And let's go back to the broken glass joint. So you'll see like ain't nothing random. I'm all over the place, but see, when you came into this realm, you had to break through an interdimensional portal. And you can look at that like this. And when you leave this world, on the other side of that hole that we broke through, it's a place where the light is way brighter than the light here. See, the closer you get to the source, the light becomes brighter. We left the source to come to this underworld. So this world is a holographic, dense world that's made with the dimmest light of all the ethers. So when we break out of here, we see this, like we can't even look at the sunlight. You got to squint your eyes. You know why? Because it's an opening to the other side, and you can only handle that kind of light in your spirit's eyes. So when you die and get out the body, the same sun that made you squint your eyes, you can go right into it with no problem, which is why people say, I died and saw a white light and I was going to go into it. But they never say I was squinting my spirit eyes as I was traveling into it because it was so bright. The spirit's eyes is calibrated for that higher light of this other dimension. The physical eyes not. And this is why that happens. So the sun is an opening, allowing the light that's on the other side of our dimension to bleed in and give us what we call daylight. And the opposite of that whole thing would be what the moon doing. Now check this out. You're dealing with explosion and implosion, that's all. And the sun would be explosion simply for the fact that, like I said, if I got my front door open and it's dark outside, my neighbor may say, hey man, can you shut your door? You got a bright ass light in your house and it's fucking illuminating damn near the whole block. All you got to do is shut your door, pal. Keep your light in your house. Now, what if everybody on the block said, you know what, man, we need your light, brother. The city lights went out. You the only one with light. Can you open up your door? Because your shit's so bright, we can see the whole fucking block when you open your door. That's basically what the sun is and what the creator doing. Man can't make light. All the light that we use in this world is we're harnessing it from the fact that God left the door open, a little bit of hole open called sun, right? And that is allowing, that's like me being a nice neighbor. I got a bright ass light in my house, right? And they, like I said, neighbors say, open up your door so we can see. They can't make their own light. Light ain't created in this world is what I'm telling y'all. Light don't exist in this dimension. The only way light exists here is through portal openings. This is fact. So everything that projects light is just a portal. It's not creating light. A flashlight ain't creating the fucking light. It's harnessing it. And harnessing light is simply lies in creating technology that would allow you to open it up to this to make energy. When a lightning strike, you can take the power of a lightning strike, dilute it and expand it and project it like how it's the difference between a laser beam and a flashlight. Not a laser beam is brighter than any flashlight will ever be. That's because it's concentrating the light into a line. Once you start expanding and it's spreading out, now you're losing luminosity. Which is why the closer you get to the sun, the more you gotta squint. From on the ground, walking around, we don't gotta squint. You see what I'm saying? But that's just like if I got a flashlight shining and you ain't looking at the flashlight, you're just enjoying the light and you're able to see what you're doing because I got the flashlight on. The moment you look into the flashlight, you gotta squint. So the sun is like a flashlight, but it ain't no physical flashlight. It's like an open door allowing us to experience what they call sunlight, but there's other types of light too. The moon can be looked at as a whole nother type of portal that's giving off a reaction opposite of that would give us a lesser light, as the Bible call it. But hear me out, and I'm gonna wrap this up because I know I can be long-winded. What I'm saying is what we looking at in this image is an open door, and the shape of the door is a 360-degree spherical shape. And cause that door is open, light can pour out of it in a 360 like we seeing in this image, and giving us daylight in a projected radius and diameter. And everybody under that is having day, and everybody ain't nighttime. Now, let's say God said, I'm going to close this doorway up. What we call daytime, what we call sunlight will stop. Tricky part is, why do we still experience daylight separate of sunlight? Because what I just said is called a solar eclipse. Sometime when this portal is closed. Now, have you ever looked at a solar eclipse? You never see the moon, or you never see the object come in from the side like my mouse cursor doing. Like, you never see an object approaching the sun to cover it up. We would be taking pictures of it way back here on the horizon line. You feel me? We never see nothing coming in like, okay, it's getting close to the sun. Nope. We immediately start seeing the object happen from inside the portal, like closing a man cover, which is why I'm telling you this is like an open door. Y'all get what I'm saying? When the eclipse happened, this hole right here just started closing, as if the door that's closing it is not even in our world. And that's what I'm telling you. During the eclipse, this shit shuts, and you no longer have sunlight no more. All we under during that time is daylight, and these two are separate. We're still trying to figure out the difference between sunlight and daylight, because one is kind of reddish orangish, and one is pure white. And the sun behaves it can be each of these at any given time. So just as dynamic as the moon is changing its color of light and all that in height, the sun is too. It go from red, big red, bright orangey, to small dot that's white. Like, we're yet to fully understand these things, but I do understand them enough to say they are interdimensional doorways, allowing us to experience what we call different types of light. Man don't create light. The Most High is the light of the universe, as the Bible call it. We should put that plural, the lights of the universe. And that would mean what the Hebrew was telling us was that all light in this world ain't created in this world. And you know why they was telling us that? Because they knew we were in a holographic simulation. And I'm going to end with this right here. Think about what I just said. If we're in a holographic simulation, think about what I said. The light inside of this world would not be created in this world. Just like I told you, everybody walking around this illusion, they will wonder where the light coming from. A machine far away that's projecting your whole reality. That's why I put up the movie projecting machine earlier. If the people inside of this movie said, where is the light coming from that's making our world? That will lead them out of their world. I'm going to say that again. If the people inside of this movie say, where is the light from that's lighting our world? It'll lead them out of their world, because to travel through the sun is to leave this dimension. You won't go out no other side. It's the same thing of travel, because at the middle of the sun is a black hole. So if you were to travel directly into this thing, it'll be like going into the North Pole. It's a black hole. You'll leave this dimension, I believe. So I think that you will end up on the outside of this world, and not, in sort of the place that's projecting this world. So in this case, if the people from the movie looked up in the sky, they would literally be staring at the source of light that's creating their entire world, which is this little machine. And when they get outside the movie into this room, they would have been left their world, which is the movie, into the room that was creating the movie. And the light that they was asking about, they would see the creator of it right there, a little machine, that black little box right there, Rupert Nigra. So that's what I'm saying. If you were to travel through this white light right there, you'll be on the other side of this reality, looking at the source that the sun, it's like I said with my house. If you walked inside of my house, you'll tell everybody in the block, yo, I seen the light that he got in his living room. It's a type of light that I never saw before. It's very expensive. That's why it's so bright. Because I let you on the other side. Everybody in the community who was using my light, they didn't never see the source. I just had my door open. But if they said, man, what kind of light that is you got, I would have to let them into my house. And that's what God would have to do if you wanted to see the true source of this sunlight. Because what you seeing ain't the true source. It's just a little hole that's poked into our reality, allowing this higher, brighter light to bleed into here. And to see the true source, you will have to go through this little hole, like how you will have to come in my house and see the actual source that's creating the light. Now, I'm going to quit talking because that was long-winded, but I'm explaining complicated shit. And if I can hear from you guys that I'm understood, then I can shut my mouth, man, and we can move on, because pro-black and a couple folks got smoke for me. So hit the like and share button, the donate button. Go ahead, guys. I think y'all feeling me. Let's go with pro-black, then we gonna go with, hold up for a minute. Pro-black and Lit TV, both of you guys can unmute. And Lit TV, I want to know what kind of smoke you got. Is it flat earth?
I got some space smoke for you, and it's good smoke. It ain't really smoke.
Okay. Both of you pro-black, what kind of smoke you got? I already know what he got. Divestment smoke.
Can I go in? Can I go in with you?
Yeah, and pro-black, whenever you get your mic set up, cut in and let us get a mic check from you, man. Go ahead.
All right, now, I'm a person who questions everything, so it might sound dumb to some of y'all, but this is strictly for Brother Sanchez and a learning experience. First question I got for you is, what we already know you do. Do you believe in space?
Do I believe in space?
Yeah.
No.
You don't?
Stupid.
I would think you do because of the flat earth. Now, my next question
Flat earth don't space, listen, there's no place for space in the flat earth conception. In fact, space would ruin the whole conception.
I agree. So let me move further. Where do you think the power that we get, like technology, where is that coming from? It's not satellites, right?
It's coming from the human brain. And first of all, technology don't necessarily means power. It can mean it in most cases, like we using it today for power, because we're capitalists, we're power-hungry people. But all technology comes from the mind, is my answer to you.
Right. But the electricity is what I'm saying. Why our cell phones have Wi-Fi.
Right. Cool.
Where do you think that comes from?
That comes from the universe, from the ether, directly from the source. All electricity that we use in this world is based on man's ability to harness energy, but he can't manufacture it or create it. All the water that we use today comes from man's ability to harness it and tap into the water sources that nature gave us, because man ain't created no water. He just created the piping system, the sink, the thing that you use to get your water or to tap into it. Like I said, tap water. So yeah, man creating technology that would allow him to tap into the resources and harness them in different ways. Yeah. So where we going with that though?
You on point so far, and I love what you do. So this ain't that type of smoke, but we about to go somewhere. So I didn't know that flat Earth didn't believe in space. That's one thing I didn't know. But I always felt like space is not real and it doesn't exist.
There you go.
But I feel like the power that we have come from underground, because 99% of all international data is transferred under the ocean.
So if the ground has energetic forces coming from below, going upward, which is why they say you could be grounded by placing your feet on the ground. Now, placing your feet on the ground and holding your hands up in the sky is how the Christians do with worship and all that. You see them, holding their hands up. But the thing is, there is energy that's always flowing through this terrarium from the sky downward and from the ground upward, which is why the human is designed the way we design, so that that energy can flow through us as it travels from the sky downward, from the ground upward. And if you look at the human electromagnetic energy field, it's literally a result of that flow.
Because my thing is, I feel like space is underground.
I feel like space is non-existent. Got a question for me? Good
Not
points, though.
Not the terminology of space, but what we believe is in the sky and satellites and all that stuff. I feel like it's all under us, because we grow food from the ground. We put electricity through the ground. The most important things is in the ground. When you die, they put you in the ground.
Well, listen, I don't really have no smoke. I mean, look, I'm gonna let you. That's on the record. It's a good. It's interesting. We teach to think outside the box. You did it, so salutes. I'm gonna drop a bomb, and then I'm gonna hear what the brother. Yeah, we gonna hear what the brother Pro Black. We waiting on you to unmute, man. It's always interesting and exciting to have you, my brother. And I'm calling on you because I think maybe we could shift gears a little bit, which is what I like to do on Friday 5. So if you want the mic, take it, my brother. And if not, then, anybody else that want it can go ahead and feel free to take it. Oh, yeah, OL, you got it.
So I wanted to say real quick, to shift gears, I know you want to get off this, but so, excuse me, anything that comes into our atmosphere, does it come in through those portals, or those portals, or everything that we see that doesn't? Because I'm thinking that, like, back in the day, our ancestors used to maybe look at the sun, because like you're saying, if it's a portal, then they used to see what would be coming through it. You get what I'm saying? Like, that would be the whole point, to be like, oh, let me look into this space to see what's going to leak into this hole or come into this hole. And I just feel like how does things come into our atmosphere that's just like random things in the sky, like, so like UFOs or anything, or like comets or meteors,
blue beam. Things come into your atmosphere like airplanes, satelloons, military aircraft that you don't know how to identify. There's so much pollution in your atmosphere. And then, like I said, with blue beam, this conversation will go for hours. We know if we saying mysterious things in the sky, the Bible said these are signs of the coming of the Lord. And the reason they put that in there is to have an excuse for the technology. They know when they go to getting into Bluebeam and all that, they finna start soul harvesting, Neuralink, making humans immortal. And at the same time they doing all that with the God returning, which is science manifesting immortality, basically God. And at the same time that's happening, we seeing mysterious stuff in the sky, Bluebeam. When man achieved the technology that would allow him to really play God, that's when God gonna return to the earth. Think about that. Only smart people gonna get what I just said. I'm gonna say it again. When man finally achieved the technology that would allow him to mimic God, that's when God gonna come back to the earth and end the world. Because man know when he play God, he gonna fuck this whole shit up.
Hey, what's happening, my man? Oh, my bad. I was doing something. How you doing today?
There you go, Pro Black. We can hear you. I'm doing pretty good, my brother.
Hey, man, y'all talking some real deep stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh, as
y'all
always.
Breaking that knowledge down.
As always, my brother, glad to have you back. What's on your mind? We got a lot of topics on the table for this Friday Fire here. You can shift gears if you would like.
Right. The original topic was African versus Aboriginal, right?
There we go. Oh, I'm with it.
Okay.
You think we're Africans?
Yes, sir.
So why aren't your name pro-African instead of pro-black?
I mean, it's all the same.
How is
it's all under the same? It's all under the same umbrella.
Hold on. We're creating an umbrella and we putting people under it who's saying, no, I'm not under that. If you ask a pick-me man if he's black, he's gonna laugh at you. He's gonna say, no, I'm not black, I'm pygmy. If you ask a Nigerian if they're black, they're gonna say, man, my brother, I'm Nigerian, my brother. We're trying to put these people under our umbrella, and I think it's desperate. I think it's wrong. I think, come on, you can't tell them that's, bro, just okay.
Well, it's called Pan-African. It's us. We've been dominated so bad by this system called racism. Well, black people all over the world. We've been scattered on all four corners of the world. And Pan-Africanism, it unifies black people and it put us on a common cause.
I think it divides them. I think it divides them, though. Bro, listen, I think
we have a common enemy. Yeah,
brother,
there we go.
I think Pan-Africanism divides black people, brother. Want me to tell you why?
Yeah, go ahead.
Pan-Africanism will tell you that it is responsible for introducing all of the religions of West Africa, East Africa to what we call Black Americans. The Pan-African movement brought forth the Kemeticism, Egyptian praise, all of this different on my nigga eating chips while I'm talking with the bag rattling kind of strong. Look, when you join little panels and shit, you gotta put your ruffles down and shit like that. But check this out though, my brother. I know the burritos and stuff. My bad, Pro Black. You know I'm gonna fuck with you. Hey, but check this out though. Yeah, man, like the whole thing about the Pan-African shit, bro. Cause I'm losing my train of thought now. God damn. The ruffle bag got me. You got it, bro. My bad, you got it, man.
Yeah, that happened. Well, when I say we all the same, because I don't need genetics, I don't need a white man to verify this. I'm gonna say it from the black brain. That's the most revolutionary thing a black man or a black woman can do is use their own brain without a white source. Ida B. Wells.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. I agree with you. The best thing you can do is use your own brain. But when you adopt the out of Africa theory, that ain't black people using their own brain. That's black people.
I didn't say that.
But hold on. What I'm saying, Ida B. Wells, for example, all of these people we bringing up was using the research of Europeans, even Francis Cress Wilson. So it wouldn't be an example of black people using their own brain, because the Pan-African theory is founded on skulls that was dug up by white men. It would be a situation where black people are using the skeletal remains that was dug up by white people who said, we found your ancestor, which is a monkey lady named Lucy. So it ain't that black people using their brain to be Pan-Africans. They using the research of the white man, which is flawed research. But go ahead.
No, brother, I wouldn't go. I understand that, you know, you used to talking to people that come with those
Did
points.
I lie?
Like I said, I'm coming from a revolutionary point. See,
So
when I say
okay, man. Okay, brother.
When I say Pan-Africanism, I'm not using a white person's source. And when I was saying Ida B. Wells,
wow.
Ida B. Wells, instead of her relying on white supremacists' data and statistics to make conclusion about black people, like a lot of our black scholars like to do, they like to go back to things like the Monahan Report, the Kerner Commission, the CDC, the FBI, which are all white supremacist organizations to tell us about black people. Ida B. Wells, she went out in the field and gathered her own statistics. That's revolutionary. And she reported about the number of black people being hung per year. That's what I'm talking about. Revolutionary black brain. That's the most revolutionary thing you can do, is think with your mind, compensatory, and make up things and to tell about black. Because a white person, Hispanic person, an Asian person, an Indian person, they will never tell the truth. They will never be truthful about what's going on.
Can I ask you a question?
In black society.
Can I see, yeah, brother?
Yeah,
I'm not.
Go ahead.
I ain't gonna even lie. I'm not trying to be funny. I want to build with you, but I don't really want to have a sort of a coaxing on, you know, the whole, you know, racism shit. I want to deal with science when I talk Pan-African. Right. Like you said, you coming from a revolutionary approach. I'm coming from a scientific method approach, because to me that is the revolution. If we're gonna begin, yeah, I'm gonna show you why. Well, let me mute you for a minute so we can have respect for each other. For you to say no on that is ridiculous when you just said that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is use their mind. The way you use your mind to engage with nature is using a scientific method. Meaning I'm gonna pick up something, ask questions about it, research about it. Yeah, and I'm gonna ask questions is using your mind. I looked at a flower. I got a question. I'm gonna make a hypothesis. That's the scientific method. That's what we need to be doing. I agree with you on that. So how will you turn around now and disagree with something that you just said was revolutionary? And I'm agreeing with you. Using the mind is revolutionary, and the process of using the mind, the best process we can use it in is methodology. When we're approaching nature, that's losing the scientific methodology got us religious thinking, and that's how we fucking up everything, getting away from nature. The scientific method get us back to nature. Because if I test some shit, if I'm doing something wrong, using the methodology gonna let me know, nature don't want you to do that. So what was the purpose of the test? To learn the rules, the do's and don'ts. This methodology was how we communicated with nature. It's how nature told us which plant to eat, which plant not to eat. How would we ever learn that if we didn't pick it up? Ask scientific method, not scientism. So I mean, don't disagree, my brother, just to be disagreeable. We both agreeing on that. But yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, well, that's all good, man, about the scientific method.
That's what we need.
But the point is about it is when black people do it, we often interpret what the white folks say. So, like you
no,
talking
we don't.
about,
I didn't just interpret what the white folks said. That was my own thing.
Yes, we interpret the data, and then we come to the same conclusions as them. Just like last time we was debating on religion. and we had went all the way back to ancient Egypt, and you had showed me, you had tried to correlate the Adam and Eve story with a hieroglyphic on the wall. And
I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen,
You said it was an
hold up.
apple.
Wait. Ashrekwesi did that, and the reason I'm cutting in because I can't take credit for another man's work. I'm honest.
Right.
I always share Ashrekwesi's research on the original Adam Eve to make whatever point I'm gonna make. And guess what? That's a black scholar. You just named one, Ida B. Wells.
Yeah,
I use one right there.
He got his interpretation from the white scientist. That's what I'm
Hold
trying
on,
to say.
wait a minute. Hold on, no, let me explain something. The clip that I show of Ashrekwesi, there's not a white person in sight. He is over there in Kemet himself with his feet on the ground, pointing you to the lady giving the man the apple. Ain't no white man gotta tell you that if you pointing at the hieroglyph. I'm pointing at it. Ain't no white man told me that. I took a trip. I'm over here. I took a trip over here. I'm pointing it out to you. Guess what? Listen, wait. A white man never pointed that out. Ashrekwesi, the first one to point that out. The white man pointed the shit out in Time magazine. And he didn't even take you to Egypt. He just said
he learned from the white professors. They were the first ones. Look, we're getting off topic. Let's go back to the Pan-African. I was just making that example about the science. The most revolutionary, let me get back to what I'm saying. The most revolutionary thing you can do is think with your brain. Now, we got two types of black people. We got regular black people. They do regular things. They gather, they interpret data. They look at statistics. They watch the media, and that's
what's
how
the other kind?
they answer. Then you got revolutionary black people. I don't need a white source to come to solve a problem.
I don't need them, man.
Let's get back to the Africans versus Aboriginal topic. How I know we Africans?
How you know?
Just look at it. They got the same skin.
No,
wait.
In Africa, it's the most diverse land on the planet, meaning that there are thousands of tribes in Africa, and every single one of them tribes look totally different than the other one. The Bushman people look Asian. The Pygmy short as fuck. Nigerians, the tallest people on earth. When you say we look like Africans, that's stupid. You really got to tell. I'm going to show you why it's stupid as fuck. You got to specify which tribe we look like, bro. You just can't say that. That's like saying, bro, you look like an American. Well, nigga, Americans come in all colors and all looks. What kind of American? A Chinese American? A Asian American? A Mongolian American? An Ethiopian American? A black American? You just can't say a person look like an American. You got to specify what kind of American, because there's just no one set exclusive look for an American. Americans come in all kind of motherfucking looks and colors. Just like Africans, bro. You just can't say that person look like an African. It's white Africans. It's white people in Africa who are Africans. So do I look white? You got to specify. Even when you bring up Ida B. Wells and all of the teachers, they start telling you, you got to find your tribe. It don't stop at just saying I'm an African. That's the fake ass Pan-Africans. The real Pan-Africans, if they believe they from Africa, they over there trying to reconnect with their goddamn family. The fake ones is over here saying I'm from Africa, but you don't care about going over there finding out which tribe you was from. That's phony. I would be flying over there every chance I get, where my people at, where my tribe at, so I can see where I was taken from and which group I was from. Because it's so many. Are you a pygmy? Are you the Igbo? Are you Bushman? And not all tribes get along. So you're going to have to find, this is fucking crazy, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, bro. That argument, that's
it's just argument. A fact,
First
bro.
thing, bro. Okay, in America, you got all different types of races and ethnicities. White folks. Where do white folks come from? Just ask me a question.
They come from God. Like, everything created by the Most High.
Well, I mean, what land do they come from? Where the most white, where you find most of the white people in Europe.
Well, look,
But
hold on, wait, let me answer you. I'm answering you.
Hold on. I'm answering your
Hold on.
question.
I'm trying to. No, wait.
Where do the Asians come
I'm
from?
trying to answer you. I'm finna answer you and give you the mic right back. He just said we don't need to go with the white man knowledge, but everything he's saying right now, where all these folks come from, is what the white man said. But I'm gonna let him get the mic back though. I just had to point that out, y'all.
Bro, you didn't point that out. What I'm trying to say, that I mean, this is something that nobody has to tell you.
Well, they told it to you though.
Nobody has to tell you.
Why you think, bro?
See with your eyes.
No, you can't. You can't.
A series of questions. Can I do that?
Yeah, ask me the questions. I got you.
Where Asians live in America?
Everywhere.
Where are the majority of Asians?
Asians live everywhere in America.
And the majority of them, where they're colossal at.
They're concentrated in the continent of Asia. Let me answer you, brother. Slow down. I got you. I got you.
White folks.
But they everywhere though. Yeah.
All different types of races. Where are the majority of white folks? In Europe. Indians.
Who?
Where are the majority? Indians are in America.
All right, so check this out.
I ain't even done.
You asking questions. The point is made.
I'm trying to make a point.
The point is made, brother. We ain't stupid.
I'm answering a point for you. It's rhetorical.
Brother, just let me interject and say this. You ain't making no point we ain't heard before. I'm saving you time. None of this shit proved the out of Africa theory.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove an out of Africa theory.
You said you had the smoke for Pan-African versus Aboriginal.
Africa, sir, Mr. Sanchez, we're linked to Africa because we look like them people.
We're not, and we don't look like them either.
Yes, we do.
You don't look like them people.
Look at me.
You know why? I'm finna show you right now why you don't look like them. I'm finna show you an African right now, and I'm gonna ask you, do you look like them? Watch this now. I just want to know. You said we look like Africans. Watch this. Here's an African. Here's an African. I want to know, do we look like these Africans right here that I'm showing? This is a South African lady. She's born and raised in Africa. She speaks more fucking languages there than you do. She probably can cook more African dishes than you. We fake Africans, if you ask me, according to this white lady here. This white lady is there. She lived there. You're here talking about it. She's more of an African than me, and I'm more of an American than her. Why? Because I'm in America, and she in Africa. And you are where you at. She don't know nothing about nothing else but South Africa. That's her whole life. She don't know shit about Europe, man. You can say, well, she from Europe. That lady be like, the fuck are you talking about? I never been to Europe. I was born and raised in South Africa. She motherfucking speaking languages you can't speak. So what I'm saying is she's an African, brother. I'm trying to see, do we look like her? Because you said we look like Africans. Now, let me hear you dance your way out of this.
A lot of immigrants, people that migrated over there.
Or I'm telling you that there are white people born and raised there who didn't migrate there from Europe. Why are you ignoring that, man?
They migrated there. Back in the day, when they colonized Africa, white
hold up,
folks
wait a
moved
minute.
into
I'm gonna show y'all why this is crazy. Hold on. Here's why it's crazy. He believes in the out of Africa theory, which means all the races come from Africa, but he's saying white people didn't come from Africa now. They migrated there from Europe. Now, if you really believe in the out of Africa theory, you would be saying, yeah, man, whites been there. All races was created there. All races are original Africans because all of them was made in Africa. It started in Africa. How you gonna teach that, but then turn around and say, but hold up, whites had to come to Africa? Did they see, y'all shooting yourself in the foot? Which one is it?
stupid.
Come on, brother.
Hey, bro, you keep saying out of Africa theory. You keep trying to put me in a box. I never said nothing about no out of Africa theory.
Where did all the
white
humans
folks
on
don't
Earth
come
come
from?
from? Where did all the, okay, so where did white folks come from? That's the question we need then.
White folks, they come, they from Europe.
Okay,
like
now listen. Now, how did they originate in Europe? How did they come to be? Did God just create them there? Tell me, how did they originate there?
Yeah. Well, you got to go back to the Bible.
Oh, so
The
you
Bible,
believe in the Bible?
The Bible is the book.
So
the
you
Bible
believe,
is the book.
you believe in the Bible? Your explanation for the origin of the races, is it biblical? Is my question. Yes or no, and you can keep talking, brother.
Yes.
You got it. Okay, that's where we differ right there. I'm not using the Bible for this. So you dealing with, you automatically not on my, I ain't using the white man, brother. I haven't said one thing today that's the white man. And the crazy shit about you, bro, is you just admitted to using the Bible and then told me I'm using the fucking white man, as if the Bible ain't the white man's source. Will you stop killing yourself? You making this shit too fucking easy for me. You need to slow down and listen, man. You looking silly right now. King James ain't black, bro. And the language that the Bible written in ain't no African tribe speaking Shakespearean medieval English. Behold, you so African, but your source of information is fucking Greek. Man, I'll mop the floor with you, but I'm cutting you slack, my brother. I'm cutting you slack, pro-black. I can really go in on how hypocritical you are, brother. Like, you're pro-black, you're so African, but you got Greek and King James sources for all of your shit while saying my shit come from the white man. Man, let me let you get the flow, bro. Relax, man. Humble yourself, bro.
Bro, you keep, of course, you keep muting my mic.
Now here come the excuses.
No, ain't no excuses. See,
go ahead, man. You got it.
It ain't no excuse. What I'm trying to say is you keep putting me in a box with this out of Africa theory thing.
I took you out the box.
That's what you kept saying.
I just took you out the box.
I don't believe white folks came out of Africa.
Right, you just told me what you believe. And we went over it.
That lady that you just showed, their ancestors were colonizers. They migrated over there.
We got you.
Okay. But we're African, bro.
But only thing I'm saying, my brother.
Everywhere the majority.
Brother.
If you want to find your people, find the majority. Asians, they live in America. Where are the majority of Asians? In Asia. Indians, some of them in America. Where are the majority of
This is irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Arabs.
All of this irrelevant.
Wait, hold on, bro. Let me finish. Let me just finish. Then I'll be done.
You repeating yourself with irrelevant stuff, though.
Come on, you gotta let me finish. Let me be stupid, okay? Let me be stupid by myself. But let me make the point, okay? Arabs are in America. Where you find a majority of Arab? In Arab countries. White folks are in America, all different ethnicity. Greek, British, Russian. Where do you find the majority of white folks? In Europe. Now you got black folks in America. Where do you find the majority of people who look like us in the world? In Africa. That's our birthplace.
But Africans don't look like us, though, is what I was saying.
Hey, give me a bomb.
Nah, hell no.
That ain't no bomb,
hell
man.
no.
Look.
And you don't understand how much you just embarrass yourself. This is silly, bro. It's really sad. And I don't know if you be trolling or what, but I'll let other brothers speak before I begin to proceed to mop the flow with you. I wish I could just go at it. But yeah, I'm gonna go on and let y'all niggas go ahead real quick, man.
Peace, bro. Just one thing, man. You know, I understand it because you gotta understand that most of the history we learned is false. So you talking about people in Africa that's really you gotta bring your evidence, because I got documents and I got research from the 1500s, from the 1400s, 1700s.
That, bro.
No, I'm talking about
let this man talk, bro. And every time a nigga say
first of
something,
all,
look, every time we say something, he got to shoot it down with the white man, and
nah,
It's
but
imbalanced.
look, but hold up, but wait. Everything he say directly come from the white man. He don't know if
Not
your
true.
shit, yes, bro, your shit is sourced from the Bible. You foundate your
It was
argument on the Bible.
translated.
Brother, it don't matter what you say. If you're using the Bible for your argument is based on the white man's source. Ain't nothing black about that. Stop. Brother.
I'm gonna keep it light real quick, man, because you know it's people like we got people that do genealogy. For example, Sister Bethy does genealogy. There's other people that do genealogy. We got people that dig into the actual
All right,
sources and
let's
sites. So
right
who was
on.
coming from where and who was being taken from where. So I mean, it's one thing to say that we all come from over there, but we got research documents saying that we were taking thousands of people from America that look like us. That was dark. That we got people that was we documented from the 1400s
Right.
that they was taken from here to
All right,
Jamaica, the West Indies. We was taking people from here to a lot of places, and we got documented history showing that just the fact that you're European doesn't make you white. We got Black Europeans. We got a whole video showing the ancient crest, the family crest of Europe, the European whatever royal families and all of that, and it's clearly Black folks in Europe.
Okay. So check
All the
this
way
out,
back
man.
then. So like you categorizing everybody because you've been taught to think with your eyes, bro. We all been indoctrinated into that level 1 revolutionary shit, and we kind of passed it. That's why I'm really, I'm trying to kind of cape a little bit because I know what Bro Sanchez is gonna do to you.
All right, so let me say this, man. The argument is, do we look like Africans? And what I'm trying to teach this man is that that's a stupid ass statement. Africans don't look like Africans. Some of these folks on this picture, if you call them an African, they'll say, I'm not an African. And they'll tell you they tribe. They live in their own worlds and isolated for fucking years, some of these tribes. When you say we look like Africans, you gotta ask yourself, do we look like the pygmy? Because they're Africans. They the oldest Africans. And they only grow to be 5 feet tall. And their teeth are like shark teeth, as you can see here. They got shark teeth. I don't know no niggas with shark teeth in America. Do y'all? Panel, come on. 2 minutes. Come on, talk to me, man.
Nope.
I don't know which trailer
Not from
park
what I've
Jolly
seen. I ain't seen anybody with shark teeth.
out here too.
What I'm saying, like if you say we look like Africans, Africans don't look like Africans. When you learn how diverse African is, you can be in one area and go just 30 minutes from there and be in a whole nother nation of people that look totally fucking different, music different, food different, animals different, and you didn't do nothing but travel 30 minutes. That's how I know these guys are fake Pan-Africans, because I can teach them more about Africa than what they know. And if you know, let me show you how I know these are fake ass. I need everybody to relax. Everybody is so happy for the mic right now. Hold on a second. I'm debating this, brother. I let y'all interject. Check it out. The thing is this. This is how you know you dealing with somebody who don't know shit about Africa. They general. General as fuck. We look like Africans. Real Pan-African scholars would tell you blacks in Americas are West Africans and start naming the tribes and people that we come from specifically. And then it'll be a matter of me debating them specifically on those tribes during a real professional debate where we talking tribes. I know I'm dealing with a kindergarten guy when they just say, we Africans, man. Yo, some folks in Africa can't even pronounce the word African. Like it's a situation where if you don't specify, it's not even an argument. You're a Rudy poop for real. You ain't even in the big leagues. I've debated the real Pan-Africans, and they'll tell you, bro, It's two types of Pan-Africans, the ones that say we from West Africa and ones that say we from East Africa. Umar Johnson is a good example of a Pan-African who believes that we are from West Africa. Jabari is a good example of a Pan-African that believe we from East Africa, Egypt. If you don't know what I'm teaching you about Pan-Africanism and the differences within that group of the arguments, how it becomes a tribal debate, you're not even in my league, and I'm saying that with all due respect to the brother. I'm just debating a dude who said we Africans. I debate real scholarly Pan-Africans, man, the big boys who go to naming the tribes and shit. If you can't do that, I'm actually fighting below my weight class is what I'm saying. Let me mute the mic, guys. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, you talking about distinctions, bro. I ain't talking about that.
Hey,
I'm
you
talking
ain't,
about
bro,
unification.
it's okay. We can agree to disagree, man. I'm under my weight. If you ain't gonna talk tribes with me, I'm done.
Yeah.
That's it. We
I
good.
don't
We
want to
good.
talk tribe. That's
Cool. Then we
distinction.
good.
I'm
We
not
good.
talking distinction.
We good.
We
We
talking
good.
unification.
Because guess what? Let me tell you something. When you say you don't want to talk tribes with me, you telling all these people on the screen, fuck what you call yourself and how you identify yourself. I don't want to talk about that. You the type dude that'll go to Africa, and when these people go to telling you about their tribe, you won't even be paying attention. You'll be too busy running your mouth trying to tell them what the Bible told you, because remember, that's your source. You don't care about these people tribe, but you care about the Bible, who head they tribe. These people could tell you where they from better than the Bible, which is your source, but you don't care about their tribe. That's the problem. That's how I know I'm dealing with a baby, man. And it's below my weight class. Now let me go, man. Let my brothers on the panel talk to you. I don't want to debate you no more. It's making me look like I'm picking on somebody beneath my weight class at this point. So I gotta go. The moment you say you don't want to talk tribes, you won. I lost the debate. You won the debate, my brother. I lost. I'm through. Y'all go ahead on the panel.
Hey, to the brother that said, peace, bro.
Hey, he ran off quick.
Hey, to the brother that said, hey, can you explain dark and light-skinned people that's from South America?
Dark and light-skinned people from South America. I mean,
yeah, you got people in South America that's blacker than me and whiter than that white African girl that bro just showed.
I know, man. I know they kidnapped. I know they kidnapped our people, and then they raped them. Just like we got black people in America. Everywhere you on earth, we've been conquered. You have black people in India.
You said kidnapping. That's a lot of kidnapping and a lot of raping. You don't think,
man. We got conquered, and we got separated on all four corners of the earth. We've been conquered. We're a conquered people. That's why you got many different races and ethnicities in Africa, many different skin tone, hair texture, but the foundation of it all is we black people.
Brother, why are you still talking if we
come
not
on,
gonna
bro.
talk?
You just said you was leaving.
What I'm saying is this, though. One more thing.
You just said you was leaving.
Here's what I'm saying, man. Out of respect for my show, I gotta keep the quality of my content up. I got too many brothers on this panel for you to still be talking and going unchallenged. We've heard your argument. At this point,
Dude, ask me a question.
At this point, hold up, I'm finna give you the mic, because like I said, I do gotta go. But here's why I don't want the niggas on my panel to just sit silent like this, man. This man said he don't want to talk tribes. That's what I'm talking about. If he believe that we're Africans, when we want to know what tribe we from and we go to Africa so we won't look stupid, it's gonna be several tribes. They gonna have to know which one you come from. See, that's why I said it's fake when somebody's act like that, but they don't care about the tribe though. That means you don't ever care about figuring out which particular tribe you come from. Let me know you capping. You don't really believe we Africans is what I'm saying, but I'll let you get the flow. It's just a shame you talking more than guys with knowledge, and you don't want to talk about tribes, which is the conversation we would have to have.
Knowledge.
Like let the people talking about tribes talk, because that's when the knowledge coming. That's the knowledge. You coming with the Bible, which is neck talk. If you saying that your source of information is the Bible, it's no wonder when you talk, it's a bunch of nothing. Theories and neck talk, belief, and we black. These folks don't think they black. You're projecting your Western mind on them. This man will tell you,
They got
I'm
black
not black.
hair.
Look, these guys will tell you, I am not black. I am from the Pygmy tribe. Don't call me that. And what you gonna do, stand up there and say, you black? That'll be fucked up, bro. Chase him around.
You got black hair.
Let me show you what. See, you're sick in the brain. You're sick in the brain. Let me show you why. This nigga here, look, hold up, y'all, please. This nigga here would chase this man around through the jungle saying, you are black. Yes, you are. You black. No, brother, I'm pick. You black, man. Look, your hair black. You black. And that's a fucking retard. Why can't that man be what he want to be? Why you need him to be under your umbrella? Are you that desperate to be associated with a motherfucker? That's what I'm saying. Why y'all ain't hitting them with that, man? Y'all, man, I'm gonna fall back, man. Let pro black get the mic, and I'm gonna let y'all debate the brother.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Yeah,
All
bro,
right, so
Black. That's why I was asking you that question about black and white people from everywhere, cause I was going tribal with it, man. That's why I was trying to show you
I
that.
don't go tribal.
But you, oh, bro, that's just kind of crazy, bro.
No,
if
That
you
don't
was a
make no
real
sense.
African, you would be tribal though. Real
you
Africans are
gotta
tribal.
understand, bro. The white man uses distinctions. He put
The
one
white
tribe.
man.
He put just like the Hutu versus the Tutsi. He put our differences against each other and have us fight. One tall, one light. If you read the Willie Lynch Code, this is all y'all doing right now with the tribes and the distinctions. Put the light versus the dark. Put the man versus the women. Put the old versus the young. You know we have conflict with our older generation and our younger generation. Put the East versus West, East Coast versus West Coast. Distinction. That's the white man's greatest tool right
Bro,
there.
do you
It's
see this
distinction.
person face on the screen with their teeth, bro? You ain't
Bro,
nothing
look,
like this person right
bro,
there,
listen
bro.
to me. Listen to me, sir. Look at his hair.
Bro, look at his teeth.
No, we not talking
Bro,
about
nobody in your family teeth grow like that naturally,
bro,
man. What
listen to
the
me.
fuck is you talking
Bro,
about,
bro,
bro?
calm down. Bro, listen. When I say black people, I'm talking about common distinction.
Bro, this is
Black hair
common
is, look,
sense,
bro,
bro.
listen, bro.
Look at this
Black
picture.
hair, look, black hair is the most unique hair in the world. True or false?
Bro, what about people with white skin that got woolly hair?
Show me.
You killing yourself, bro.
Black skin. That's a black man right there.
Bro, you got people with black skin with straight coarse hair.
Okay.
Okay, then what?
At the end of the day, you could tell somebody black, whether they light skin or dark skin, albino, is the hair texture. Our hair grows in the air to heaven. White people, Hispanic, Asian, all have, Indians, Arab, have dog-like hair, like fur. It grows. No, that's not stupid, man.
Yes, it is, bro.
This is something the white man is not gonna tell. See, look, listen,
Read this shit, bro.
listen, hello, bro. Y'all been brainwashed. You've been brainwashed by the white supremacists never to use your own brain.
Yeah,
so,
bro, my
I'm a
brain
black
telling me
man.
to look at this person's teeth on the screen, bro. And
Looking at, bro, you looking at, come on, look at his hair. That's how you know you got the same hair as him. That's
bro,
your
my hair
cousin.
don't look like that, bro.
Yes, it does. That's black hair.
The fuck it don't.
You don't
Hey,
have
Pro
white
Black,
hair. You don't have Asian hair.
are you currently living in Africa right now, practicing Pan-Africanism?
Look, bro, I see you getting off the
Are you
point.
currently
I'm
living in
trying to prove.
Africa?
No.
So what's the point?
What you mean? Those my people.
If you're not currently living in Africa,
No,
practicing
bro, you trying to change
Pan-Africanism,
this. You trying to change the point. The point is, he said those are not our people. The man got, look, this is how you could tell black people all over the world. with a light skin. Look at Steph. Hold up, bro. Wait, hold up.
No, I gotta specify something. No, I didn't say that.
No. Look at Stephen Curry. No, let me finish. Look at Stephen Curry. Look at Barack Obama. They got black hair. No matter what your skin tone. I don't
think we can really classify a hair category. If we're trying, listen.
Black hair.
Hold on, wait. Listen, hear me out, my brother. I don't think we can determine who and who's not our people by hair, brother. It's not that easy. I'm trying to tell you.
That's the unification.
It's not that easy. We gotta talk genetics, brother. I'm telling you, we
do.
Brother, we got to talk who our people with the blood. Come on now, are you serious?
Can you take blood? Can you prove genetics?
My brother, I can prove to you that me and my brother got the same genetic relation in our genes that can prove
you came from the same mother.
And that's what I'm saying. If these people are part of our family that we were stolen from, we can be able to use the same concept.
They look just like you. It's obvious.
But listen, my brother don't look just like me. If you looked at me and my brother, when we got the same blood, same mama.
I got the same
Wait
hair
a minute,
texture.
brother. Stop. No, we don't. You never saw my brother. Why are you talking?
I know your brother. He black, ain't he?
Oh my God, man. This is turning into, it's getting weird now, man.
When y'all black man thinks with his own brain, y'all not used to that. Y'all used to the white.
No, brother, like you gotta learn to listen, brother, because you don't know about my brother. I'm trying to talk to you. And you fucking like, I know your brother. He black, ain't it? I'm like, bro, you don't know my brother, man. Relax. Let me talk, man. Like,
your brother ain't Asian, bro.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, why are you talking right now? And I'm in the middle of, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is just confliction. It's confusion
your
now.
brother's not an Arab.
Like, what's the point of all this, y'all? Like, I brought up my brother to make a point, and he making a point with my brother. This is crazy.
I know your brother.
He straight up intercepted my whole shit to make a point with my brother and then said, cause I know your brother and don't give a fuck about why I brought up my brother. He don't care about my point. He just made a point with my brother and said, cause I know your brother. And y'all see why I said, man, I don't really want no beef with my brother there, man. I don't really want no beef with the brother, but I do want to welcome Q Butter to the panel. We'll come back to you, Pro Black. I definitely want to welcome my brother Q Butter to the panel and turn the mic over to him. Welcome to the show, my brother.
Yo, Sanchez, what's good, family? Shout out to the platform. Shout everybody on here, man.
Salutes and much love. Shout out to you, my brother.
Peace and power.
Peace. I am a Pan-African, and I represent for Aboriginal and Indigenous people in accordance with science and just basic understanding of how culture developed. People of color, black people, whatever name, if you don't like the word Africa, Brother Sanchez, we gonna come up with a new name for Africa. Fuck it. Whatever name you wanna call for Earth, I just know the original people look like us. Tribal representation is extremely important because that gives people their identity, but we can also find similarities in the cultures of the tribes. And we can see that going throughout the entire diaspora, throughout the whole world, not even just the diaspora, the cultural similarities that's between all the different societies and tribes and ethnic groups. Not just so much ethnic group, the different groups that make up the planet of whatever you want to call it, melanated people, however you want to call
it. Facts. Yeah, so I just want to say, man, that I would go tribal because your tribe, your vibe is your tribe, and that would give off the energy of a people. And then we get to, when you get off of people's energy, you get to get in people's religious practices and the people's language and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
How they divided us.
No, bro. So you can't deny your energy, bro.
No.
Well, they divided us with different doctrines. So even the Africans got their different forms of Christianity and Islam that they practice, and the whole world got these different ideologies. And ultimately, these religious ideologies are the biggest dividing factor on earth if you really want to talk about the division.
Sir, let me tell you something.
It'll be wrong to even push back at that, bro. Like, that's literally a fact.
If you ever read the Willie Lynch code, the letter,
I've read it, my brother. That's why I said what I said, because I read it.
It was right. It was a code used to divide our people. and control us, because it would keep us fighting
and guess what?
Turmoil with each other.
And Willie Lynch,
the light skin, huh?
And Willie Lynch was a religious white dude who understood that religion can be used as a dividing factor for us and a uniting factor for him and his brothers.
Of course. Think about it. You got black people, different religions. Some Muslim, some Hindu, some Christians, some Baptist Christian. So we divided even amongst our religion. We divided amongst our skin tone. We divide. Look on YouTube, the black man versus the black woman. This is the reason why we can't take the movement to the next level, because we too busy fighting over ideology. Pan-Africanism is about unifying our people. Forget the tribe. We black. We got a common enemy. The white man, the Asian, the Arab, the East Indian, and they women.
But see, here's the problem. What happened? And you know what? And I can feel that. But I'm trying to be realistic to show you why it never happens. Because what we say is, hey man, we got a common enemy. We black people, let's unite. And the moment you say we black people, you just divided everybody. Because I'm going to show you what happened with that, right? Here's what happened. Instead of us uniting against the common enemy, it turns into an argument on who the fuck we are. So if we got a common enemy, let's just show up and say, hey man, we got a common enemy, my brother. Let's work toward that common enemy. Why we even got to say we black people? Because if that man say, no, my brother, I'm Nigerian. Now you standing up there arguing with him about who he is instead of this common enemy that you said we got.
Yo, Sanchez, can I touch on that?
Yeah.
Personally, how I teach it to my students and how I promote it, black is a political perspective. It's not a cultural, it's just a political perspective based off of the realities presented in America. That's literally what it comes down to. Pan-Africanism is an American concept.
Yeah.
And it's just based off of the environmental pressures and the realities found in America. You know, it translates to something when you enter America. That Nigerian's a Nigerian, we got you. But in America, when that police officer pulls you over and gives a description, you're black. You know, so, you know, that's just how they, you know,
that's a good way to put it.
You know, but it's a political perspective. That's it. White people's political perspective, the American political perspective. And when we try to superimpose it on other people's context or other people's political perspective, it doesn't sit right. You know, we're trying to force somebody from Haiti to say you're black first. You know, and it's just and versus and understand like, no, this is an American context. This is how we articulate our cultural experience and how we identify in the American context.
And this is something I want to cue, but I'm glad you said black is a political ideology, because that'll explain to the brother what I was kind of trying to say about, like, you can't say who's a black person because they hair woolly, because they skin color. It's a political mindset. You know what I'm saying? If they don't got that, what's called black power mindset, technically by the political definition, they ain't black if you understanding it. It's political use, which was the way it was originally meant to be used. But we start literally thinking, you know, black skin. Now check this chart out, guys. This shows ethnicities in America. Let's look at them. Because when you go to fill out an application, how they identify groups in America, here's a list of those groups. And I want to show you something that's interesting about it real quick. Hold on. Now, this got, these are all the ethnicities here. Pacific Islanders, Alaska Natives, Native Hawaiians, blase, blase. Now look, here go black people. You see that? Black people. They got black people separate from African Americans. Why do they got black people separate from African Americans? Because if that white girl that I just showed you on that image who is a real South African. She got a birth certificate, ID. She's an African and she's white. If she moved to America, don't you know she's an African American, even though she's a white lady?
That is a big fact. Talk about it, Sanchez. I've actually met several white people who are African Americans.
Huh? See, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the
But you need to be talking about that, though. That's the discussion ADO's having. That's the discussion FBA having. That's the discussion.
That's a fake movement.
We need to be talking about that. Nothing fake. But
That's
okay,
a fake
so
movement,
you disagreeing with? Oh, okay, my bad, brother. You can have the right to disagree with those groups,
I'm
but you
talking
got
about the dark versus the light. All over the world is dark versus the light. Everywhere, every country you go, they treat the darker skinned people, which usually are black.
But
that's what I mean.
But you now got this.
I'm not talking about what y'all talking about.
But why don't you agree?
No political term, no none of that.
You got to be talking about that. That's what's important, though.
I'm talking about the dark versus the light. It's the light people, the Arab, the Indians, the white folks, the Asians. Those are the light people of the world. Versus the dark people.
But look, but that's what I'm telling you.
What we call black people.
That's what. But see, that's what I'm telling him, right? Look at this right here. Like I told him, black people on this list are separate from African Americans, and here trying to tell an African American to have the plight of a black person. It's not going to happen. There's not going to be a universal umbrella where Africans and black people going to do anything together, and I'm going to tell you why. And because I'm dealing with reality, hear me out. The people in Africa got so many fucking problems on their plate, they can't even begin to help us out. They need help. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me finish respectfully. These people in Africa need help, which is why they're allowing China to come in and different people to come in. Have you seen Africa condition lately? So my thing is this right here. Thinking that they in a condition to unite with us when they just as divided as we are with apartheid and all the tribal wars. It's a fantasy that we've always fascinated about. And it stunted our us coming together as black men to work on the problems we got here. And we instead of us doing that, we've been spending decades trying to unite the so-called African diaspora. The time we spent trying to unite with Ghanaians, Nigerians, and all that, if we united the black men in America that's shooting each other up every fucking day, we can start to begin to do more for ourselves than trying to have that vision of this so-called African dream, whatever. Because Africans got their problems and we got our problems, and the solutions that they need is different than what we need. It's different kinds of warfare. I know it all, the struggle is all the same, but what they need to do to get out of their condition ain't the exact same thing we may necessarily need to do to get out of ours. And all I'm saying is this right here, man. As much as we would like that alliance, are we thinking realistically? Is what I'm saying, because Africans coming over here to America to exploit this land to help send back home and help their land, just like the Mexicans and everybody else doing. All these other people all these people on this list that come over here, they come to take from this land and bring it back to their land. So my thing is this right here. I'm not mad when the Africans do it, the whites do it, the Hispanics do it, or nobody do it. My thing is this group right here who's so bent on trying to assimilate with this group right here, when this group right here is just coming over here to exploit this land like all the other groups on the list. When this group right here on the list realize that the only people it got is in this box, then you'll see the need for us to unite on the economic level, just like all the other groups, which I agree with that narrative. But my thing is thinking that just as much as you ain't going to assimilate with Asian Americans economically, you ain't going to assimilate with African Americans economically or no one else. You know why? You got to look at each of these boxes like an NFL team. And each team got to play against each other. How I'm going to help this group When these boxes are literally the boxes they created to divide us politically. So when we're voting, all of these groups are competing with each other. And we're competing with this box, that box to get the budget swayed for black people. But they say, nope, we're going to cut a check to Asian Americans. Or nope, we're going to cut a check to Pacific Islanders. Now the people in this box are saying, man, why we ain't got none? Because y'all trying to assimilate with groups and other boxes on a political level versus what ADOS and FBA saying. That this box called black people need to change its name because it should be Aboriginal people, if anything, because the fact that they call it black people, black by law mean the people who don't even got a say-so on the table. We the Cleveland Browns. Hey, you'll never, motherfucker, like the whole shit is rigged. If all of these boxes is like an NFL team. And you're trying to say, well, my team need to unite with this team. Show me where they do that at in sports.
Once again, that just shows you how we've been indoctrinated.
That's just capitalism, bro. I didn't make capitalism. I didn't make the rules.
Man, look, listen, black people in America, we're not problem solvers. We're problem makers. You're making a problem by pointing out distinction. Solve the problem. If China going over there, why can't we go over there?
We can.
That's called solving the problem, right?
Yeah.
If China can do it, we can do it. We're not problem solver. We're problem maker. The black man in America create more problems before he solve one problem.
That's not happening. They already saw the people of Liberia as colonizers. That's not happening.
Yeah, because they was trained by the white supremacists.
But I'm saying though, black people didn't make these boxes right here on my screen. Guess what did that? The political system. And they got and when you listen to politicians talk, they're identifying groups by these boxes right here. Whether the groups identify themselves by that box or not, which is why we say they put you in a box.
Well, once again, we gotta be problem solvers, black people. Stop making problems. Stop saying we can't solve the problem because the problem's already
I agree, but here, let me show you something, brother. The problem is made when I say, look, man, I don't like the box they put me in, because the black people box mean the people who dead at law. And everybody in these other boxes know that. And they don't try to identify as a black person. So let me show you what I mean, for example. If you go to this other box over here, it's got multiracial people. Now, if a person is mixed black and white, they would rather be in the multiracial people box than the black people box, even though that black people box is one part of their DNA and they mama may be white. Instead of them saying I'm a white person or a black person, they may say I'm gonna be in this box. You see what I'm saying? But my thing is this right here. If you look over here, there's another box called person of color. The mistake that black people make is we think all of these boxes mean us. We think person of color mean us, black people mean us, and African Americans mean us. And that's not that's exactly not just not what, you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, the box called a black people box is the broken box, right? So let's say if you got a bunch of NFL teams, and this one team at their stadium, they lose at home a lot because they stadium kind of designed for let's say it's rigged up some kind of way, right? That's what mean everybody in this box, black at law, gonna put you at a legal standing that you won't be able to compete equally with everybody else. You will be what they call 3/4 of a human. And it's all a political legalese when you look at the word black. Now, that's just why they want you to have black pride, black power. Think about it. The Jews and white people are funding the black movement. So when we talk about fight the powers that be, throwing your fists up, how did that become popularized? through Jewish white people media. They're promoting the black movement. Who you think run Black Lives Matter? They want the people in this box to be proud of being in that box. And this is like, let's say each of these boxes is like a fucking race car, right? It's a race car. And we all about the race. But the people that get in this car, they tires loose. They tires loose. So nobody want to drive in this box. But the people in this box with the loose tires, they struggling to win a race, and they won't get out the car that's wobbling because they saying, man, I love my struggle. I love the fact that I had to work 10 times harder to bend this corner because my tires loose. The shit rigged against me. And they want you to think that way. So that
redefine the term.
Is it? Can I ask Sanchez? Is it anybody else that is a Pan-African?
I think pro-black is a Pan-African. Yeah. That's a matter of fact. Yeah.
Redefine the term.
Yeah. Oh, sure. I can go in on that, Sanchez. So first and foremost, like these boxes, these is all political narratives. Like as a Pan-African, I feel you. So there's two collections. So you got Pan-Africans, you also got the Nation of Islam. So I was told both. So as a 5%, we know we're supposed to focus on Black people here in America. So we already have organizations that set out to, and people that say, let's focus on Black people here in America. Now, connecting the dots between Black people and Black people who've been around the world and Black people who were forced into different locations, that is a good business perspective. And one, it just happens if you get access to different people. So now if you live in a part of the world where you don't meet anybody too often and everybody's from just one little area, that's going to be your reality. But over here in New York, that's not how it works. You see what I mean? We got Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Guyanese, Africans, or not even Nigerians, Zimbabweans. We got all these
Black, bro.
You know what I mean? And they connect together. And so for me, I understand to respect people's identity and tribal perspective. But when it comes to business, I'm looking for people who identify, one, with the Black perspective, and two, if you're about the Black movement. Now, when we say struggle, life has struggle. That's just part of life. I can't stand when people talk about struggle. You struggle when you get richer, you got to struggle with more people working for you. You got to deal with more stuff. You got to struggle with health, no matter what your economic position is. This is just life. Dealing with that's part of the equilibrium static, the equations in physics, where part of life is about dealing with balance, and balance is always a matter of struggle.
But and Q-Bud, I won't even debate that. You're right. But we grew up saying, man, I had to work 10 times harder. So when I hear struggle, I see that it is you're gonna have problems and obstacles no matter what. But if there's somebody out there, for example, putting a banana peel on your path, making it, now you got to work 10 times harder. This is a whole nother level of struggle. And I think, yeah.
You look at you, Brother Sanchez, you went against the world to promote flat earths. You got me? I don't even believe in flat earths and I'm on your platform. You went 10 times harder than everybody. That's what makes you dope. The best people go 10 times. I don't like nobody who don't go 10 times harder. Get away from me.
Hey, this is all I'm gonna say, man.
Looking at it like
whole
that,
Black thing being right. The redefine the term. That's called problem solving. If that's a problem, the word Black, redefine it and make it mean something that empowers you, like they did in the 60s. That's the reason why they dropped color and Negro and accepted Black.
But look, you know what? I get what you saying, pro-Black, but here's what I see, man.
Problem solving.
When you talk, a lot of people in the chat, they saying forget them boxes. Them boxes are division, and they right. But what I keep telling y'all is that the people in power are governing over us with our consent, right? And how they govern us. This is important right here. If we don't know this, we're going to continue to ask these questions that they asking in the chat. They are governing us in groups, meaning as a political body called a government. When they address the people as a collective, and they say Americans. But when they not talking to the collective, they may be talking to a specific group in America. It becomes a matter of identification that nobody want to deal with. You start saying it's divisive. But you live in a capitalist system. You can't just run from this. You cannot run from this. These politicians, when they talk to black people, they are talking to you, just like Q-Butter said. When that police, he's seeing a black man, he's told to go with a certain protocol with the people in this box called black people. I work with racist cops. I never deny that. So check this out. I know how you can be treated differently if you identify in this box. And guess what? The same way they treat a dude in the hood who we call a black dude, they rough him up, abuse his rights. They'll do it to some bummy white homeless man. Because in their mind, poor is black people. That white, see, y'all might not. I'm telling you how politics have socially engineered these boxes into the minds of all of us. But when I put it on the table, nobody want to deal with it. When they are,
yeah, not to cut you,
yeah,
but
you got
poor
it.
white people got better guns and got better positions in Vietnam than my father. They put my father's platoon in the front line because they were black. They didn't care where they were coming from. My father was raised Jewish. His dog tag said Jewish. They were raised middle class. They was with his platoon had black people from America and different people from different parts of the world. They were just called niggas.
I won't listen. You're right.
They're poor white people.
Hey, you're right. In the military, that was racism for a while, and I'm gonna tell you, the military got its own politics and shit. It's a reflection of the real society. The same racism and shit out there as in the military. He right. But
let me play this game too. They did it in Korea. My grandfather said he was French. They used to change their identities. We're talking this identity stuff. My grandfather was born in America, but changed his identity to French because French black people were treated with more respect in America in the 1900s than they were than black Americans. And he was in the Korean War, and it didn't matter. They sent his ass in a worse plane than everybody else. Which we can go straight wars. I got a family member in almost every American war.
Called white supremacy.
We can go back to America, New York. My great-great-grand-uncle on I forgot what ship in New York City is sunk. And the only reason he was able to save people because he was in the bottom of the ship where all the black people had to work. And when all the white people got off the ship first, he was there to save people.
You know
and
what?
They didn't even put his picture in the newspaper because he was black. And he saved nothing but white people.
That is, yo. Man, I'm lost for words, yo.
I could play the lineage game.
Now that's a hell of a, that needs to be a documented joint some kind of way, man. Like that's crazy right there.
Yeah, the point is I want to make that ADOS and that FBA thing, that's division. Those movements
is not people who
aren't
say
going
that
anywhere. They not getting no reparations. Those are internet phenomenons.
We finna talk
about that because I can go in on that.
We're gonna talk about that, but we also got something else to talk about. What people are on me in the chat room. Somebody said, "Bro, Sanchez agreeing with all this stuff, but he don't agree with it with interracial dating." Somebody else put, "I can't take divestors serious," and we're here having a bill. We can have that smoke too in a minute. I'm letting y'all know in the chat. I'm gonna deal with them. I see them. I ain't letting you slide. Hey, but let's talk ADOS and FBA because pro-black been going at them, and I'm like, where's your evidence?
It's a coon movement.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. That's a childish word we got to stop using, man, because we disagree with a brother. Now, listen, I disagreed with these groups and even pushed a little bit at them at first because my argument was I don't think that can happen for us on a political level. But when you start understanding it's beyond politics, it's the rights for exclusive identity. And I'm all for that. When that's that's why I ride with both groups, whether they go against each other, because at the end of the day, they're saying, hey, if a group of black people in America would like to identify however they want to identify, I don't agree we should identify as maybe FBA or ADOS. I agree with the whole argument they bring into the political table of self-identity because we ain't even made that argument. We just take the identity that they give us and boom. We wonder when the politicians are talking about doing something from African Americans, it never happened for you because they don't consider you an African American. They doing something for Akon them. You're a black person to them. Y'all ask a lot of questions like why they say they gonna do something for us and don't do it. And they plan a lexicon trick on y'all. If they say they doing something for people of color, that does not mean black people. Because you're over here in this box and you think that when they saying we gonna do something for, you know what I'm saying, person of color, that is gonna happen to you. And they never do, because until they say we doing this for black people, and they never say that. You can't pay them to say that. That's the argument that a lot of pro-blacks making, that they won't say that when they having these arguments. They always say people of color are different. They play a game to misdirect those that assistance that it give to everybody else. That's what I'm telling you. It's a word game, a box game.
So get out the box. Problem solved.
And guess what? I'm gonna show you somehow you right. When I try to get out the box, people like you say, bro, Sanchez, you being divisive. We are black people, and you put me right back in this box right here.
No, bro.
Look,
I'm
hold
not
up.
talking about. I'm
When-
saying
hold
get
up,
out the
but look,
system.
when I tell this is how you get out by getting out of your box. If I tell the black people in this box to get out that box, they gonna say, man, you're a coon. You should be bracing the blackness. And this is the situation we in with the whole how they got us identifying a whole pride movement based on this box here identity, and we didn't agree to this name.
Yes, we did in the 60s. Yes, we did.
No, Sanchez, I ain't gonna lie. That's why I said, like, if you come up with your own name, that's why we came up with Zayex. So nobody can say that. Zayex is my word. That's our word.
True. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So to be that the naming nomenclature, that is a big thing. What do we call ourselves? What do we call things? You know what I mean? And so like these boxes, personally, Sanchez, if you go into Zayex the movement mission statement, it literally says black people, Africans, indigenous, people of Aboriginals, people of color, whichever one belong you, we us. If it don't look like me, myself, if you ain't one of like my son the God up there, if you ain't one of us claiming us, I ain't got the time with you. I can have a conversation.
Hey, Q Butter, I got a question. What do you consider? How do you identify a black person? Like what would be the characteristics?
Good question, man.
The political perspective.
Yeah, he did. He went over that. Now, he asking you to break down a political mindset of a true black person, because you know you do got people who...
I'm a 5%er, so to me, 85% of people...
No, I'm saying the characteristics, bro. Like the features,
characteristics
like a physical person.
Like
a physical a trait.
The phenotype?
Yes. That's how you identify.
I would go with, what's it, Thurgood Marshall said? I think Thurgood Marshall said it. Or was it Adam Clayton Powell from Chalk to Choco, baby, black, you know what I'm saying?
But see, the problem he's making is, look, Q Butter told you black is a political identification. You telling him to physically identify black people.
That's how you
No, listen. Just hear me out. You cutting me off. Please listen. How do I identify a Republican? I can't just look at their facial features and hair. I got to ask them, brother, you keep on cutting me off. How do I identify a Democrat? I got to ask them their political mindset and ideology. I'm telling you what Q Butter is saying. He's saying you just can't merely identify a pro-black by skin. And he can correct me at any time. What I'm saying is a black person, you make and say, okay, yeah, that's a brown skinned person, the people with the shaded colored skin, black person. But a pro-black is a revolutionary. It's a person who a black person may not be a pro-black, but a pro-black is always a black person. Or maybe you can have a white person with a pro-black political ideology. And I've heard pro-black say, man, that white boy more pro-black than y'all. But guess what they don't say? They don't say that white boy more blacker than y'all. They saying he more politically involved in our fight than some of you niggas who got the same skin tone. So the skin tone don't mean you're pro-black. It just means you're a nigga with dark skin. To say you're pro-black, you got to be directly involved in a movement that started way back in the day with a groups of revolutionaries, bro. And you're not really making that distinction. You thinking just because the skin tone black, you pro-black. No, you can have black skin and be a white supremacist.
No, I was asking him, how would you physically notice somebody's black? You know, you looking at somebody, how would you know that's a black person and distinguish them from another race? That's what I was asking.
Phenotypical assumptions are cool. So if you
just looking at a person.
No, like looking at that's the phenotypical assumption. So you're gonna assume that because this person has dark skin and big lips.
Like looking at me, bro.
That is, did you hear what I said? That's your phenotype. That's how you look.
Right. You could tell I'm a black person, right?
That's your phenotypical, so you're assuming.
All right, then. That's all you need right there.
Listen what I'm saying. So you're gonna assume that me, myself, is black because of his phenotype. And then if he tells you don't call me black, now you're gonna argue with him about the word black. So that's why I said it's a political perspective. So I don't gotta argue with nobody. If he tells you, no, bro, I'm an Aboriginal, no problem, I respect it. If he tells you that he's Jamaican, don't call me black, I respect it. If he tells you I'm Nigerian, I don't call black. I'm from the Ottoman Islands. I'm
I
Asian.
feel you on all that. I'm trying to say the distinction. I know that me myself is not white or Arab. I know that he could be my cousin or my brother or somebody that's related to me. That's what I'm talking about. When we see Africans, Nigerians, or South Americans, when they come over here, you could tell those are people. And you could tell that wherever those people come, that's the majority. That's where we once came from before we got kidnapped and stolen and brought to this place called America. That's what I'm trying to say.
But you also have to understand that before the robbery, the stealing, us people have been around the planet for a long time.
I'm talking about our original place. Not traveling.
I know original place.
Yeah, the foundation is Africa.
Understand, for some, you're going back 30,000 years.
Bro, we don't know that. Bro, I don't want to get into 30,000 years. We don't know that.
That's a fact.
That's hearsay.
The people.
No, that's not a fact.
That is a fact that the.
No, bro, that's white man. No, let's not get into
That's
white
the same thing you're doing, pro-black.
Let me finish the statement.
Hold on,
Go black. You can take the statement after I say it. The Ottoman Island people, the Senegalese people, they look just like you. They are genetically not African. They have been out of Africa, isolated for over 50,000 years. They look just like you. Genetically, they are Asian.
Bro, okay, first thing, how do you know, where did you get the 50,000 year date? Where do you get that?
The genetic disparities and mutations. So this is why
who gave you the 50,000 years?
Understanding tribes is so important because
sir, I just asked you, who gave you that date?
Scientists, there's multiple scientists that you
white man. Okay, no, we're not doing the white.
Hold on. So your perception that all scientists are white is not just ignorant.
Yeah, scientists, those arbitrary dates.
No, I'm not gonna let you
fairy tale.
Hold up, brother.
Science is not black or white. Science is science. It's the study of a subject.
Bro, let me tell you something. Nobody is around that lived 50,000 years ago.
No, bro, that's the people.
Nobody's around.
Bro, I don't even know how to respond to that. That's I just want nobody thinking
Yeah,
that
you using white man, bro. Black people, the most revolutionary thing a black man, a black woman can do is use their own mind without a white source. Without a white source. Ida B. Wells did it. When she went out there and gathered the statistics and data for black people being hung every year, she did that on her own without white backing, without
I thought
FBI,
statistics
CDC,
is a white
without
word
none of
though.
that.
Statistics is that white man's math.
She did her own statistics.
She did her own. Oh, so she used math to support her statements.
Bro, she went out there and did it on her own. She didn't
but
say
she used math.
50,000. She didn't use. See, you're cherry pick. That's a secondary. So you said 50,000 years.
Brother, if someone, the point I'm making is that if you follow the Aboriginal trails of people, they have been out of Africa and in their places for a long time. And respectfully, if somebody wants to call themselves American because they've been here for thousands of years, what the fuck is the problem?
Know that. We don't know that.
That is a fact.
Nobody, we don't know. We don't know that. Thousands of years, nobody has lived over 1,000 years. So,
brother, then you need to find
it's pro-black you're talking to, bro.
No, brother, you need to
I don't believe in the white man. I don't believe
you gotta let him respond, pro-black.
I'm not going to respond to him. I'm having a conversation with you. Unfortunately, this brother has been on multiple platforms, and I feel really for him. And this is why I promote scientific literacy, and I promote that black people need to teach black.
That white man.
Scientific literacy is the white man.
Yes, because you can't prove none of it.
Oh, so
you didn't write it. That's a second. That's a second. No, sir. But I'm trying to say that's a secondary
you keep cutting the man off though. Hold up, brother. That's why I had to put you off. He's finna let the people know what he's about. You're talking about scientism. That's different than scientific literacy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand the conversations, and I think that a lot of different people in the black, pro-black context or Pan-African have created a different a narcissistic tone to the conversations by just overzealously selling their talking points versus just respecting people where they are and focusing on the bigger topics. So that's why for me, if like I have nothing, but I got mad friends who are Aboriginals. One of my partners is like, you know what I mean? So like that is not that serious to me. It's very simple. You can just Google different ethnic groups around the world and you can see people of color been in there, whatever you want to call us, around the world for thousands of years. That is just a fact.
Okay, bro. Who's fact? Thousands of years. Where you keep getting these thousands of years?
Brother, this is just basic. You can just do
the white man. The white man.
No, brother, you can just walk around. You can walk around and you can just go around and look at the Mesoamerican culture.
Bro, you just said Google.
No, I said you can go walk right now and go look at Mesoamerican culture.
How do you know it was called Mesoamerica?
Mexico is
the original people call themselves Mesoamerica.
Mexico is the original name.
Hold on, pro-black. Give us something that you researched that only black people did. Pro-black, give us something that you researched that only black people researched.
I got you, Bobby. I just wanted to ask this question.
No. Before you go,
I just want to ask him this question.
No, wait, bro. You keep shooting down white people stuff, so we got you. Give us something that you didn't research that can only be
I didn't research. I don't research.
So how can anything you say be valid?
The third eye. The third eye.
We got the research, brother.
We got to research the third minute, brother.
They taught the black man not to think. See, that's the reason why y'all think I'm stupid, because I'm thinking with my brain.
Research is thinking.
They taught y'all that you don't know nothing unless you have a white source. That's what the brother keeps saying.
Hold on, wait.
How you know?
I keep asking you for your black source and you beating around the bush. We clear.
I just said it, bro. It come from my brain.
So you the only source?
That's it.
Well, nigga, you invalid. You invalid. You wouldn't even. Hold on, wait a minute.
I ain't got a white man.
This how I'm finna kill him. Sanchez, this how I'm finna kill him.
I ain't got the
You want to buy a car from me, right? And you say, well, you took it to a mechanic. Well, nigga, no, I ain't taking it to no mechanic.
We
I
ain't
know
talking
my car.
about that,
I'm the
bro.
only son. You don't need no mechanic, my nigga.
Bro, you getting simple, bro.
Look.
You getting simple. We talking about cars. I'm talking to the bro. I'm referring to 50,000 years and thousands of years.
Pro-black.
Like that.
When you say that white people or Europeans who come from Europe, they actually taught us that, which would mean you weren't the source of that information.
Bro, hold up. Let me respond to that. Okay. Is this true or false? When you go over to Europe, I've never been to Europe, so I don't know. Is it a lot of white people over there?
Listen,
is it a lot of white people?
There's a lot of black
let me
people there.
answer it. Let me answer.
Is it the majority of the white people?
It's a majority black people.
Hold on, watch this. Let me give him what he want. The majority of whites there, and I see your point, but let me show you something. I'm gonna take your point, even though I could push back on. I'm gonna just take your point. It will be like saying this: the most trees are in the rainforests of Amazon, so trees must come from the Amazon. Now that's this other country where there's the most clouds on earth. It's an ongoing thunderstorm that ain't never stopped. The most lightning strikes on earth that happen. It's always an ongoing thunderstorm. I forgot the name of that country, but the most lightning on earth is in that one spot. The most thunderstorm longest is right there in this one area. And should we say thunderstorms and lightning come from there? Listen, the most water in America is in the Everglades, Great Lakes area, the fresh water. The most water, should we say all of the fresh water in America come from these areas? You know what I'm saying? Because you got underwater hidden reserves, all kind of shit. So my thing is this right here. That's a very broad, simple way to look at things to make a conclusion. Like, because there's a lot of birds in this particular area. Birds come from this area. That's like
it's called a false equivalence fallacy. That's what it is. It's a fallacy.
False equivalent.
Hey, and if he's never been there, how he know what the ratio is? Because just because you see a lot of white people in one area, don't mean the entire countryside is filled with them.
Europe is not a white country as you think. Matter of fact, I want to ask the brother, does
a so-called continent?
Wait. It is a so-called continent. I agree with you there because I believe that. I agree with you there.
It's really just Asia.
Wait, it's a part of Asia. I agree with you there.
It's not a continent.
Okay, it's not a continent. I'm still agreeing with you.
I'm thinking.
No, wait. That's research though. The same way
we don't need no research.
No, brother, you didn't just think of that out your brain. Somebody told you that.
No, nobody told me this. They in school they said that we got 6 continents. You got North America, South America.
School, bro.
He just said school.
Listen. No, let me make my point, bro. In school they told us this. They said you got 6 continents. They said Europe and Asia.
I know what you about to do, brother.
Right.
And I'm telling you,
so when I look
if
at
school taught you to lie, they still taught you the
truth
truth because they gave you a baseline for research.
No, they didn't give me no.
Yes, they did because you had to know about 6 continents. You knew about 6 continents in school.
5.
I know it's only 5, but you knew 6 in school. You was able to deduce from what the school taught you that it was a lie in there. Therefore, you did your own research internally off of the information that the school gave you.
I just looked at it. I just looked
off the information that the school gave you. You looked at it from the information the school
I really didn't care, bro. It wasn't going to affect me at all.
Hold on.
Yo, Pro Black, how do you know you live in America?
Huh?
How do you know you live in America?
I don't know.
Okay.
America, what they call this landmass.
Have you ever seen a map? Have you ever seen a map of America?
Yeah, I seen a so-called map.
All right, have you? Was it you who drew that map?
Nah.
Okay.
The question is this, Pro Black, because his argument is the most colored people with brown skin shades of skins are in Africa. So that must be where we come from. He's saying all races didn't come from Africa. White folks come from Europe. But now I wanted to ask him some more questions, and I got to go to, and I'm going to pass the mic around. Let me ask him something real quick. I got to see where he at. Pro Black, if white people come from Europe, who all come from Africa and who don't? Are you saying like Chinese people come from China, white people come from Europe, blacks and colored brown-skinned people come from Africa? Because everybody that just don't come from Africa, only specific groups. We want you to specify.
Everybody came from Africa. That's the birthplace of the black man.
Okay, so then that's what I was telling you earlier. That when I told you that white people are original to Africa, because if they
No, they
came,
not.
wait a minute, brother. You can't say they came from Africa and then say we came from Africa and they ain't what we are. If we all came from Africa, we all got the same original homeland, motherland. So our motherland would be their motherland if we come from there and they come from there too. If you come from LA and he come from LA, ain't what I don't get it. What's
Do you think Chinese
They
people
didn't
come
come from Africa, bro.
Brother, if I come from LA and you come from LA, it's both of our home motherfucking town, my dude. I don't get.
Oh, bro, you got it all wrong. Black people came from Africa.
So where
Where Chinese people come from? Where Chinese people come from?
Well, I was trying to explain him, but then he did.
Wait.
Mr. Sanchez, he went on a Bible bashing. I was gonna go to the
listen, y'all, because I'm pinning him the way I want him. Hold up, man.
No, you're not.
Hold up. This is what I want you to deal with real quick, man. If white people didn't come from Africa, why did you just say a minute ago everybody came from Africa?
I said black people. All black people come from Africa.
Okay, so where did everybody else come from? You didn't teach us that.
Well, I tried to explain that in the beginning, but you was talking about Jabari and Umar, which they ain't no qualified scholars.
Man, here's what all you got to do for me. Then I'm gonna be simple here. Just like you said, black people come from Africa and you didn't have to get all deep. You should be saying, oh yeah, and they come from here and they come from there and they come from there. Why that ain't happening?
Well, the white folks, those are the Gentile nations.
Bro, so go to where the Chinese folks come from.
Those Gentile nations.
Wait. I'm gonna show you.
We come from the seed of Adam.
Man.
We come from the seed of Adam.
This nigga keep talking about Adam and all this. Where do Chinese people come from?
Those are the Gentile nations.
Cool. Stop. Hold on. This is why you can't do that with him, Bobby. Once he hide behind that
Africa.
Hold up. Once he hide behind the Bible, Bobby, you're not gonna get him to deal with terms like Chinese and shit. Now he finna Gentile and Canaanite your ass now. He's finna Amorite your ass now. But see, when he specified black people, he didn't say the children of Ham. He identified us with a political term and not a biblical term. Then when we told him to identify everybody else, now he need the Bible for them, which is why I said this is bullshit. If you need a book of theology to identify these people, but you can just say you pro-black to identify us, there's a contradiction there. You don't say you're pro motherfucking Ham or pro your biblical progenitor. You only go to talking bibliology when we ask you where these folks come from, since you said they didn't come from Africa. Even though if you want to use the Bible, all the foreigners in the Bible will tell you they come from Africa, even Moses. This is crazy.
All right, bro. You gotta kind of let me explain, so y'all can kind of get where I'm going. Okay, in heaven, when the angels rebelled, God kicked those angels out of heaven. Those are the Gentile nations. But he put his seed.
When he kicked them out,
hold up, listen, hold on, bro.
Now this man is dealing with.
Don't get confused.
I don't want to get confused.
I got him. Hold up.
God kicked them out. Did he give him an eviction notice? Because if God ain't give him a 1 month eviction notice, man, it's invalid.
Hold up, bro. Listen. Then he created his seed. That's us, the black people, in the Garden of Eden, Africa. Through that lineage,
wow,
it came Jesus, and then they multiplied. That's the black.
I got to deal with you on that.
We the black race. That's why in the Bible it said, "Do not mix with the Gentile."
I got you.
Mix with the Asian.
I understand.
I
understand. Hold
don't
on.
mix with the white.
I got you. I understand. Check this out. Now I gotta point this out, and I'm gonna mute my mic. I got to show how hypocritical he is. When it come now to him explaining everything about everything, he turns into a Christian. Yet his avatar name is pro-black, not pro-Bible. Not pro-Bible. Now remember, the term black is a political term and not a biblical term. If he really wanted to deal with the Bible, his name would be pro-Ham, pro-progenitor Ham. or he would be a Hebrew Israelite, right? The problem I got with him, either you're going to take the biblical identity of your people or the political identity of your people, because it matters. And what's happening here, you're identifying with a group of people politically saying pro-black, but when I ask you to identify them, you don't take a political approach. You grab a religious book. There's a conflict and a hypocrisy in who you say you are. You're not pro-black, you're pro-Bible, you're pro-theology, you're pro-belief, you're pro-Christianism, if anything. Because when I go to telling you to get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't sound like most pro-blacks I talk to. You sound more like a Hebrew Israelite, a churchgoer, a Bible thumper. I don't think your name really fits your mindset. And I also think you need to stop telling people they need to quit using a white man's work if you're going to use it. Because his greatest work was the Bible that you use. Nobody else used that. You did, pro-black.
Well, first, let me to respond to that. That's not his greatest work. The Greeks translated the Bible.
It don't matter. You still use it. And it's the white
Right,
man.
it's
And you
translated,
told
bro.
us not to use it.
Right, it's translated, bro. That he didn't write that. He
Is the
translated.
translation correct?
A lot of them
Is
translations
the
is
translation
wrong.
correct?
A lot of them is wrong.
Do you
So
got
then
a
that
King
mean it's
James?
invalid then.
Do you
That
got,
mean it's
listen,
invalid.
watch
Move
this,
on.
watch this. If you own a
check it
King
out. Hold up,
James
bro.
Bible, then you dealing with the white man translation. You can't run
Right,
from
that's
this.
his translation. Yeah, that's his
And,
because you
and
got to
do,
understand.
do
Look,
you got the white man translation? Do you got a King James
yes.
Bible?
Wait,
Okay
let me
then,
respond
brother.
to that. Let me
Okay
respond to
then.
it. Look, check it out. Check it out. Just like right now today, they got cell phone, they got Wi-Fi.
Wow, that's
100
different.
years ago.
No,
Hold up, listen, man.
brother.
God dang, man. 100 years ago, they didn't have Wi-Fi.
Wow.
So if I was going to translate a phone from 100 years ago, I have to update the term. That's how things go. See, the Bible.
You just said they mistranslated it, bro.
Right, man.
You keep going past.
Bro,
you keep
listen
going
to me.
past the major points. You
Right,
just said
man.
they
bro.
He
mistranslated
trying to
it.
You're not
dance.
listening.
He's dancing, and he get mad when you cut him off.
Listen to me, bro. When the text was in Africa, they translated through word of mouth before
Was
it
it
ever got written on.
Hey, was the King James translation mistranslated or not, nigga? Because you got King James.
Probably
Stop
was.
talking to me about what they got in Africa, all that shit. You got some shit from England. So was that mistranslated? Yes or no?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, then you got a false book. So stop, nigga.
Nah,
unless you
no
go to Africa,
hey,
bro, unless you go to Africa and get you some original Dead Sea Scrolls or some Phoenician text or some shit like that, or even the Septuagint.
Hey, Bobby. Bobby. Ain't
bro,
no mother. Hey, hold up. Hey, ain't no motherfucker in Africa talking like, "Behold, thou art worthy." Show me the tribe that talk like that.
Ye herefore
that's a translation.
This day.
I keep trying to tell you, it's a translation.
Behold.
They translated in their language.
Hey, brother, we get that you said they translated, but you keep on trying to
hold
on, wait, bro, Black. Why you keep on trying to rush past the part where they fucked up the translation?
Yeah.
Well, they translated things in their terms, just like this word.
No.
Listen to me, bro.
Wait a minute, pro black.
I gotta mute him.
Wait, do virgin mean the same thing in Hebrew as it mean in what they saying?
In King James?
I ain't talking about that, bro.
No, you said
that's what we talking about.
No, that's what we talking about.
I'm talking about slaves.
No, you gotta talk. You got listen. Hold on. Here's the problem, man. Bobby. I got you. This is only gonna take a minute. This is what you doing, pro black. You're not dealing with the direct argument that he's making. What I was making to you, which is if the Bible is King James translated fucked up, why are you dealing with the fucked up white man's version and get mad when we call you on it? Like, why ain't you dealing with the real version? Basically, is what we saying. You admitted to having the King. You admitted to having the King James version, which is the Shakespearean version. It ain't the version that the Africans had or whatever. So come on, go ahead. That's what he's saying. Bobby, y'all go ahead, man. I can't let him dance.
Okay, now listen, hold on, pro black.
Use your brain.
Pro black. No, you keep saying use your brain, bro. Listen to me. I studied and I was a Hebrew Israelite in Atlanta for years. We didn't have,
Okay.
we weren't
Listen.
dealing with no King James Bible. I had to sit down and literally learn Amharic or whatever the fuck that language was so I could read from the Torah in the original language, because them Hebrews told me they self. Whatever you reading in the King James, it's not what you go get from the
bro, let me ask you
original
a
text.
question.
It's a totally different thing.
Let me ask you a question.
Aramaic, there you go, Aramaic. Amharic,
hold
that's
up.
Ethiopian. You right, Aramaic, me, myself. You got it.
Before Aramaic and the Hebrew language, what was the language them people spoke? Before
Who the
that,
fuck knows, bro?
that's what I'm
In
trying
the
to tell
fuck
you.
knows.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Before it was written down, they spread it through word of mouth. Word of mouth was how they spread it and
Hey,
passed
Pro-Black,
information.
but you didn't get it word of mouth, bro.
Hey, look,
You
we
got
gotta.
it in
But the
King James
people
Bible.
translated it.
We
It
gotta
went from
let.
Hebrew
We gotta
to
let.
Greek to
Gotcha, bro. We gotta let Supernova. We gotta let No Lodge in. We gotta let me, myself in. New Orleans. A lot of people ain't spoke. Loyal ain't spoke. A lot of people been waiting to talk. Sister on the panel, Olivia. We got to make it brief, Pro-Black. You ramble on and on and on, and you never answer what the person asked you. And it's a tactic that I see a lot used in debates. So I got
all
to
I
go
know
ahead
is
and
black people.
hold on, more rambling. Let somebody else talk. Don't be selfish. Share the mic. I want to talk too, but it's a lot of people ain't spoke, so even I'm not talking. I'm passing the mic. Go ahead, me, myself.
Oh, yes, sir. What's good, panel? What's good, bro, Sanchez? Yep, my bad. Wi-Fi disconnected me last night.
What's good, my brother?
What's up?
Welcome back, man.
Yeah, Sirski. I don't even want to go into back because I know what it's gonna end up at. But X-Ray and Pro-Black, I gotta ask y'all this. If not from the Yakubian theory, where do white people come from outside of being grafted out of us, who are the so-called only and original? Because if you know about grafting, you can't get the new fruit like navel oranges without grafting to the orange tree. So there's a root seed that then so-called evolved, if you want to use that term, into the other so-called races, if we're using that term. So that's my first question. The other question was, it wasn't really a question. I think that's all I really wanted to know. Because outside of the Yakubian theory, and when we talk about grafting, you still got to graft from the original source. So if they don't come from us, where they come from, please explain. X-Ray and Pro-Black.
You niggas,
exactly.
y'all researching? Y'all researching? Like what's going on?
Exactly.
Y'all thinking on it? Y'all in the mind's eye? Like let me know.
I had already told you, bro.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
Hey,
I
yeah,
did. I got cut off.
He did, me myself. Hey, me myself. He said the white people was the angels that got kicked out of heaven.
Fallen angels.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He said God made us, but then that means white people was here first. If they was in heaven, got kicked out, came here.
Oh, bomb drop!
Oh my God!
My nigga Key with the bomb drop.
Yeah, dagger.
Key with the bomb drop.
Dagger. Damn. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, that was a heavy one.
Adam.
Yo, this dude sound delirious, man. I mean,
he put up
a good effort,
So,
man.
so Pro-Black, you're saying that.
You're saying that. That's clutch discernment, Key. That's clutch discernment.
I'm saying we are special people.
Pro-Black, white people are fallen angels. Is that what you're saying?
They're rebellious angels that God kicked out of heaven.
Okay, so listen. So when God kicked them out of heaven, they would have been the first humans on earth.
Exactly.
Who cares?
What?
Wow.
What?
Wow.
Who cares?
This nigga don't even believe in his own ideology, boy.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna answer that for him.
Believe in his own ideology,
I'm gonna answer that for him. Now y'all can unmute, but let me answer this real quick. He said, "Who cares?" He care. The whole pro-black concept, if you want to deal with it from a genetic standpoint, is based on the original man. Even if you want to talk about 5% nation, the gods, enter this shit. It's all. This is why salutes to Q Butter, man. Big salutes. He's a Pan-African, but they would. I mean, I like guys who stand on what they stand on and don't dance on it. Like, who can tell you, yeah, man, my motherfucking people were first, motherfucker. We was on this earth before any motherfucking white man. In fact, a real pro-black to me would say, damn right, we was here first before that cave beast. I've heard it all the time. You name it. I don't think like that. I'm just saying your name is pro-black. And I'm saying, bro, you really shouldn't have that name. Like, I've met some real pro-blacks, like, and they will fucking put the pressure on me and make this hard for me. You ain't really making it that hard for me, brother. But the reason I'm telling you is because you don't want to deal with the facts for real. You emotional pro-black, and ain't nothing wrong with that. But you really need to know the facts
all
to
I'm
be.
saying,
okay.
Look, this is all I'm saying. I'm saying we're special people. We come from the lineage of Adam. God created his bloodline. We're special people. That's the reason why we hate it. That's the
Bro,
reason
if
why
that's what you're
racism
saying,
is
listen,
all over.
if
That's
that's
the
what
reason
you're
why these
saying,
people
no,
hate
no,
us.
no, listen. If that's what
Asians
you're
hate
saying,
us.
that would make
Indians
white
hate us.
people special
White
too,
folks
bro.
hate us.
If they're fallen
They-
angels, that would make them special
This the-
too. Wouldn't that make them
Yeah, well,
special?
No, they were
listen,
rebellious.
hold up,
bro.
wait a minute. I'm
Rebellious.
gonna show you something. It even say in his Bible that the fallen angels had powers, magic, and gifts above man. And it said that they also mated with man.
Okay. And then we wasn't supposed to do. That's what created the evil in the world.
That
We're
is
not
a
supposed
lie, brother. The
We're
Bible
not
said,
supposed to.
listen, the Bible said when Eve bit the apple is when evil came into the world. You can't reinterpret the, you got to go with what it say now.
We're not supposed to breed with these people, bro.
You keep saying that we know that you're wee watering, but we want to get to the facts, man, if we can. And you telling me I shouldn't breed with these guys according to the God in heaven who could have just made it to where my dick wasn't compatible with a white woman pussy because he's God Almighty. Let me tell you something, man. Just listen up with me real quick when you say what we're supposed to do and ain't supposed to do and all that little shenanigan. Let me show you something. A car company know you ain't supposed to stick a fucking gas pump in the key ignition, which is why they got the key ignition shaping like the key and not the gas pump. It's shaped like the thing that's supposed to stick there. They got it to where you can't mess this up. For example, nature don't want me having sex with a tree. So if I walk up to a tree and pull my thing out, I have to wonder, where do I put it? Like, because nature telling me, nigga, nowhere. I didn't put nowhere for it to be compatible for you to fit that with that. No, I put the womb on a woman. If I tried to have sex with a flower, it wouldn't line up. It wouldn't fit. It'll always fit in that coochie, no matter what color the woman is. And that's nature telling me, okay, you can do that. So when you say I shouldn't do that, if God is almighty like he say, he made it to where I couldn't have sex with that tree. I can't get that tree pregnant. Ain't nowhere to even put it. He did that. If you want to go with the biblical narrative, he was mighty enough to do that. If he didn't want a black man mating with a fallen angel, why would he get a fallen angel a pink pussy? He almighty. He could have said, you know what? I'm going to make the angels have sex a different way than the humans. These white people called fallen angels, I'm not going to even give them human sex organs. They're going to have angel organs. God made them compatible. And then kicked them down there with the humans and thought they wasn't going. What you think was going to happen? Duh.
These pro-black niggas, they don't never have a
Yeah, bro, you got
logical,
kind of simple right there.
Yeah, no, they're not.
That was too simple.
What we're getting right now is biblical. Whether you call it simple or complex, that's your opinion. And whether you're basically saying something is hard or easy to you. When you say I get simple, that's what people pay me.
Real simple.
Hold on, let me say something, bro. People pay me to be simple. They don't pay me to make shit complex. They pay me to break shit down in a simple way. So when you tell me that, I gotta drop a bomb for myself. You telling me I'm doing right? I'm doing my job. Yeah.
Fucking doing the job. Simplicity is the key,
right.
nigga. That's what we doing, breaking this down.
What my question is, why are you trying to make it more complex, pro-black?
Because we are special people.
It's not.
Confusion is in the complexity.
Bro,
that's
your
why.
argument, listen. Your whole argument makes no logical sense. How is it that you're the only? Listen, how is it that you're the only one who doesn't see that?
Driven.
Yeah, you didn't come here.
So wait, hold up, sir.
I'm gonna tell y'all this right now.
So the white man.
Have anybody ever seen pro-black? Because I guarantee you, if we get a good look at this nigga, we'll understand why he feel like that.
Nah, he just put his camera on just
I'm black as hell.
A couple hours ago.
But I do understand why he feels like there is logic. I don't mean to cut you off, Fiasco, but there is logic to why he feels the way he feels. And that's the deeper conversation in moving past this divide and conquer tactic that's been played against us, and we keep on regurgitating it. Because if he could, in some way, shape, or form, like explain the Bible in a realistic scientific form, or an allegorical form, then I would effort him a little bit. But look,
you mean have a source?
No, allegorical means that these words have
stories.
Meaning. Yeah, it's a meaning behind that word in the story, other than what the English word lays out before the period.
Like the birds and the bees story to tell sense here.
Exactly. If he was going that deep, then it'd be
Bible
cool.
not allegorical.
Yes, it is. I can prove it with the Bible. Hold up.
Yes,
watch
it is,
this.
man.
I can hold up. You know what? I don't mean to cut you off, myself, but right there, he got you in a place where now, in your what you saying, he's saying.
Hey, let him answer.
No, I'm about to answer that for him just for the sake of time. Yeah, we ain't see, cause check this out. I can pull up the scripture. If we're gonna talk about this one, we need to go to the scripture for real. It's his turn to talk, though. I'll mute the flow. Because guess what? I just want y'all to get, when you said the Bible, when it say he wrong about that, bro, I can show him in the Bible where it said it's an allegory. Y'all go ahead and I'm going to pull it up.
Does he have a clear understanding of social engineering?
If he can save a man with his lie, then where he go wrong at? What is it?
I want to know what like when we get off, before we get off into the Bible and all of that, don't we understand that the Bible and all this shit still break down to social engineering? You feel what I'm saying?
Here's the thing, right? The Bible is a book of social engineering. That's how brothers like him exist. And we got to go and use the Bible to show him how it socially engineered him.
There you go.
Because check this out. He just said the Bible ain't speaking in allegory, and most Christians don't know that there's a scripture in the Bible where it would tell you all this shit is an allegory, but your pastor never read it to you. Watch this. In this script, Galatians 4:24, I never forget this. They was asking about Moses, the forefather of Christianity. How did he come to be? How did his bloodline come to be? All that. And when they was describing it, at the end of him describing it, like, matter of fact, I'm just gonna read it to you real quick. He was asking him about Moses' genealogy. And then here we read it say, but he who was of the bondwoman was born. These are Moses' 2 children was born from 2 different women. So it said, for it is written, I said Moses, but I meant Abraham, my bad. One of them bearded motherfuckers, but check this out. It say, for it is written that Abraham had 2 sons, one by a bondmaid, the other by a free woman, right? Telling you Abraham genealogy. It go on to say, he with the one of the bondwoman was born after the flesh, but he of the free woman was by promise, meaning one out of wedlock, one out of marriage. And it go on here and say, all of the shit that I just told you, which things are an allegory. For these are 2 covenants, the one from the Mount Sinai, which gendereth to bondage, which is Agar. Let's translate that. It say these things are being taken figuratively. The woman represent two covenants, meaning it wasn't real women. It was the woman was a representation of a covenant. There
Right,
wasn't
that's
no
your
two
interpretation.
Bro, this is the bot. You know what? I'm not gonna do this, man. I'm not gonna do this, man. If you go to the King James Version, it literally used the word allegory. And he said he got the King James Bible. So check this out. I'm gonna show you why this is crazy, right? This man got the same Bible that I'm using on the screen, and he arguing against it. His Bible telling him all the shit I just read is an allegory. The very word he said ain't. Look, if Abraham's genealogy is just an allegory, Jesus ain't even real because he's part of that genealogy. If you cut a tree at the roots, ain't no branches. All of it bullshit once you admit that that's bullshit.
Wow. So you
Great work.
a verse to prove the whole Bible was allegory.
I don't know what else to tell him, y'all.
Allegory.
I don't know what else to tell him with that.
Hey, that's your interpretation, bro. That's your opinion.
No, that's King James interpretation. And King James.
No, that's your interpretation.
No, brother. I'm highlighting. You say you got a King James Bible. Go to chapter Galatians 4:24. It says it was an allegory. You said it ain't allegory. It used the very word allegory in that scripture.
Okay.
So pro-black.
That don't
open your Bible.
That's that verse, bro.
Hold on,
Open your Bible.
Ask him, is he aware of Revelations? Are you aware of Revelations, pro-black?
Yeah.
Now, is Revelations literal or is Revelations an allegory representing events to come?
Everything in the Bible is literal.
So the acts of Revelation, when Daniel said he saw the chariots and the dragon and all of that stuff, when the pastor sat me down back in the day and said this represent different nations and all that, the pastor was fucked up. It was really dragons and shit finna come back. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, he's talking about the future.
Of dragons coming back, right? A seven-headed dragon, right?
Yeah.
So I'm talking to a grown man. I want everybody on this panel to know this an adult we talking with now, going forth, so we know what we dealing with. This is an adult that believe in the future, sometime coming near, a seven-headed dragon on this earth will appear, a literal seven-headed rep. That's what you telling me, right, pro-black? So I won't.
Bro, hold on, wait. Bro, you see planes, right? Thousands years ago, they didn't have imagination. They didn't have planes. You see,
that's allegory. That's allegory, bro.
You see cell
phone, allegory. Right? You finna define allegory to me though.
No, he talking about
no. Hey, before you say anything else,
what
you trying to define to me right now is literally allegory, bro. That's when I don't have a comparative thing for what I'm seeing, so I explain it as something else. So if I see a fucking plane, bro, if I see a future, I'm agreeing with you. If I see a future event and I say I saw a chariot of fire, but it was really a jet plane, you explain an allegory, my nigga.
Bro, he explaining it in the term that people can understand in this
which is allegorical, bro.
Okay, call it allegorical. Okay.
That's what it is.
All right, you want that argument?
No,
look, I'm not calling it allegorical. I'm telling you that's literally what allegory is.
Let me cut in real quick.
Go ahead.
Let's get back to what white folks come from.
Let me say something real quick. Y'all just achieved something that we've been waiting on for like 2 hours. I promise you, pro-black, I was so pro-black, bro, couldn't nobody tell me the Bible wasn't literal until I had to fight against my own. I had to go deep within, like you said, your own consciousness to relearn what we were brainwashed with, right? Now, I won't, I'm telling you for a fact that you will grow exponentially when you're able to say, you right, bro, I'm gonna have to look deep into that. Now, the person that keeps poking at you after you said, you right, bro, I got to go deeper than that. That person got to do some work on himself too. So when y'all come to that, that middle ground, then we can just move on like y'all just did. That's all we've been waiting for like the last 2 hours, bro. And my real question about the graphing was full X-ray, and he ain't say nothing.
I did say, bro, it's not graphing, bro.
And you said on your website that we accept all Aboriginals. So you said also that Europeans, I'm not sure if it was pro-black or you, that Europeans come from Europe. So they're Aboriginal as well, so they can join your group, right? Okay, I'm mute up.
Pro Black, do you believe Asians are original people?
I just told you where I know where the Gentiles come from.
No,
I told you where
no,
the
I
chosen
get
people
that you,
come from.
No, I get what you're saying, chosen people and Gentiles and all that, but I'm talking about whether if somebody chosen or not, that's a topic of discussion. I'm saying where they here though, where they're originally here.
Yeah, they came. Yeah, I told you where they came from. Fallen angels.
All right. So listen,
earth. They were banded from heaven.
Angels. Okay, watch this.
I ain't even gonna go that deep with you, Pro Black. But you just said that you don't believe that Europe is Europe. Europe ain't a continent. Europe is Asia, right?
Right. Wait, hold on.
Wait, whoa. Don't run from it, because then you saying white people are Asiatic then, right? They Asians, Caucasians, Asians, right?
Yes. That's what I'm trying to get to that point.
Now, hold on a second, man. Let
the brother
finish.
Thank you.
Because I got it. Come on, man.
Go ahead, Pro Black. I'm
wait.
I
want to ask you a question, Pro Black. Please be brief. You said
Bobby on the same page.
Cool. You said white people come from fallen angels, right?
Or Gentiles.
Are white people fallen angels?
Whites, Asians, and any other race that that's not black.
They're fallen angels. Okay. Are angels created in heaven or on earth?
In heaven.
So white people and all other creatures that ain't black, they are heavenly beings.
No, bro, they
rebellious. Wait. I need everybody else to mute up for 1 second because I'm getting confused. You mean to tell me? Oh no, listen. If you tell me that basically, what's that chick named Keisha Cole? She got a song called "Sent from Heaven, from Above." You're sent from heaven, and you're telling me all of these other races that ain't black were sent from heaven. That's what you're telling me. And I will ask you where did black people come from, and where did we come from hell, and maybe that's why we're black and they white. I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't know.
Well, first thing, they wasn't sent from heaven. They were kicked out of heaven.
Listen, man, if I kick my son out my house and he go to his girlfriend's house, she gonna say, "Where the fuck did you come from?" Man, my dad has sent my ass packing. My dad, you know. So that's what I'm saying. Where did he come from? He come from daddy house. Daddy booted his ass to the girlfriend house. And she may say, "No, you can't stay here." Boot his ass. So we'll send him. It's like a ping pong ball. Daddy kick him out. Boom, hit that ball. Who sent it? The nigga swat. Hey, you kicked him out. That's why it's called kicking. Boop. Right? Who sent that ball if it's a punt? Boop, the punter.
Okay. Look, when they were kicked out of heaven, God created his own creation in the Garden of Eden.
Okay, cool. I ain't arguing with that.
Africa.
All I'm saying is that they're
Africa.
I don't care. They haven't sent. They came from heaven, is what you telling me. And if you telling me,
no, they not heaven sent.
Wait a minute,
though. Heaven sent. They got kicked out.
Wait. Okay, they came from heaven. They just listen
for being wicked.
Wait a minute. It doesn't matter how they left heaven. They came from heaven.
Well, call it what you want. Call it what you want. But
all
I know is we're not supposed to mix in with them.
Listen what I'm telling you. We ain't talking about mitts and wee watering. Get off PP patrol real quick. Get off penis patrol real quick. You always going back to wee watering do this. I'm trying to ask you something about heaven real quick, brother. Listen to me. You're telling me all of these other races come from heaven. I want to know where we come from if we the opposite of them.
Bro, I just said that about 5 or 6 times. Ain't nobody else heard me?
Oh man.
Nobody heard
me. We come from hell.
From hell.
No, we come from the lineage of Adam. When God created the first man on the planet, from his lineage, that's
let me show you something. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got him.
See, you keep cutting me. That's why you don't.
No, man, be quiet. You ain't telling us nothing new. You rambling about shit, and I ain't got time like that. And this is what I'm telling you, bro. If we came from Adam, we were created by man,
and Adam and all the other races were created by God. Because God created Adam and God created the fallen angels that you spoke of, but God didn't create black people. What God created black people, is what you saying. So Adam would have been a fallen angel, meaning he would have been white. And that mean that that white man would have had to somehow create black people if you saying we come from Adam. Because God didn't create blacks. Blacks come from Adam. God created Adam. And God's creations are called angels. Adam is a fallen angel because the hands of God created him. And God fashioned Adam by literally falling onto the earth to pick up dirt and all that. God had to actually, and if you think about that, that Adam wasn't born of a woman and we were, is what you saying. This make Adam and the angels.
That make us special.
I'm gonna show you what it make us. It mean that your slave master gave birth to you, dummy. And I don't mean to call you a dummy. I apologize for that. But that kind of crazy.
Nah, you mean it. You mean it.
Because I'm going to tell you real now why I say that. That's really stupid to say. It don't make you special that God didn't have nothing to do with you. And that God see you as a mistake that Adam made. Because like you said, if God told Adam don't mate with the angels and you wouldn't give birth to these black people, everybody that you said came out of Adam, God see them as a curse. That's what I'm telling you. So if we came out of
cursed today,
listen,
we stiff-necked.
We're cursed because we believe all this dumb shit that you talking. We curse because you're a grown man and you literally believe this shit that we saying right now. That's the curse, stupidity.
Stupid.
And that you won't listen either.
All right, I can talk now?
No. We don't want Bible study. We trying to show you why the shit you believe in is the curse.
I wasn't trying to bring it to Bible study. I wasn't even going to get into the Bible. I was asked a question, so I had to explain it. You know,
what was the question?
No question?
Repeat the question and answer it.
I mean, it was something on the Bible, so I explained my premise. The point is about
what was the question?
The question was, where do white folks come from?
Because you said they fallen angels.
You kept putting me in this
no, stop it. You filibustering. Don't do all that. The question was, where does white folks come from? You said they're fallen angels. Right. So let me move on. If you told me, that's why I said no, you can't talk. Right. Now I want to build on your answer as I move on. If you please don't cut me off. You can't say that the only way I can move on if I don't want to say nothing else about what you said. So yeah, we're going to move on, and I'm going to let every brother that's waiting to talk right now, if they want to speak on the folly of what you said, they can feel free to do so, and you can defend yourself. I'm going to be fair. Now, y'all go ahead because you've been waiting patiently. So,
Yo, I just want to say one thing, right? For you to say that white people are fallen angels, then that would probably imply that, because not all angels fell. That would mean that the angels in heaven right now are white people. White. Right. So are you saying that white people are God's servants, like right-hand servants? Like, are you saying that Gabriel and all these angels mentioned are white people?
Yo, Fiasco, you hit it on the head. He's saying white people are God's servants and we're white people's servants. And he even said that's why we curse. He agreed to the curse.
If you let me explain, I mean, I'm going to get cut off again, but no,
you got it. You got it. No, you got it, Pro Black.
No, it's 100% yours, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let's see. When Satan or whatever they called him, Lucifer, when he was in heaven and he corrupted the angels, half the angels followed him, but the guy wasn't sure about the other angel. So through the seed, he tests us. He tests the angel.
Oh man!
Earth is a heavenly experience where he tested. That's what the tree of good and evil was about when he gave it to our people. This is how he knows who really loves him and who really wants to follow Satan. Satan, the deceiver, he kicked him out of heaven and he roamed on earth. This is the reason why we have sin today. When he told Eve, do not from the tree of life, you have two choices: forever life or eat from the tree of knowledge and good and evil. She chose that. So through that, he punished his people and with birth. But
Oh my
it was gonna be
God, can you
he was gonna
stop with the
correct it all.
fucking
He was gonna
filibustering already?
He
Okay,
was gonna
a bunch of
through Jesus
nothing.
Christ. Hold on, bro. Through
Stupid.
Jesus Christ, he was gonna correct the sins of the world.
Oh my God, can you stop already? It's getting unbearable,
Wait,
man.
so dog, let me ask you, do you believe everything you say? Like, do you really truly stand behind it? Because it
Yeah, yeah, that's revolutionary. As a black person,
Oh
to think
my God.
without having a white source,
Bro, that's
to think
not
on your own.
thinking. Stop, wait a minute.
That's thinking, bro.
Alright.
What you're doing is literally not called thinking, it's called believing. And when you believe, it requires no thought. If I believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny, how much thinking that take? None. Just believe it. You believe in the shit. You believe it. That requires no thought.
So let me ask you a question.
My bad, y'all. I had to. This is crazy.
Crossogenesis. Do you know anything about that? Crossogenesis, where a woman can reproduce without a man. They claim
it's parthenogenesis,
and it's a theory, by the way. And it's a theory,
okay,
and not a
good. All right,
fact.
so we on the same page. Good.
Right. You know, so I don't think we on the same page or even in the same library or in the same book or chapter. But we're gonna keep the mic moving. Anybody else want the
But yo, bro Sanchez, can I just say this one thing, last thing, right? I feel like every time pro black comes onto this, he kind of keeps the same narrative, and it's kind of like monotonous at this point. So
hey, man,
I'm just putting that out there.
I stand on a pro-black stance. That's all.
No, I
don't care about science,
bro. I know exactly where you stand.
I don't care about
now
history.
Listen, can you physically cut your camera on and show us the pro-black stance? Like, how is it? Could you show me that stance?
You funny as hell, brother.
Could you do that real quick for your boy? Just, I bet you that'll be dope.
Niggas
the
got
pro-black
the
stance
and the pro-black stance.
But yeah, but
the fighting
bro,
stance,
the
b-boy stance, and the pro-black stance. If you got those in your arsenal,
original topic. Hey, the original topic was that the people in Africa. I say those are my people because when them people physically, I can tell those are my people. They got the same features as people in America. We don't look no different.
Yeah, we do look
different.
different.
The same hair tone.
No,
bro, you look like an African, bro.
Africans can't grow their hair.
Wow.
Yeah.
They got black skin. You look like an African.
But you ran right past that point, though.
What you mean they can't grow their hair?
Where cornrows come from, my nigga? Corn don't grow in Africa.
Steve Biko.
Corn don't grow in Africa, my nigga.
Do you know who Nelson Mandela is?
You steady running past the point.
I don't think you know who he is. Yeah, he's a Jesuit.
He's a Jesuit.
He got an afro.
Now, do you know what a Jesuit is?
He sold his country out.
Yeah,
he got an afro.
Wow, you don't care that he a Jesuit long as he got an afro.
Stupid.
No, I mean I'm pertaining to the question. He said Africans can't grow hair.
Do you know? Do you know? No, he's not an African. He's a Jesuit. He's a Druid. Now check this out.
Bro, he a black man.
No, he's not, man. He don't identify as that. You can't force that on him, man. I got a question.
He black, bro.
You know,
he got black skin, black hair. He black. Oh my God. He part of the family. He not white.
Okay. So listen, if he have vitiligo one day and his skin turned white for a disease and his hair turned white, is he still a black man?
He still got black hair.
What if his hair turned white? He's still black man?
It's still black. So he still got the black texture of hair.
So what if the texture becomes straight from the disease? Is he still black?
Bro, I mean, that would never happen.
See, I'm gonna show y'all something.
Fairy tales.
I'm gonna show y'all something, right? Tales. If it does happen, he will have to say, "Oh man, you ain't black no more." Just even if it's a fairy tale, it's a scenario. If what make a person black is physical features, when they lose them, are they no longer black no more? That's what I'm and see. That's why he got to run from that and say it's a fairy tale. and say it'll never happen. But it happened
He
when
can't
Michael
lose his nose.
brother. Okay, you know what, man? You're right, brother. He can't. He black. You got it.
It's called thinking. This was something they taught the black people in America, never to think without somebody white. Stupid. Bagging you up.
Yeah, and that's why you
I ain't
can't.
got nobody white.
And that's why you can't
no,
think outside the Bible. I believe what you just said. Never think without somebody white, and that's why you cannot think outside that King James Bible that you said is misinterpreted. Now, you can go get the correct interpretation, but you want the white one. You want the one that's wrong and misinterpreted.
It's about being consciously complacent. It feels better not having to go outside and work and put in the work. And when it's just given to you. That's why the King James version was put out in the first place, because he couldn't read Latin. So he was like, go ahead and make it in a version that I can actually speak, essentially Ebonics of the time. And so that's why we have the version in the first place.
Bro, English is a slave language. The oppressor forced that on our ancestors. That's the reason why me, you, Sanchez, and everybody on this panel
and you know what?
English, a slave language.
And you know what?
In America, it's a slave language.
And listen, and he made you learn English because he wanted to give you a
forced
book.
It, forced.
I got you. Now look, and he wanted you to be able to read the Bible when you learned it.
No, false.
I'm gonna show you how
we couldn't
I know.
Read. They didn't allow us to read. They gave us.
Let me show y'all why this is crazy, y'all. Stop, please, bro. You're cutting me off. You're embarrassing yourself. You can't learn English without learning how to read, man. It go together, spelling and reading. If I'm learning English, guess what I'm doing? Orange, apple, I'm reading. You literally can't learn it without reading. Why are you doing this, man? You trolling.
Tell that to the slaves.
He's got to be a troll, dog. Pro-black, you a troll, dog. I'm gonna say
Tell that to the slaves. They couldn't read, but they
you
learned English.
You need energy of your like-minded people to like move on. My bad, I ain't mean to cut you off.
Drop that bomb.
You right.
Bro.
You right. He asking for a bomb, bro. Are you serious? You know what's crazy though? And I'm gonna let y'all get it though. It's like I think he really trolling because it's just no way you're gonna some of these arguments you making. You can really agree with me on them, and we can get back to the main argument. But at some point, it's like, man, I don't even want to argue.
All right, let's go to the main argument. Just forget it. If I'm thinking outside of your mind, you call crazy, you call a troll, you call stupid.
That's not what I'm doing. Can I just explain to you what happened?
Outside the box.
I'm gonna show
the most revolutionary thing you can
listen,
do.
But wait a minute. My question
do that.
My question is this, pro-black. If you're thinking outside the box, that means you're thinking outside the Bible. But you're not doing that. You're using the King James Bible that they gave the slaves. I told you, when we learned the English language, the first book they let us read was the Bible. We literally learned the English language using the Bible. I worked at a shelter where they taught foreign people from coming across the border. They was teaching them English. They didn't know no English. They would teach it for free at this shelter. And they would make them read like Dr. Seuss, shit like that, different things of that. So one of the books, the first book that they allowed the slave to read was the Bible. And in order for the slave to read the Bible, they had to know English, which made me think they learned English with the Bible. It's simple. Ain't no really way or other explanation for it. And when you try to argue against stuff like that, man, it's crazy, because then the real argument becomes this right here. If that's what happened, if the slave was given this English Bible, King James.
They wasn't given the Bible.
Brother, I'm going to specify. I'm going to specify.
Get it right.
Hold on. Stop it. They were given the King James Bible, brother. I ain't say the Bible, But the King James Version is directly related to the slavery. King James was a slave owner.
Okay. He didn't write the Bible.
Stupid.
It's just his name on the Bible. He didn't
You know
write it.
what? I'm done. Y'all, I swear I'm
Yo,
done.
Pro Black, I think we're done here, bro.
Yeah,
I think we should
we
move the
through with the
conversation.
Bible talk, man. Pro Black,
Yeah.
much peace and blessings to you, brother. We love you, but bro,
Let's
you
talk
need
about the
help.
South African
I'm
stone circles that geometrical shapes, and they were pretty much the South African, right? The Zulu area, the whole area where the Khoisan people are at. But I don't want to go into that because then we'll get back into the lineage and moving out of Africa. But the stone circles are on the same latitude as the Great Pyramids of Giza. These stone circles that we built, just from Google Earth.
Right,
now,
white man. I got
yeah, exactly. Now I'm not arguing that I can't use every text to enhance my understanding of
you.
reality.
So you believe the white
That's
man.
your
So
point
you
of
don't
view.
know if it's true.
I didn't say that. What I'm going to say is that you can use these resources to gain an enlightened understanding of your reality if you
Black.
want to.
Listen, bro.
That's not pro black though.
We try keep saying that we believe the white man.
Yep.
Yo, me myself, I'm listening, bro.
I'm
I'm
hearing you,
listening.
bro. Yeah, just
pretty
let
much.
him no, go on me myself, Bill. We
no, you
ain't
good,
with
bro.
we ain't with the
Yeah,
white
I'm just
man
trying to
shit
see,
right
yeah.
now, bro. Cause
Exactly.
we done with
We're
that.
about building new realities. Now, here's my whole theory, right? They were talking about Black Panther and Wakanda, right? In Wakanda, you had to go through a frequency bubble that was right there in front of you that looked like natural, organic, regular world, right? But it really wasn't behind that frequency field, right? And so when we talk about the torus field and the layers and the chakras and the different dimensions, why it can't be right here in front of our face. And so that movie is showing us some things, right? Now, the thing that I had to do some research on is what those stone circles were made out of. They have a base that holds the frequency that's emitting out of the earth and connecting to goddess up in heaven, the firmament, right? But they're shaped, like I brought up the 432 hertz cymatics experiment that I was watching with water, and it created an octagon, a bubble. It created a center force, and then it had 8 little bubbles around it. And they slowed that down to 90%, and that exactly looks like some of those stone circles made out of granite, which is a rock that absorbs and emits frequency real well. Like they make all the Tekkens. Well, we call them obelisks, but they call Tekken, like the video game, right? Those things are all up and down from literally Alaska down to Chile here over in this land too. They call the mounds. But on those mounds, the Smithsonian, I just want to get this off my chest. Indiana Jones, that movie when they were stealing the artifacts and putting them in the Smithsonian in that warehouse, those were things, the Ark of the Covenant specifically, that came from here. And they have giant bones that they say are correlated with every single one of those mounds. They've dug up giants from here that had all crazy amounts of gold and pearls with them. And then
me
go
myself.
ahead.
I remember I told you last time we was on here. I'm from Southern Illinois, bro. I go running on the the biggest mound that's in America right now, or they call it a mound, is called Monk's Mound. That's right around the corner from you, right? Lightning strike it all the time. You feel what I'm saying? So what we fail to realize, like when you see that pyramid over there in China, I think it's called, I forgot the name of it, but it looked like a big ass step.
Yeah.
Right, but before they uncovered it, it just looked like a mound of dirt.
Yep.
With a square platform on top. You see what I'm saying? So these mounds are what they keep calling it. They letting the land grow over, and that's not the biggest one. The biggest one, they literally turned into a trash dump. You know what I'm saying?
They destroy them.
They turned into a trash dump. And if you drive through Southern Illinois, it's a big ass, you know what I'm saying? It's in a town called Granite City. It's a big ass trash dump. All of them literally look like big, huge trash pillars of pyramids. They huge as fuck, but they say these are man-made landfills. But they trying to cover these, motherfuckers up with trash, y'all.
Because they raise our frequency. all we do is build things to enhance ourselves. Everything we build, everything we put down here, and then it's downloaded, updated, uploaded into our so-called natural matrix, organic matrix, and then we start to cycle over again. Everything is a learning experience. Nothing we do here is completely erased or forgotten. Science itself says matter has no end or beginning. So yeah, but yeah, I want to keep on moving on. But yeah, absolutely, yo. But the giants that are in all the older paintings is crazy, man.
The Smithsonian, that book, the book about the lost. This is where the whole dinosaur shit come from, because the Smithsonian had to have a way to hide these giant bones. They found a giant here in Southern Illinois, where I'm from. The biggest one that they found was in Ohio, y'all. And this confirmed it was a giant that they uncovered. He was 18 feet. They measured his bones, 18 feet tall. He had a big ass breastplate on him made out of copper. You know what I'm saying? And a copper shield.
Yep, they all had armor buried with him.
He had all this armor on him made out of copper. This the key part though. The other giants that was around him that was buried, this is a multicultural tribe. It was other giants that was like 15 feet tall that was white people. That was white giants that they was finding with blonde hair. Like it wasn't just black. Do you feel what I'm saying? So at the same, or what we call white skin or whatever. You see what I'm saying? what we identified as dumbass shit as now. But what I'm saying is that it wasn't it's never been a concept of, oh, this a white blah blah blah. We always came from a tribal we always came from tribal concepts. You know what I'm saying? Always. You know, before we were split, when we were split, it split down the tribes. You know what I'm saying? Those who came enlightened and knew how to manipulate and knew how to social engineer, that's how they knew how to take the tribes and then turn one tribe against each other, turn the skin color against each other, turn the hair texture against each other, all type of goofy shit.
It was a separation, and it was a separation of mindset, not skin tone. And a lot of people don't comprehend that yet. But hey, that comes with deeper understanding, knowing how to reference your references and etymology, knowing how the words begat with word, but begat with word.
What Sanchez say all the time, Babel, the Tower of Babel. We all had the same Babel language. We was all able to communicate with each other. This is the key. This is the key of life. Like when you can't communicate with people, so then once you break down Babel, then you get nations and culture. That become the communication. Because even if I don't understand your verbal language, I could look at you and see that, okay, somewhere in there, we got the same culture. You know what I'm saying? Once people start understanding that and able to manipulate it, I could turn your culture against each other. I could turn the skin tone against the skin tone. You feel what I'm saying? I could turn two people who look just alike and say, well, my nigga Key Norfolk, since his beard connect like this, all the niggas who shit don't connect, they help, man, trust me. They could make a whole subculture. This, come on, man, we black people. We know it's the bearded community versus the niggas without the beard community. This is a real thing that we dealing with now. You feel what I'm saying? They keep on dividing us and dividing us and dividing us, man.
100%. So real quick, can I say something real quick? So when the brother was speaking on some of the circles, like I see a lot of stuff. What I was going to ask you, you did any research on star forts? I see you was mentioning that you was on Google Earth.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yes,
sir.
So you definitely from Alaska or Hawaii to where is it, man? I watched all kinds of crazy ish of ex-military when they're allowed to talk about everything they've been through. And the Stargate is not a circle. He said almost the majority of them are doors, like doorways. But yeah, go ahead, bro. My bad. No lie.
Yeah, so being is that a lot of these, we also see all of these things built on ley lines and stuff. And some of the stuff that I was seeing was like, they also flooded out a bunch of these cities. Actually, there's like 19,000 dams in America, and they saying that pretty much each one of them is responsible for at least one ancient city, or what they call them prehistoric cities that are still underwater. Now, some of the stuff that they saying was built by so-called Moors in the 1500 to 1800s, we got stuff like in Montana, which basically houses the largest indoor pool. This thing is like 200 feet by 300 feet, the largest indoor pool ever. And like, why? And when you look at when you see some of the pictures of the structure, you be like, why would anybody even be out here in Montana building something like this? I mean, we talking about huge. This thing looks like a giant mosque in Montana, but it's actually like a big ass water pond. Now, looking at some of this stuff, I think it's more or less about frequency and healing. I think when they say like these fountains of youth, when they mention in all of these mythologies, it's like, could it be something to it? Like, when you put the Epsom salt on your water, it absorbs into your body, you feel better, it absorbs into your bones and your muscles and stuff.
Water could be tuned to a specific frequency. Water can definitely be tuned to a specific frequency. Sound and water go hand in hand. You know what I'm saying? Sound has been proven to cure cancer, certain sound vibrations. So if you can tune the water to a specific healing vibration, and that's what that water meant. That's a fountain of youth. That's a fountain of healing right there.
And even supercharging the water to the way that you collecting energy from the atmosphere. And
that's the salt. That's the Epsom salt. I'm right there with you.
So like some of these places almost look like what you would see in like a nuclear reactor, like a cooling system.
Exactly.
Like, why would anybody even why would these dudes with horse and buggies in the fucking 1800s be even building some? These motherfuckers need. Why would they be building a fucking giant anything of this nature? And the stuff that they claiming that they be building during this time, like 1800s, whatever, like they digging some of this stuff up, and there's windows 9 feet below, you know what I mean, the surface. Like, who y'all niggas was building windows back then underneath the ground? Like, what? Why you wouldn't just make it a wall?
Check this out. I'm finna tell you something real. This finna fuck you up. I'm from Chicago, right? This is documented Chicago history that they want people to believe that during the time in Chicago when it after the fire and the floods and all this shit, right? They literally had to raise up all the buildings. So basically they want us to believe that the city of Chicago back in like the mid 1800s or something built these huge jacks and rail systems, lifted these buildings up and moved them around the city and raised some up and then built another. This is documented Chicago history. This is documented Chicago history that they lifted, and not just Chicago, San Francisco, St. Louis. Look up your city history, and I guarantee you,
subterranean. Yep.
It's but I guarantee you, the way they explain it is that we had to lift these buildings up and move them around. These buildings where the weight is immense. Y'all can't even
into the basements.
Do you understand?
Like, it's not just Chicago; it's a bunch of places, and the crazy thing is, during the 1800s, we got stories like it's over 100 stories I done came across just about, like, and all of them got the same story. We built these magnificent places, and then shit burnt down, and the people that built it died in the fire a year later. But we still got these big giant buildings and shit. You know what I mean? That we we built in such and such, but the history, the timelines don't even match up. The technology, what them folks was claiming to be building that shit with, don't even add up. They still on horse and buggy, and they building shit bigger than the fucking mall.
And that's the lie. They want you to believe that motherfuckers is on horses and buggies is some shit that was used coming out of a disaster. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
That's coming out of a disaster.
After a reset.
Right. We wasn't on no horses and buggies. Don't you know? Go look up. It's books on the planet right now that cost $50,000, bro, because the information in them motherfuckers is so life-shattering. You see what I'm saying? The real notes that Christopher Columbus wrote, his real actual notes that he was writing in them books, he said when he got over here, man, we had paved roads. They had cars and shit. lit road, street lamps and all that shit. Like when you go to New York and you see them old ass light posts, yeah, them shits is from probably from 1100. Like you can't put an age on none of this shit. Only age you could put on this shit is when they went back and rehabbed all this shit. That's it. The rehabilitation.
A couple things. A bunch of these cities had fountains. They had fountains where they had plumbing. The fountains didn't have any mechanics though. Some of these cities had moving boardwalks and electricity that was basically before the time we even discovered electricity, what they saying. And then we got pictures of even in America when they was so-called building our railroad station, all these railroad systems, and the pictures is just them with shovels digging up a pre-existing railroad system. And we got documented proof that we got underground railroads. They was finding literal underground railroads with smaller sets of tracks that they were using to get around from.
I was just gonna say the Underground Railroad was literally the Underground Railroad. It was a railroad that was underground. It wasn't no fucking like
it's still there.
It was a literal thing. It's still there. You feel what I'm saying? AKA
Also,
all these
said,
mine shafts that they said they didn't dug up and shit.
Yep. And Christopher Columbus said when he got here, it was cities completely empty. And I'm a researcher of researchers, right? So I'm on Hakeem Bey lectures right now, right? So and he's Moorish, of course, and but he's on another level of the Moorish society movement, right? He's on
Tariq Bey.
Yep, yes, sir. Yep. And then I looked up the Bays, it was the so-called families, and then I'm doing some more research. But the main thing I want to touch in on is that when in the so-called memos and notes, Christopher's historian, and he's documented as well, but I forget the name of his historian. They were like, the whole city was completely empty. Now we're starting to discover that literally as far up as we built, I mean, not the tallest skyscraper in the world, obviously, but we built down that far too as well. And so, yeah, I'm just looking up all the archaeological facts and, you know, just studying up just to prove myself right about certain things. But yeah, it gets weird, man.
That's why the diamond, you know, when we get into that pyramid, it's already understood that as above, so below. They know that shape. That's the same shape that you get above, you get that below inverted. You know what I'm saying? They know that the pyramid is the diamond. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's literally like a tooth embedded in the ground. It's not going nowhere. You know
it's
what
like
I'm saying?
A node of some sort, like a conductive node to help amplify that area. And
it's a node.
Yeah.
And the cold thing about it, when you get an aerial view of it, it's the same layout of any typical motherboard of a regular computer.
100%.
It's the same exact layout.
So if you've seen the starports, then I know you've seen a bunch of the amphitheaters that they got around the world as well. I seen the a couple sets where they were saying that these things probably on top of as above, so below. Amphitheater like a pretty much like what a mine would look like if you were digging for copper or something. But they like perfectly, or like a baseball diamond damn near, like a whole little stadium.
Thank you for bringing that up, yo.
So
I just, yeah, you go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, so now I was really just because these things are like giant energy generators or like giant microchips pretty much. And like they're not just made with just granite. You'll notice that a lot of this stuff is made of like a geopolymer, and this stuff is not just like a cement. This stuff is full of quartz, which is a crystal, and it's similar to water. All of these crystals, they hold energy. They hold you know, like it's like memory.
That's literally what they use in CPUs. They use mostly quartz. That's what holds the data. And so when you see movies about the stone, what are the skulls in Indiana Jones, all them Indiana Jones movie is selling us back our stolen knowledge, but we call it college. I just want to throw that out there because I ain't, you know. But I believe also those stone circles, beside each one of those stone circles, they found the opening, a cave, right? A mining cave, and not like our caves where we dig down, but pretty much they just dug flush straight into the wall in Africa, and the gold just fell out of there. Now, gold if we like, here's what I understand. This is Mother Earth. She's sentient. Just like we have blood and veins, and we have heart, and we have our bowels, our intake and exhaust, our inhale and exhale, right? So does our earth. And all the gold is found within the arteries and the vein of the earth. And so I'm just trying to do a little more research so I can come back on the next panel and put all this together on how we can actually strategically pinpoint where certain minerals are based off of the womb man, our Mother Earth Gaia. So,
but are we supposed to be, this the cold thing though? That's where the gold is found in us. That ain't nothing but plasma.
That's right.
But look, but the thing is,
you feel
they
me?
say that about petrified giants, but one of the things the reason why I came across a lot of this stuff is because I came across some, what they was calling the giant trees, but what they was calling, what these trees, what they were saying were silicon based, and that's really what took me to silica based trees, and then we're like the place that creates all our microchips and power today is Silicon Valley. And what they were saying is basically these trees that were giant trees were full of crystals that you would consider jewelry, and a lot of that shit was robbed, during the survey. But that was just basic.
Hey,
basically, a lot of those jewels come from
bro.
trees. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. Your thing.
Nah, you was cutting out. I thought you was done. My bad. I wouldn't interrupt you. Hey, I want y'all to keep that shit y'all was talking about with that water on y'all mind too, man. That was pretty deep, man. That changing that frequency of the water. Let's do some research on that and come back on that too.
Absolutely, because we mostly water, and so the frequencies they giving out, the new 5G. I'm just trying to put together a whole complete comprehensive build one of these days, because I'm a Gemini. I don't like to keep blaming it on that, but I promise you I'm a cosmic bipolar, and I move on real quick. I got 1,000 thoughts going around in my forehead right now. I just got to get them all out, but that's never the case. But yeah, I feel you.
Yo, I got a question for the panel right quick. I just met a dude. That boy said he just died like a few days ago, and he come back, and he said he was in a dark space, and he said he didn't go to the light, and the nigga said he was a non-believer. So I'm like, damn. I'm like, so what y'all think going on there?
That's trippy.
I would think it's what bro been teaching us about the moon. You know what I'm saying? And I would say that solidifies what bro been teaching.
He was just in a dark space and he had all his memories and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know. It do sound like exactly what bro been teaching. It kind of confirmed they got something after this. Like, you know what I'm saying?
We in this cosmic egg, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? And we inside on the flat plane that's inside of whatever we dealing with. And the vibration, all this HARP technology and all this shit, this ain't, when they call it weather manipulation, that's vibration manipulation, because the weather ain't nothing but vibration. So be just understand that the words that they're using is that they tell you very intonely, if you listen, it's like bouncing back a signal that's like pulling a string on a piano and it's vibrating. You see what I'm saying? And it's giving you the vibration is the key of all of this. We can change the frequency, you know what I'm saying? And at that point, when you start to collectively change the frequency, you see what I'm saying? Then you start to manipulate the reality around you. And it really start with your music. You see what I'm saying? The music is the first key. The things that you view through your eyes, you know what I'm saying? Those are the only things, and the things you eat. There you go, me, myself. Them the three things that you yourself can govern and control. You see what I'm saying? Government starts in the home. So if you got a solid foundation on them three things, and the people around you, you allowing your life got solid foundations on them three things, y'all will start creating y'all vibration bubble in y'all universe within y'all self. And then start attracting things like that towards y'all. That's the only way it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about it, but you gotta start to raise the vibration. You see what I'm saying? And drown out that other shit.
You the key. That's right. We the key to opening that door to pass through. You gotta vibrate higher, like that Andre 3000 song. I'm actually gonna play that in a little bit. But absolutely, man. There's no reason for us not to. Well, there is a systematic system that's keeping us from the resources that we need to completely comprehend our true self. But I don't think we need that. But it's way harder to build that building. But then again, bro, Sanchez just showed
myself
up that building with them sticks the other day. So
I'm finna make it simple. I'm finna make it simple for you. It's all about your effort and how. Hey, you want to know what? I'm a game. I play 2K. So if I ain't got no money, the people with money, you know what they could do? They could just go out and spend them $100, $200 and boost their player up to 85. You know what I gotta do?
Grind.
I gotta take this player from 60 to 100.
Facts.
And you know how I'm gonna do it? Grinding, nigga. So, hey, guess what? Ain't no, oh man, you know, they got to get the boost and all. Fuck it, bro. I'm gonna get out here and I know I'm gonna take some L's. But that's only gonna lead to the grind. You know what I'm saying? And the person who got there just by boosting past all the other shit that I didn't boost past, he done missed so much of the journey that by the time I get to his level, he ain't even gonna be able to compete with me. He not even gonna be able to compete for real.
I feel you. but it's like
Hey,
honestly, yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, you guys were talking about changing what you eat and stuff like that, and I'm a firm component. Well, I believe in this right here. I believe there's a firm component in not eating just vegetables, because the body wasn't created to eat that. So what you're doing is you're actually going away from natural to the unnatural by just eating, cutting out meat.
Fruit? No, we're not meant to eat meat. Flesh.
Yeah,
say
bro,
flesh.
you are. Your body is meant to eat meat, flesh.
No, listen, wait. I'm finna give you one quick point on why you're not meant to eat flesh, and then we gonna leave it at that.
Nah, we ain't gonna leave it at that.
Wait. Because listen, in the kingdom that we live in, you got carnivores, omnivores, and herbivores. You agree, right?
There's no real herbivores, bro.
Okay, then you got Hold on, then you got I'm saying it is real herbivores, but okay. So listen, you got
name one.
Name a herbivore, a rabbit.
Yeah, rabbits eat meat too, bro.
If
rabbits will eat their young. Yes.
A rabbit will eat their young. A lot of animals will eat their young. That don't mean a lot of humans spaz out and eat their young.
That's not me.
That you can't give me the exception. But you can't give me the exception to the rule and then try to make that spread that across the board, brother. I hate when people do that. Guess what? It's a lot of exceptions to the rule. You can't tell. I could tell you, man, everybody got 2 arms, and then you be like, well, then what about the dude out here dunking? That's an exception to the rule, brother. Come on now. We're not dealing with exceptions to the rule. We're dealing with the majority.
Cows eat meat.
Exactly, bro. That's like that's like justifying
cows don't
cannibalism,
eat meat, bro. That's exceptions to the rules. That's kind of a wild cow will not eat no meat, brother. A wild pig will divert from meat.
I'm out, man.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, no, I'm saying a wild boar. A wild boar will eat mostly vegetables. But they foragers. Most animals are either foragers or carnivores. That's a fact.
So can you hear me?
Tell me the silverback gorilla that's eating meat. Show me the silverback gorilla that's hunting down animals and eating them. You just go give me more excuses of cannibalism. Cannibalism is not eating meat.
Exactly, because if you starve a rabbit's gonna eat.
It's gonna cannibalize, right?
Exactly.
Cannibalism
It's
is not
very
eating
simple.
meat. Show me something show me a rabbit that hunted down a rat.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, because we talking about eating meat. And I'm saying, okay, show me a gorilla that hunted down any animal and ate it.
Yeah, he is breaking up a little bit.
Yo. Hey, am I breaking up, man?
You back?
No, we can hear you now. You back?
It's just a slight delay.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, brother.
Okay, so I'm gonna I was wondering if you were done because I heard you still talking.
We couldn't hear you.
You good to go, bro.
Okay, yep. So cows eat meat too, and gorillas do hunt down other gorillas and eat them and kill them. Same thing with smaller apes and chimpanzees. They say it's territorial sometimes, but they do this because the body needs meat.
That you just said they said.
Or they
so
do
is it territorial or is it because they need meat? I'm saying is it territorial or is it because they need meat? Because you just said two different things. So I want to qualify what you're saying.
It's because they need meat. It's because they need meat.
So if they need wait. So all animals that don't eat meat, if they need meat, then they cannibalize, which will be a lesser grade of meat, because then in cannibalism, that's in science. Once you cannibalize, that meat that you're eating of your same genus actually breaks down your body. No, that's real. If a human continues to eat another human, they'll break down. You won't get nutrients from that. If a gorilla continues to eat a gorilla, they won't get nutrients from that. A rabbit eating a rabbit won't get nutrients from that. So that's why cannibalism, and this science, brother. You gave me science, I'm giving you science. So hey, so if I'm agree with you that they need meat, you gotta give me another meat source besides another gorilla.
All right, so can you hear me? I think my internet connection is going bad.
It's just delaying a little bit, but you know.
Okay, so cows eat meat, deers eat meat. You got other. You can't hear me?
I was just saying it's deer, not deers. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I mean, my bad.
We hear you, bro. Come on, we ain't even finna do that. Come on, we there.
Yeah. So they all eat meat because the body has an innate what do you call it? Benefit from the meat. Reason being is because there's two parts of your body that creates your stomach acids. By just eating vegetables, you're only tapping into one.
Right.
Now, the liver creates bile that's stored inside of the gallbladder.
Right.
The pancreas creates insulin that's all inside, that's secreted inside of the what is it called? Not the abdomen, it's called something else. So the duodenum. So the duodenum of the stomach and the small intestines is where the acid is stored. Do you know that insulin and bile mixes to make stomach acid? But in order for that to work, the pancreas has to create insulin to tenderize meat, and the bile or the liver and the liver
this is where you go wrong, brother. I'm letting you dig this hole. Keep going. I'm letting you dig this hole.
It's actually real life, because look,
what you're saying is real life, but what you're saying actually proves the point of why you shouldn't eat meat, because your body, all carnivorous animals have the stomach acid already readily available to break down meat and raw meat for that fact. So you don't have to cook meat. That's one prerequisite for an animal that does eat flesh, is that it's not cooked. So you got to eat it raw. That's a prerequisite. You're not cooking anything. So the whole point of the stomach acid argument, you wouldn't need to have that amount of stomach acid if you're eating fruits and vegetables and things that's high in fiber.
No, listen. In order for you to create the so-called stomach acid, both organisms have to work at the same time. Both organs have to work at the same time. That means that the pancreas only creates insulin for digesting proteins. The liver only produces
what are the best proteins on earth?
Meat.
No, that's a degraded protein. That's what you call that's what you call an incomplete protein, sir. You need to do your science. All complete proteins come from fruits and vegetables. This is proven by
plants, bro.
The highest concentration of protein you can get is from broccoli. An ounce of broccoli has more protein in it than a 5-ounce steak. This a
And
fact.
peas, bro.
So,
Peas
and peas got
and
more
shit.
protein than steak. So I'm just saying,
Exactly, bro.
the pea protein. This is what people who work out, when people who really go to gym and work out, they use pea proteins or breast milk, which is human growth hormones. So now I'm asking you again, brother, when you give me meat, right? You got to give me an animal that's either a herbivore, meaning that you can't eat another animal that's a meat eater because the breakdown of protein won't be the same because that animal has to get its protein from a vegetable source.
Exactly. And you can't name an animal that makes protein, bro.
You can't name an animal that make protein. All animals get their protein from a vegetable source, and you don't eat animals that's carnivorous, meaning you don't eat wolves, you don't eat lions, you don't eat sharks, you eat everything that eat vegetables, nigga.
You can eat them, but look, this is the thing.
You can't eat them, you'll die because you won't get the breakdown of protein. They'll tell you that. Science will tell you that.
Down. I know I'm offending you, but you don't have to get hyped. Just calm down, bro. Listen. Don't you know that meats are actually put into your organic fertilizers to put on your plants, and your plants are consuming that meat? Do you know what's inside of them?
That's called a dead body, my nigga. Yeah, so ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Blood,
just like the trees and
hey,
the
guess
waste
what?
that we breathe
Blood,
out of our
shit,
mouth.
and all type of shit going to the soil, my nigga. What else you want to hear, nigga? Dead body, blood, shit, piss, niggas spitting, niggas nutting on the ground, all that shit going into the plants, my nigga. Keep going.
Calm down. I'm not trying to convince you. All I'm just giving you is my side, man. And I'm trying to tell you that plants consume organic protein from animals and from insects.
Plants break down every fucking thing. This is the cycle of life, brother. You're not telling me plants don't get protein from no animals. Plants break down every fucking thing back to its original thing, to its base mineral. Plants ain't dealing with no fucking protein. Plants is dealing with base minerals, bro.
In every living thing, even meat, bro. It doesn't just come from plants.
Bam.
When you go out,
protein is some scientific shit that science made up, like calories, bro. To be honest with you, I don't even believe that shit exists. And if it do exist, it ain't what we think it is. And I guarantee you, I ain't never seen a plant get fed no fucking protein.
I can prove it to you, bro. When they slaughter cows, most of the shit that they get from the cow, they throw it in the compost heap, and that stuff goes off to make fertilizer, man.
That's dead bodies, bro.
Yes,
that's dead bodies.
It's protein.
That's biodegradable, bro. That's a dead. You can't just call some shit protein because it's a dead. That's flesh, bro. Guess what else it is, bro? It's zinc. It's iron. It's zinc. It's iron, it's calcium, it's magnesium, it's oxygen, it's nitrogen, it's all that, nigga. They breaking down the base mineral. The fucking plant ain't dealing with no protein, nigga.
But that's why meat's not bad for you, because it contains the same thing plants have in it. You just now said it has.
Do meat got blood? Do plants got blood?
Yes, they do.
A plant bleed, bro.
I can tell you how plants photosynthesis, bro. I can tell you that magnesium is one of the main products that a plant uses to create photosynthesis. I'm telling you right now that
let me ask you this: Is chlorophyll the same as blood, or is chlorophyll the yin to the yang?
A yin to the yang. It's the same.
Chlorophyll the same as chlorophyll is the blood of a plant, right?
Exactly.
But chlorophyll ain't like the blood that flows through our veins, right? Wait to stop. Is chlorophyll like the blood that flows through our veins?
Yes.
So we got green shit flowing through. Wait, brother. Come on, fam.
The green comes from the magnesium, bro. It's a saline substance, and your body adapts to saline just like a plant does.
I didn't say I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm saying chlorophyll and blood plasma is yin and yang, bro. That's why they work together. That's why you ain't supposed to eat flesh. That's blood on blood. That's yang and yang.
So what you're
dealing
saying
with
is
yin and yang.
plants don't eat other plants. What do you think
Man,
compost?
plants break down biodegradable material,
Okay,
no
so
matter
what
what
about
the fuck it
what
is.
about
Plants eat
what
buildings,
about
plants eat other animals. Man, guess what? You see this shit right here? If I throw it outside long enough, nigga, after years, nigga, a plant to eat this, nigga, and a flower will grow from this,
all
nigga,
I'm
because it'll break it down to its base mineral, my nigga.
and
That's
you're
what
eating
plants do,
animals
nigga.
too. Just because you're eating vegetables, you're eating animals too, bro. Because the animals are being processed by the plants. Regardless of how you break it down, these animals and these insects, you know that there's a phrase called insectivore, and that's what plants are. Plants are majorly insectivores. They eat the shit out of insects.
What do that got to do with me eating? So what do that got to do with me completing the cycle of life? So if the plant needs the animals and I'm eating the animal, then I'm fucking up the plant what they need to eat for me to eat them. So
No, you're
that
not.
sounded so even if that even in that logic that you're trying to make it sound dumb as hell, I'm fucking up the cycle.
Hey, no, it's not, bro, because what you're doing is you're eating a readily processed version of it in the
You
plants.
just said processed, bro. Why we eating processed shit?
That's in the plants. The plants process the meat.
Okay, so if I'm eating, so I'm saying I'm choosing to eat the plant. Why the fuck do I need the meat then?
Because you shouldn't have to. In the wintertime, you had to eat something besides.
No, you didn't, bro. No, you didn't, bro. You thinking, hey, bro, check this out, bro. I'm not from the train of thought that think that man came out of fucking cave. I need you to understand who you're talking to. I always believe that man has always been at his highest peak. I don't think God put us on the earth to crawl out of fucking caves and start figuring shit out. When the clock started, nigga, I already had on a Nike jumpsuit, nigga, with fresh J's, nigga. Back then, nigga, I was already me. I already had that shit on, nigga, talking shit to you on camera and smoking blunts, nigga, and big ass palaces of sonic vibration or whatever the fuck was going on some high science shit. I didn't come in having to figure shit out. Shit was already figured out. So the train of thought you coming from is that we had to figure shit out. I'm telling you that it was already figured out, bro. We didn't have to degrade to eat no meat. That was already figured out for us.
Hey, let me tell you something. Veganism is a new concept, bro.
I'm not talking about veganism, bro.
Well, that's what we were talking about.
I'm talking about eating plants and vegetables.
That's veganism, bro.
No, it's not. Veganism is some shit where you don't wear leather or none of that shit. I know what I'm talking about.
So you're a vegetarian. That's fairly new too.
I eat nothing but plants and vegetables. No, it's not new, my nigga.
Oh, it is,
bro.
bro.
None of that is new, bro.
None of that's new. Okay, let me ask you this. You want to know what's new, lawyer? You want to know what's new?
What?
Calling flesh meat. Because for all the times in memoriam, meat was known as the meat of an apple, the meat of a pineapple, the meat of a pear, and everything else was known as flesh. So when did flesh become meat?
Facts.
When did flesh become meat, my nigga?
So you call it flesh. I call it meat.
No, and I'm telling you, it's never been meat. If you look up the etymology of meat, it's resorting to pulp and juicing things. You gotta juice meat. You can't juice flesh, nigga.
So do you mean to tell me that you gotta juice meat and meat is plants?
Fam, can you juice meat? Can you juice any meat, bro?
Yeah, you can mince meat and
you don't, bro. Can I got a juicer. I could put 5 apples in that juicer, nigga, and come out with a cup of apple juice. If I put 5 pounds of hamburger meat in there, am I coming out with a cup of hamburger juice, nigga?
Yeah, you're gonna come out with a blended version of meat.
Oh my God, boy. Y'all,
hey, man.
Y'all niggas just want to disagree to disagree. I hear you though, bro. You gotta get that point across.
I don't disagree. If you look it up, it's actually saying what I'm telling you it is, bro.
It don't matter what it's saying. I'm dealing with common sense, bro. I'm dealing with common sense. You can't tell me that some shit that's living and breathing and running around is doing that for me to run it down, kill it, and then hold on, time out, bro. Not only that, I ain't even talking about running down and doing none of that. You ain't even doing that, nigga. You going to the grocery store and picking up a package.
Bobby, let me have 2 minutes real quick. Let me have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Listening. So you're making a distinction between fruits and vegetables and plants and animals, right? And you're saying that a living, breathing animal shouldn't be eaten, but plants don't live and breathe. That's what you're saying.
It's a whole different frequency, bro.
Oh, so you're eating the frequency that can't respond to you, right?
I'm eating a frequency that does correspond with me. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
I didn't say correspond.
I'm eating a frequency that corresponds with my body.
Just because when you cut down,
I'm going off even what your science say.
Hey,
just you find me a scientist that believe in eating meat that tell you if you eat nothing but fruits and vegetables and eat nothing but meat, who will be healthy? Fuck the fruit, take all the vegetables out the shit and just eat nothing but meat then, nigga.
So you saying that people that eat only fruits and vegetables don't have heart attacks, don't have problems like that?
I'm saying, bro, we dealing with numbers. We dealing with a numbers game, bro. Ain't nothing absolute. We can't say nothing is absolute, brother, but I'm telling you this right now. I could tell you more niggas than die from a cheeseburger than an apple.
Anything in an
No. I could tell you for a fact, more niggas than die from eating cheeseburgers than apples, bro.
I don't know that, man.
I know that without even looking at the numbers. I could tell you that's a definite fact.
So I know people that eat nothing but cheeseburgers. It's called keto diet, bro, and they are healthier than vegans.
Do they work out?
See, the reason why this is so controversial.
Do they work out, bro?
Because veganism and vegetarians are not. That's not a health food regimen. That's a religious regimen, bro. You guys are still working.
Hey, bro, I didn't say nothing about processed food. I didn't. You put veganism on me, bro. I said fruits, nuts, and vegetables. Now, if you want to throw veganism, pescatarianism, whatever label that new niggas that's coming up nowadays putting on, guess what, nigga? I grew up in the projects. You know what I ate mostly, nigga? Cabbage and black-eyed peas and lima beans and motherfucking pineapples in the can. And nigga, I grew up eating nothing, but nigga, we ate little meat. We was broke. I'm telling you, we ate beans and bowls of oatmeal, nigga. My everyday, nigga, I woke up, my granny made me a big ass bowl of oatmeal, and we came home, we ate cabbage and beans, nigga, with a piece of cornbread. That was it, nigga. So you tell me where the meat was and all of this shit. Like I'm trying to figure out.
I don't have nothing against that, man. All I'm saying is you're telling me that it's bad to eat meat. And I'm trying to tell you that
I didn't tell you what it was bad to do nothing. I'm just telling you what scientifically it do to your body. If you feel like it ain't, I'm not dealing with bad or good, bro. I'm just dealing with what is. Bad or good ain't got nothing to do with the is. See, that's where y'all be having me fucked up with the language. Good and evil don't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Your decision is your decision. We just dealing with what the facts of it is, bro. For real.
What's the facts of it? Because vegetables do the same thing to your body.
I'm talking about processed foods, bro. And the most processed food is meat.
I'm talking about meat, bro. I'm just
talking about the most processed food is flesh in this society nowadays. That's a fact because it's not sustainable. You can't sustain enough animals for the number of people that's here. That's a fact. So they stretch it. They use glue. They use dyes. They use things that make the meat seem like it's fresher. This a fact. Preservatives. I'm just saying, this a fact. The most processed food for us in America is the flesh.
Oh my goodness. So look, I'm not saying we weren't talking about processed food. We're talking about meat in general, bro. Because look,
check this out, bro. Are we in America, bro? Are we in America? So I don't like to get into this hypothetical niggas with born arrows is going out in the wood hunting good fresh deer and all that shit, my nigga. If you ain't never did that shit in life, let's not go off into some hypothesis. Let's deal with what the facts is. You here?
I do that, and then I also.
Are you the So are you the minority or the majority, my nigga?
I'm the majority.
The majority of people hunt their food here in America.
Hell yeah.
I can't even listen to these niggas no more, man. Y'all lie. Go ahead, man. I'm letting somebody else talk.
Yeah, Bobby, stop wasting your energy.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to say something.
Meats, bro. We're talking about processed meats. How do you think?
Hold on. Hey, I got to get out of here, but I got to say something. I've been listening to this shit, and I'm like, yo, I'm like, I see the frustration, man. The majority of the people in America hunt their food. See, in a lot of these debates, it end up being where you can't debate the person because in a debate, each opponent need a level of what's called intellectual integrity or debate, what they call it,
decorum.
Decorum.
Right.
Yeah, decorum. That's what it is. That mean if a brother make an argument that we both know is factual, I'm not going to disagree with that argument just to make us spend 30 minutes on that where he can't get to the big old man argument. And that's like a deflection.
You didn't even
that's
let me finish what I was going to say. That's why it got cut off.
Because sometimes, like the other brother was doing it too pro-black. When a person corner you in a debate to a point where you know it ain't nothing you can say to get out of that, man. Like if he say, so the majority of the people in America hunt their food, you couldn't pay me to say yeah to that in a debate, even though if giving him that would strengthen his argument, I have to say, damn, I'm going to have to give him that one. I hope he don't go too far with that and break me apart with it, but I can't deny him that one, no. He got me with that one. Let's see where he go. Maybe I can still get out of it, but I can't deny the fact that most Americans don't hunt their food. See, what a person would do, they would say, yeah, most Americans hunt their food. And that's when I say, you know what, y'all, I ain't going to debate him no more. Because you got to have that little bit of integrity right there for it to be right. For it to go right.
Hey, so look, Sanchez, do chickens go to the slaughterhouse voluntarily? Do cows go to the slaughterhouse voluntarily?
This is called a red herring.
Okay, well then don't answer it then, because I'm gonna tell you what the answer is.
No, they don't go voluntarily.
So they are corralled and they are forced to go there. That is a form of a hunt.
Bred. They are bred.
Yes, they're bred and they're fed under the assumption that they will live a normal, free life. But when it's time to kill them, you got to go out and corral them. You got to go out and grab them and bring them in to slaughter. I don't know if you guys have ever killed a chicken or killed when you go fishing. Is that hunting?
Here's the problem. Everything you describing is an unnatural process. And I think your argument is to prove that meat is natural, but hunting ain't natural.
Hunting is as natural as teaching a kid to ride a bike.
No, you can
listen,
brother.
Listen,
teaching a kid to walk. Listen to me. Teaching a kid to walk is natural. Teaching a kid to ride a bike is an unnatural form of transportation that I really enjoy. I think I love bikes, but I'm still admitting that, hey, I'm using a form of technology to get around that. Did nature make a bike? If nature didn't make the bike, then I got to say it's she made my feet. You see what I'm saying now?
They did make a because all the materials that create that bike are coming from nature.
But she didn't bring them together and put the word Huffy on it.
Yeah, but we did, and we're natural beings.
Okay, but the thing that we produce wasn't something like fire is natural, water is natural. We make PlayStations, but a PlayStation video game ain't natural. You think just because a natural creature made it, it makes it natural. Then why does man making robots, machine, man making unnatural shit all the time, man? Come on, bro.
Those robots were created with natural materials, iron,
but
metal.
That don't make the robot natural.
The intention of the robot is unnatural. That's so you're getting it confused. The actual organism itself is natural. But the intent of the organism
is speaking from your space again, bro. I told you about that, man. You standing in another spot, bro. We ain't agreeing with you on that. That shit ain't natural, bro.
Meat is natural, bro. And
he really think a drone is natural, or that the computer we're using is something that part of the natural world. I'm gonna show you why I can. Wait. You cut me off. I'm gonna be real brief. I'm going to show you these things ain't natural because they don't exist in nature. They exist on this energy metro. For example, your computer and all that couldn't work in a jungle unless you did something unnatural in that jungle to knock some trees down, fucking destroy some shit and run some electricity cords, totem pole. You will have to turn that beautiful jungle, which is a natural place, to some urban city looking shit to be able to have stoves for your iPhones and PlayStations and all this shit we doing is actually taking us out of the natural world. And I think you trying to, even though I enjoy all this unnatural technology, I will never lie and say that it's natural. My cell phone ain't a natural object. It's an unnatural motherfucking object. Like, this is the debate we having.
Okay, no, the debate was about meat, but does it biodegrade? Does all the stuff that you just named off, does it biodegrade? If it does, that means
let me answer you.
Go ahead.
A lot of the stuff in our cell phone does not biodegrade. And also, there are even some food that you think natural. For example, nigga, McDonald's don't biodegrade.
I'm sorry, bro, because I got to disagree with you about the stuff in your cell phone, because there's people that actually take apart cell phones and get all the parts, melt them down just to get the precious metals from them.
Hey, yeah,
also,
but listen, when people melt metals down, that's called blacksmithing alchemy, and that's not the natural process of biodegrading that nature does.
Exactly, it's a chemical process which changes it completely, bro.
So you guys you mean to tell me that just because you warm up a metal and it becomes malleable, that's an unnatural process?
Oh my God, brother. That's exactly what we're telling you.
What's up, brother?
Exactly, bro. It's the same as cooking, bro.
And you should have known that. You asked it like we're wrong, and the way you asked that should be embarrassing to you. Like, yeah, that's exactly what it's called. They actually created a whole fucking field called chemistry, which is the unnatural blending of the elements to create shit nature would never manifest.
Then chemistry, nature would have never created the sun, then, because chemistry is what the sun is. It's a fusion.
Nature didn't use, listen, brother, chemistry is creating things by process of chemical reactions. The sun ain't being created with a chemical reaction. The creator of the sun is not a chemist.
Yo, what's up, brother Sanchez? What's up, panel?
And helium, bro.
Yeah, what's good?
But at the same time, it's not a
hold on.
Yo.
Hey, that's how metals became. That's how you have the precious metal veins in the earth. That stuff is put there by heat and pressure. That's naturally put there.
What does that have to do with
Yo,
the
I'm gonna
sun
say
in the
something
sky,
real
Lord?
quick. Yo, I'm gonna say something real quick. Yo, as far as when it comes to meat, right? Loyal, you said loyal. You said meat is natural, huh?
Yeah, it is.
To eat it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna teach all y'all men something, so while we here, we can understand this word meat, right? So the word meat, right? When they use the word meat in those times, even in the biblical times, even the first Bible, the word meat meant the center of the food. So it didn't mean the flesh. That's two different things. So
what
flesh,
I just told you, bro. Then I just tell you that.
Right.
Yeah,
So flesh and meat is two different things. So he fucking with y'all because he fucking with y'all because it says meat is
fucking with us,
actual.
I literally just told him that flesh and meat is two different things.
Hey,
I literally just
Bobby
said
did
that
say
shit,
that
bro.
too,
And
yeah.
you just
Well,
coming
yeah,
with
watch
the confirmation, letting us know coincidence, bro. This
Okay,
universal law
you
that's
wouldn't
happening.
even know the word.
Law attract itself, man. When you telling the truth ain't gonna do nothing but show up.
Okay, so now that we understand this, so we change. Hold up, Loyal. Listen to me now. So now that we change this now, and we on the fact that it's now flesh that we talk about eating and not meat. So now, would you eat a human? So is it natural to eat another human? Because now we just eat flesh now. Now we just
what do they
flesh.
call the inside? What do they call the inside of the orange? Do they call it the meat of the orange, or they call it the flesh of the orange?
They call it flesh now, but we saying it was meat.
It's meat.
So hold on.
We
Hold
saying
on.
everything
Wait
is
a minute,
inverted,
everybody.
bro.
Then you have skin.
Israelite
What's underneath your skin? What's underneath your skin? What's this?
In the wilderness.
What's this? What's underneath your
Good
skin?
point, but check this out. Here's what lawyer not wanting to grasp. He want to take the modern day definition and the modern day use of a word and ignore the etymology what we trying to give them the original way it was used. And you can't do that. You just can't ignore. You know the root word of ignorant is ignore. You cannot be ignorant in intellectual settings and debates. That's what I was trying to tell Pro-Black. He choose to ignore what he want to ignore.
With all due respect, Sanchez, that guy didn't give me no etymology. He gave me the Bible. That's
No,
what he gave.
no. Wait a minute.
I say even in the Bible.
Hold up. The people who gave us the Bible, they actually created the language we use. So we going through their sources to decode the language. All right. So for example, if you look at the book of Genesis, chapter 129, it says, God said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat.
Right. That is
What's
it.
up, G? What's
Hey,
up, Bobby?
Yeah.
Keep reading, and it's gonna tell you all the animals can be used as meat too.
So what do you mean? Keep reading verse 30?
No, it says if you keep reading, you're gonna find in there also that it says all the animals can be used as meat as well.
No, wait a minute. Wait. No, y'all. It's too many people cutting in. Lawyer, let me address that. It's just me and you for a second. Hold on. Let me show you something. The part you talking about is after Adam, after Eve bit the apple, and then it was casted out of the garden. Then he told Adam that you are now given dominion over the animals and all that. But prior to that, Adam and Eve was commanded by God to not eat the animals, which is why if you read Genesis, Adam and Eve were not meat eaters until after they were kicked out of the Bible, after they kicked out of the garden. So being kicked out of the garden is a mythological way of them telling you in history, we went from gardening societies to hunting and gathering societies, what we are today. We hunt our food and gather it in supermarkets, refrigerators, storage creatures. Back in the day, the food was stored right on the tree. The tree was the refrigerator. You picked it off when you was ready to eat it, like the animals do. Those are the societies we evolved from into these Burger King sort of meat-based systems today. Is what the Bible, they telling you history, but in a mythological way. The fall from the garden is the fall from garden-based diets and garden-based green societies. They just trying to bring back that green way of thinking today. But if you look at the original commandments before the fall, my brother, God was telling them not to eat the animals. After the fall, it was okay to eat the animals. But let me explain to you why that don't make no sense, what was going on. The Hebrews knew that vegan-based societies was the green way to go and all that meat-based systems was sustainable. We can't even produce enough meat for the whole world. Think animals can, hold on. Okay, go ahead and interject. I'll finish in a minute. Go ahead, interject.
So you can produce more than enough meat. Matter of fact, we got too much meat right now.
Can I just say, hold up. Yeah, I'll let you interject, but let me slow you down just 1 minute. It ain't me saying that they can't produce enough meat for the future. The people who make our meat in the world, they're saying that. You telling them now that they lying about what they can't do?
I'm telling them that they're lying to you because that's propaganda. That's propaganda that they're using to make you think there's a shortage. See, because it only takes a cow to go through gestation 3 months, 3 days, and that's it. 3 months, 3 days, they have a calf, and then they can go right back into having calves again. 3 months, 3 days. That's all it takes.
Is it okay to eat people is all I want to know. Is it okay to eat people?
All I'm saying is, man, the people that run the meat industries of the world is saying with the population boom that we're going to experience between now and 2050, there's not enough land that it would even take to the amount of meat they would have to produce. Because look, the world is, every city finna be a goddamn skyscraper skyline by 2050. They're building upward. I was just showing them that the skyline of the world is about to grow in our lifetime. And they're preparing. Listen, brother, I just let you get it in. I'm gonna make this quick. These people are saying with the way the population growing by 2050, it's gonna be all kind of doggone. They saying we're gonna have to be a green society, and they said in the green society, in the smart world, it will be vegan based. They said a type of meat you would eat after a year like 2050 wouldn't even be real meat. It's gonna be, they're making like Beyond Meat. They're trying to make different kind of, because they know the amount of land it take see, you don't understand the amount of land it take to produce meat, the cows, the herds. That's a lot of land, bro. And that got the damn near triple by 2050 according to them. And the only thing that don't increase is land. Land don't increase.
Hey,
so they saying we got to change our whole approach as far as meat going. They're saying this. They're talking like that. They saying we ain't going, with the way we making meat, there's no way we're gonna be able to produce meat at the rate we would need to produce it at to fuel the meat industries by 2050 is what they saying.
Okay, so the amount of land that it takes to raise cattle,
the amount of water too. The amount of water too.
Bro,
But
how did? Let me
not
ask you a question. Can I ask you a question real quick?
There is no water shortage. We have abundance of water. Now, you know how much water it takes to flood a field, and where is that water going? It's going back into the earth as groundwater, but it's not going back to its source. The source of the water that they're getting from these deep water wells cannot be put back in the water. So that means a continuous flood of these lands. Another thing, how do you make fertilizer? It's another thing. You're talking about when you creating fertilizer without the animals, you're polluting the earth worse than if you were with the cows. See, and then when a cow's space is being unoccupied, meaning that
plants don't need these chemicals and fertilizers though. That's the thing. So the way they producing these plants ain't natural. So that's a flawed argument.
Nah, it ain't, bro, because plants do need nitrogen, phosphates, and potassium and magnesium.
Listen, when you go to the Amazon and the rainforest, those plants are naturally thriving without man's chemicals. The earth can thrive without man spraying up a field. This is modern agriculture, and they're using modern science, pesticides and different stuff that nature don't use.
No, pesticides are to keep away the undesirable bugs.
And yes, nature don't make Roundup though, brother.
So straight up, I mean, if I can't get the whole statement out, it's gonna be.
Well, you're interject. It's actually my turn to talk.
Go ahead, my bad.
You're interjecting with irrelevant ass statement, if you ask me. Because if I'm telling you that Earth don't produce plants with the same process man produced plants with, and you ain't gonna acknowledge that fact, far as I'm concerned, I can be a dick to you. You're a dishonest debater. We've been pointing that out to you the whole damn show. Here's my screen share right here, man. In addition to meat, burger production requires water, lots of it. The USGS estimates that it takes 4,000 to 18,000 gallons of water to produce a juicy hamburger, depending on conditions that cows are raised in. The water doesn't go directly into your burger. Rather, it's used to feed, hydrate, and service the cows. Think about that. Just think about that. Now even if, go ahead.
I was going to say, now type in how much water it takes to grow corn, an acre of corn.
You know, I'm finna type that in, but now if that's your argument, let me just say this real quick, guys. It's just crazy. It's stupid. Like he's not getting it.
Well, look,
hold on. I'm about to pull up your thing. I just said, let me say something before I pull it up. Can I not do that? You stop talking, which means you waiting for me to pull it up. All right, and I'm going to do what you want me to do. I'm going to pull it up. But I'm just saying something. If the argument you making is flawed, is what I'm saying before I even pull it up. Because nature grows corn naturally, and she don't need the amount of water to grow her corn that man need. Man growing his corn in cornfields like Nebraska and all this stuff, right? Nature wouldn't do that. Nature would have spread that out and had corn growing in everybody's state, not just a few states. Corn grew in every state. So that meant you didn't have to ship it and handle it from one little area. They monopolized everything. So my thing is this right here. You wouldn't need to fucking grow all them gallons of water up there in Nebraska to grow corn if we let shit go the natural way. Because it rains in everybody area and certain stuff in places where it don't even rain, that's where your trade come in. And it wouldn't think about it. Everybody in America get their corn from 2 states. You think nature intended for that? Everybody get their oranges from Florida, California. Man, oranges was growing. I mean, this is my opinion. This is what my research show. I got a Garden of Eden type approach to this shit. And I think that shit was growing everywhere, abundance, before man said, I only want this to grow here and I only want that to grow there. When they created this country, when they mapped the states, they say, I want this to be my bread state. This where my peaches gonna grow. This where I'm gonna make my cars at. And so that's the kind of world we looking at what man doing. And for him to do it his way, he gotta break the natural way. Cause why? That ain't the way nature would have done it. So every time you telling me what man got to do something, you ain't debating me no more. That's not the argument I'm making. It's irrelevant to the point that I'm making. You're right. Telling me what man would do in his cornfield, and that's what I'm against. I'm against him growing corn like that. So after I pull up how much water it take for him to grow that corn, I'ma agree with you, my brother. That's bullshit, because he shouldn't be growing it that way. He ought to be leaving it alone, just like he ought to be leaving the cows alone and the chickens alone. And guess what? If he do that, the earth will grow that shit everywhere without us even. The earth was serving us.
But what I wasn't trying to say that you're wrong. What I was going to say is that they're not giving you specifics. They're just saying this is what it takes. They could be talking about every burger McDonald's in the country with 18,000 gallons of water. They're not telling you specifics. What they're going to tell you is with the corn is they're going to specify how much it takes to grow an acre, 2 acres. So it's going to be
literally specified up there. Say one hamburger, man. They saying that it take 4,000 to 18,000. Think about this, right? You know what can solve this now? We can put in how much water does it take to raise a cow?
Yeah, it's easier to take care of animals than it is to grow gardens, because I do both. And I'm telling you right now.
The argument ain't about, no, stop. The argument ain't about what is easier to do. It's about what is natural to do. And I don't think nature wanted us raising animals. I think nature wanted that mama cow to raise her own calves. She didn't want you to turn it to baby back ribs, and she didn't want you to drink that baby's cow's milk for your damn self. That's why she gave you a mama with breast milk. So if you think nature condones this easier way, you're out of your mind. I wouldn't even argue with you whether it's easier or harder. My argument is it natural or not? And you don't see that.
It is natural, bro.
It's natural for you to drink a baby cow. Wait, stop. It's natural for you to drink a baby cow milk and for you to fucking raise the baby cow and not for his mama and daddy to raise it. That's natural, right?
It's natural because we have dominion over the animals, remember?
See, but your dominion don't come from nature. It come from the Bible. Remember, we dealing with the Bible. The Bible ain't got nothing to do with nature. A mythological force told you it's natural for you to fucking lock that baby cow up, drink its milk from the mama, and you don't think that's something wrong with that. I agree with you that that mythological force gave us dominion over the animals. What I'm telling you is that nature didn't give us dominion over the animals. This God of the Bible did, and I'm telling you that God of the Bible is a known liar. If nature gave us dominion over the damn animals, she wouldn't make them run from you when you trying to get to them. She wouldn't make them run away from you. She wouldn't make that cow cry and run away. That apple ain't running away from you. So if you dealing with nature and not the Bible, you will see the truth and not the lie. Because if it was up to, if nature wanted you to do all that, she would have made it way easier for you.
Actually, the apple is a defense mechanism for the tree, so you don't kill the tree. You just take its fruits.
You know what, man? You on. I'm wrong, you right, and you got me with that one, bro. That's the nail in the coffin, and the debate is over. Hey, I gotta get up out of here, man.
Stupid.
All right, good talking to you.
Peace, bro, Sanchez. Yo, I'm gonna be here for the next one.
Hey, salutes to y'all. And guess what? Lawyer, you know you my dude. I gotta fuck with you though, man. But some of the stuff you say, it is boys off the wall. But hey, it's Friday Fire. You brought the smoke, so salutes. Let's drop a bomb for the brother.
Hey, good talking to you, Sanchez. Thanks, man.
Anytime, man. You always welcome. All of you brothers, man. I appreciate y'all for joining Real Talk.
Salutes, man. Peace and power.
Blessings on respect, isn't it?
Thank you.
Most definitely. And yeah, salutes, man. Y'all be safe. So salutes to everybody that joined, man. It's all love, whether you believe that or not. It's all love all the time. I like intellectual debates and shit like that. That's all, man. Salutes to everybody tuning in and to everybody that donated to the Friday Fire. Appreciate it. Salutes to my brother Thomas LaShawn, Tamika Connor, Isaac Ross, William Reed, Anthony Mitchell, Calvin Benjamin, Willie Cameron, Becky. Let's drop a bomb for these awesome Cash App donors. We really appreciate your support. Salutes to all of my Patreons, old and new. And I see you to the people who hit the PayPal link as well. So people donate different ways. I want to drop a bomb talk for all of y'all. I appreciate it.